called him Egg Boy as he went live. I'm sorry, Adam.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go ahead and start this quiz. I got a estimated time required. Oh, it's not even a time limit. It's just estimated time. Estimated time unlimited. Attempts unlimited.
Alright, give us the first question. I'm curious.
Let's see. Oh, I hate these questions already.
Right out the gate.
Question 1, quantification. 5 multiple choice questions that say, can make it more difficult to summarize data, limit the possibilities of statistical analysis, can increase bias, can make it more difficult to aggregate data, often makes our observations more explicit.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was that a question, or was that just a series?
No, that's a question. You need to fill in the rest. The question is quantification, and you have to finish the statement with those 5 things that I said.
Oh, that's less fun, though.
That's why I said I hate it. Alternatively, like social science theory addresses what is not, beliefs, what should be, what is philosophy. So, yeah. They're not fun questions. You can't just be like, penis.
Well,
damn it, the default.
Is about getting people to think what you want.
Social science research. Let me beat up all the homeless people. I don't know.
Social lies this.
Alright, well, I have unlimited time on this thing, so I can just run the clock while I go ahead and find the, fucking...
Answers on the internet? Yes.
Well, now, this campaign's gonna give him the answers, okay? What we do in this session will give him...
Adam's just gonna randomly blur out questions, and we're just gonna be like, yes, it's
a
B.
man approaches you on the road.
I don't know how that works. We couldn't figure out they're in ascending order, so I don't know how much help we're gonna be in.
That's numbers. This is people.
This random wanderer comes up to your caravan. Gentlemen, I have a question for you. If statistically speaking, blah 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 blah.
Alright, how about this one? Steve has a hunch that a female students were more punctual than males in how classes classes that he taught.
Have female friends.
That's a lie!
So he began to keep track for a week in each class of how many male students and female students came in after class was scheduled to begin.
Listen, first of all, Steve is a punk-ass fucking snitch.
His results supported his hypothesis. Steve is using deductive reasoning, ordinary human inquiry, statistical analysis, qualitative analysis, or inductive reasoning.
Being a fucking snitch, bro.
He's looking at the stats.
No, he's not. He's being a fucking snitch. He's telling on his fucking
scientific.
Listen, bro. No. He's being a snitch. Is there a F for snitch or other?
There's not a single F in any of these answers.
Damn it!
But the letter F does not appear.
Henry is.
So it's a trick question. Steve doesn't have female friends.
So, it's a research type, isn't it? But it's not.
It's a multiple choice question. I can't put in.
He's performing the research. Is there one that aligns with that?
I don't. Isn't there?
He's not looking at predetermined research. He's creating it himself.
This is why
a study.
I'm just gonna be doing this on the side. Anyways, timer's going, but it doesn't actually matter. Let's go ahead and find out some recaps. So let me scroll up until I see the number 91. There's some guy who's talking about the OGL 1.1. There's Andrew, and then there's SpongeBob. Oh wait, that's a fucking trademarked. I can't say that. Ooh, I'm dead.
Sponge-based man. He's got a
invertebrate Robert.
Cube pants, balloons.
Let's see. Session 91. This is from Dan's perspective. Laszlo had a revelation of historical and religious significance high up in the bunkhouse hammock which led him to the capital. An outing to the canal took the form of this bracket.
Oh, do it in the like if it was a script. It was his bracket.
I say bracket because
you menace.
Fine, I'll put on a let me find a filter. Hold on.
Don't.
No banana.
Banana.
I just like the cathedral one. That one's good.
Banana.
Outside the port's outer limits, a desperately thirsty Varys is looking at a water skin full of water. Varys, insightful plants, thinking, I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. Pause. Varys shouts, I need it. Now you could have said I shouldn't have read that verbatim, and I would say
I should have read it.
Get fucked. Gronk
Canon,
can have
that's
some
your
inspiration
internet.
too, because he posted something about D&D's related.
Gronk is a fire starter, is what that is.
You guys started the thread about the OGL stuff.
Yeah, I got that. So it was only one post.
Let's see. This one is Alex. Varys watched Laszlo stare at the ceiling for a bit, went for a walk out in the desert so the League could stare at a dried-up riverbed, and then stared at the walls some more while Daedalus had a heartwarming talk with his favorite uncle. Relatively speaking, yeah, it was heartwarming compared to everything else, I guess.
And it's his only uncle, so technically that is an accurate statement. Favorite uncle.
That we know about. I
Exactly.
have an orc
A
family
secret
and
uncle,
a meat
like-
family.
And then what even was before that family?
But he's the only uncle in any of those 3 lives that you know about. So there you go. Favorite uncle.
This is true. Unless that one orc we met was my uncle.
Let's go to the next one. This one is Shoot. Almost forgetty the League's spaghetti. Oh, no, there's the rhyme for today.
I didn't read that. I didn't know that was the.
This is Andrew's 91st session. Daedalus was mentally checked out for what seemed like half the day. Brain trauma or mental preparation? Question mark. The audience may decide. The League... Did you spell League wrong there? What the fuck? Oh, no, hold on. The League...
He might.
Oh, yeah.
Do I keep misspelling it?
You spelled it... The vowels are too front heavy.
What do you mean?
Lounge.
The U comes after the G, not before.
Oh, really?
Yep.
This looks like some sort of French pronunciation
Louis
for...
Gay.
What are you, French?
Louis.
The Louage got ogled by
Luau.
construction workers taking their union-provided breaks. Daedalus smells good.
He's that joke last week.
I know, but it fits this week too. I have to.
Daedalus was able to fake it just enough to rise from petty retard to
No,
slow...
pretty retarded.
Sorry. Well, if you're gonna be dyslexic about the League thing, I'm gonna say petty retard. Pretty retard. To just show, and now his adoptive family is cool with him roughing it out in the dunes. Pat's not here, but he does get his inspiration for saying Zen enjoyed another day of his vacation, saw the canal, the desert sands, and got his tan at the local oasis. If he just has like, if Pat's character just ends up having like seriously advanced like disassociation
Melanoma?
for the
Oh.
no disassociation for the whole campaign, and he just thinks he's on his fucking like
I thought you were
weekend
saying
at
like
Lake Shores
serious,
campaign.
like.
Well, that's gonna be
radiation
that's
from
the
sun,
twist.
like-
That's the twist. Like it's gonna be the last session, and it's gonna be like, oh, I thought I got on a cruise. This is supposed to be my retirement vacation.
And
What do
it
you
just-
mean?
it just-
Wait,
This is
wait.
all-
The world was really in trouble?
You're not my chauffeurs. What is this? It's like-
I thought this was some sort of elaborate thing my kids put together for my retirement.
You mean the magical MacGuffin wasn't my luggage that I forgot at the checkout?
Wait, the stakes. This was actually happening. You're telling me this wasn't
Not
like
one big
orchestrated.
escape
You're not
room
actors.
worldwide just for me.
And it zooms out and it's just Pat in real life chilling with the rabbit. And you're
The
all
rabbit.
the rabbit.
The rabbit's
Maybe
got a
it's
knife
just the
between
rabbit
its teeth,
playing.
though. The rabbit is still plotting to kill him. We gotta watch his back.
That's why he's late.
The rabbit stabbed him in his sleep, and he kind of had to.
He's got to go to the ER.
He's
Oh,
go to
sorry,
his local mob doctor.
guys.
Alright, so let's see. Aside from your guys' recaps, let's fill in some of the gaps. So the phrase of speak accolado in the bard's ear turned out to be essentially a very long and story-rich environment in which two different stories intersect. How this is used to incorporate into the black market is to be seen, but considering everything about the story of Accolado, the anti-hero who saved everyone's drinking water, is highly localized in one particular region of the continent, it's safe to assume that you're not going to find what you need here. And by that, I mean in Raja and Lok, as opposed to Anupolis, which is the capital city, and where every big spender can be found, more or less. The Morjamoth's family estate, the biggest one, the head honcho, is located there, alongside a variety of other economic booms that can be found. let's see. Many oases are located around there, and therefore major settlements. Let's see. If you need a quick thing on Acalato and the Bard was essentially a religious preacher who was so efficient at his works that he got a Forrest Gump-style entourage behind him that followed him everywhere throughout the continent, until eventually, intersecting with Acalato, this anti-hero who was beating people up for hoarding all the water, was speaking with him, said a single phrase whispered into his ear, and the Bard dispersed his entire company and renounced his preacher ways. Whatever was said to the Bard is unknown to all, and if you're curious about the Sultan that got beat up, that was a Sultan Hetal. Let's see. This perfume company by the Perfume Man, Soft Peaks Perfume, is going to be your guys' selected, not entourage, escort through the desert, which is probably going to be the entirety of today's session. Is going to be desert transport, so that's going to be fun. You didn't go with Jonathan Smith with the Humble Merchants, and you didn't go with Chelsea with the Sandy Sundries, so we're going to be going with the Tabaxi Perfume Man and
shit.
his
Didn't know that was real.
company. Let's see. Dauntless was able to speak with his uncle in the most favorable terms possible, to basically say, hey, I'm going out, don't wait up. There are a couple of things that they left
User in
with.
your channel timed out.
No! That's
Who'd we
probably
lose?
not. That's actually not Gronk because he wasn't in here yet.
We lost Henry.
Oh, his computer is doing that thing where it turns off by itself. I
That
thought I
was
was I thought I was the only one. Well, I don't know how long it takes him to reboot his thing because I don't know if he's got an SSD on that thing or not. But if he doesn't, I'm going to be confused. Let's see. Dauntless was telling his uncle that he's going to be going out, and a couple of gifts for the husband back home were purchased in the form of a very, very copious amount of scented liquids, perfumes, if you will.
User joined your channel.
Hello,
Dude, stop doing that.
dude.
Dude!
Dude.
Bro.
Sick!
So
What is it?
let's see. You guys went over to one of the canals that leads into the ocean. That is essentially the only road that can be realistically established here, because if you just have like a paved road, it just gets covered by sand in like less than a couple hours. So most travel around this continent is either through canal. In this case, it is not the time of year where there's enough water to realistically have a boat in that canal. The water only goes up to about your shin height, maybe like Zen's knee. So you couldn't realistically have any boat that could hold people in there unless you want to hear the sound of scraping wood against the bottom for the entirety of the trip. And probably not even get that far because, you know, it's kind of shallow. In any case, the canal is dried up, so you're going to be legging it. There are going to be camels involved, and you guys will be placed into wagons for a decent part of the trip. You've already paid in half, which was a total of 900 gold pieces, and another 900 gold pieces upon arrival. Your destination is going to be in... Yeah, that thing. Your destination is going to be to Anupolis, although, technically speaking, there is going to be a route that this takes, depending on if you follow close enough, that there is a very nice city localized in a natural intersection, that can be used to restock and refuel. That is the Catamir city in the Catamir ravine of the same name. In any case, we're going to be jumping into episode 92 of the Frost campaign, and I'm going to be choosing these multiple choice questions in the same way that a blind person shoots a bow and arrow. Let's see. So let's look at the calendar. It is left off on... You're transitioning from May 10th into the 11th, and I have written down here before 11 a.m. which is, generally speaking, when you guys plan to leave. So, if there's anything you want to do on the morning of the 11th before you guys get onto the caravan and skedaddle, now's the time to do so. Restocking on anything, food, water is a good idea. That being said, the entirety of the trip from point A to C via B, if B is the interim city in between of Katamir, and C is Enopolis, there will be chances to restock in those places, and the caravan that you're traveling with, of course, has their own supplies, and due to the fact that they're escorting you, will increase that quantity to make up for the extra mouths to feed. But it doesn't help or hurt. Actually, no, it does help. All this water, it's gonna fucking kill you.
If you overhydrate, I'm just saying, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Water poisoning is a thing, but considering we're in a desert, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Those of you who don't have any form of heat resistance to the extreme weather, you do have the clothes that you bought give you advantage on all Constitution saving throws for dealing with intense heat. So that's a thing. If you want to buy any more, I don't know, perfume or something while you're here, because you didn't buy enough of that apparently. And yeah, that's just all happening before 11 a.m. on the 11th. We're going to be jumping in, and let me actually get some dice on the field for myself.
When we meet up, I have to ask Laszlo a question.
Cool. Before then, could I buy a small keg so that we can essentially pour that chalice we got into there, so we have an extra store of water? Would that be something that I could easily purchase from like a general bazaar or something?
A random keg could be purchased. There probably holds approximately about 4 liters. And is going to cost you some money. It's not free unless you want to do some less than reputable activities. By all means.
That's 4 glasses of water. 1 liter times 4. Okay, that's a couple of sips. Yeah, where would I buy that?
You could buy one from just any Yahoo in the general goods department of buying and selling things. It's going to cost you a total of times 3. It's going to cost you 12 Samir.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Anyone else want to do shopping?
Do I need anything? I've got rations. I've got some magic to.
I got a shit ton. No, I'm good.
I'm looking
I
at
would
my
like to go to
inventory, and
that
half my
potion
inventory is
guy.
just weird arrows that I've picked up along the way. That Adam is kind of like, "Hey, here's a thing you can buy," and I'm like,
Take the arrow, the caustic arrow.
I know you want it. It's
I do.
shoots.
Rope arrow. Yeah, good
You
for
know
us.
you want it. Don't be a pussy.
Take the cool rope arrow.
I've used most of them. There are only a couple that I have not found.
Yeah,
There's like
I
one.
like to go to that potion.
Just don't
Maxi,
fall for the
okay.
trap of having something in your inventory for forever, because you may use it.
These 10 elixirs that I'm never going to use, but I'm
This guy
keeping
just beat
just in
Morrowind. I
case.
can hear that in his. I had all this stuff in here. Yeah, I'd like to go find that guy in the potion man or the reagent seller, Tabaxi.
I'm going into the desert tomorrow. And
Yeah, I need to
own
tell
this
him I'm going to the
potion.
desert. I want to chat to him. So.
You find
alone?
the very edge of the market area where you can find a lemonade stand looking outcropping. It's very shabby and is run by a very I wouldn't say nefarious looking individual, but He kind of looks like he, you know,
Sells potions.
sells potions. Yeah.
For the strongest battles. Yeah, I'd like to approach him, and we'd already conversed prior.
He looks
Hello?
up at you from underneath his hood, one eye winking out from the shadows that are cast by it, and regardless of where the position of the sun is, he kind of orients his body so that he already has a shadow cast on him. His demeanor is slightly hunched over, and all of his reagents are stashed away in various boxes that are put into a kind of a square U shape behind him. None of them are on display. The only thing on display is just like a little mercantile scale that he uses to measure things.
Is there anywhere to sit near him, or like, or is it just, I've got
You
to
can
stand
sit.
this way?
You can sit on the floor in the
Sit on
sand.
floor. I don't want to sit in the sand.
Sand in your
I'm
pockets.
gonna say to him, can about what we discussed the other day. I'm gonna be departing.
You're not a cop, are you?
Like,
You have to tell me if you
Oh,
are.
you have to.
It's the law.
It's the law.
Super law. I'm gonna be departing through that place today, and I was wondering if there's anything, just more specifics on that, because I may be. What you want me to look for? I can do for you. Like, what's the range on this thing that I need to? I'm leaning into this thing. You said yesterday. I've been thinking about it. Pretty good.
He kind of scratches behind his ear with one pinky nail, and is just like, I'm not sure what you're talking about, mate.
Right.
He gives a very, very dry-looking wink, and kind of just like looks down at the floor. Care to buy anything while you're here?
Sure. I'll maybe buy a toadwort.
Good purchase, friend. I have a decent amount of those. Let me see, what alchemy tags it has so I can tell you what it
It was
has.
debuff and poison one. Is what it was. I've written down. It's 50. I think. Oh, that was an extra bit. I'm gonna put a line around that.
Toadswort has debuff 1, poison 1, correct. And I have a decent quantity of that. It grows in very large heaps if you know in the right places to look.
Toads have many warts, if you know what I'm saying.
Toads have many warts, Ed boy.
If you're looking to buy some, I can sell you this bundle of half a dozen. If you don't know how much a dozen is, then
Yeah,
I'd
how
ask-
much? How much we talking here? I mean, you were running low on the old Sun's Kiss, right? That was the.
it's a very,
that?
very difficult product to get, friend.
Yeah.
But
I
well
just-
worth the cost.
Yeah. Well worth the
Toadswort
pause
is,
as well. You know, what would I need to do? What would I need to like, get you a way to get more of it?
oh, by all means, there are ways to get it, friend. You could go and scrounge out in the wilderness for God knows for how long. Could find a would-be alchemist and talk his ear off for also God knows how long, till he eventually got bored and fucked off and just happened to forget some things behind in his fit of rage. Excuse me, I'm diverting from the topic.
You're paraphrasing, yeah. Yes.
Anyways, but let's finish your other purchase first.
Sure, yeah. Toad. The bit. Can I get a 3 toadwort or a toadwort? I don't need many.
We
What's the
don't
price
need.
on this?
Typically speaking, I sell them in bundles of a half a dozen.
Sure,
Sort
okay.
of a bulk buy thing, but by all means, it's worth the price if you know what to do with it.
He's giving me a tooth grin. Yeah, yeah. How much?
It's a bundle of half
You're
a
doing in
dozen.
bundles. I want to abide by half a dozen. Yeah.
Yes. He goes over towards one of his little crates and takes out, it looks like it's wrapped in wax paper and has a little bit of twine holding it all together. Kind of looks like when you order like a big bloody steak from a butcher and they just hand it over to you.
Yeah.
You can see that it is mildly like secreting some sort of ichor, and it's being held in by the wax paper, thankfully enough, so it doesn't just sop all over the place. But if you suspect that you open that thing up and, just had some nice dry pants on, they wouldn't be dry anymore.
Yeah.
Because you piss yourself. No, okay.
That's what it does. That's the debuff.
You looking to buy this fine bundle of toadswort? Trade in all sorts of things. Mostly Samir, though.
Sure.
The amount of Samir that I'd be asking for is quite a hefty amount. But it gets you a decent amount of this toadswort. And whatever you're using it for is your own business. But don't blame me if anything goes awry, or someone has a bad case of the poops.
Okay.
It's
So,
100,
I got
120 Samir, friend. 120 for half a dozen.
I'll give you 120, and I'll give you 20 gold's worth of gems. There's going out your way. I'm sort of, I don't mention that out loud, but I'll just hand that in with the extra with the Samir.
Here's a ruby for your troubles.
Yeah, like a little garnet something.
All of it bundled together, he kind of like winks one eye out from underneath his hood, holding the paper bills in one hand and like having it cradling all the gems in one. He just kind of like winks up at you. Now, taking my 20 gold worth of gems isn't like a lot. That really, relatively speaking, it's maybe like
It's a
20
tip.
Samirs.
It's a
worth.
tip. Remember
it's,
tip your waiters,
it's like
guys.
one gem
Penny.
set in the middle. It's kind of just like there's a shiny bit you left in my palm there, friend.
Yeah.
Did you mean to do so? I trade in mostly Samir and information.
It may have use.
I suppose it might. Crush it up enough and snort it, maybe it'll give me some kind of revelation.
There you go.
Mayhaps.
Yeah, maybe.
Shred your lungs.
Tell him that, okay?
I'm not there. I'm not there.
Yeah.
We're all letting Laszlo do his
You're
thing
elsewhere,
with this
yeah.
one. We're on the other side of the market. We're like, don't go far, kiddo. We'll be right here when you're done, though.
Kiddo.
Kiddo.
Oh, you young'un. Okay. So that is. So how many is 6? Food. What?
So you do know a half a dozen is good.
Ooh, it's not no baker's dozen, so like that. So back to our other, conversation. What do I do? I'm in, so to speak. I'm going to be passing through there later today. I'm going to keep my eye out and see if there's any opportunities for said thing, and maybe routes in. I don't know if I'll be able to get you the red carpet rolled out for you, but I may be able to relay back some information. You have just as maybe I'll give you some information about that. I can see what I can find.
You do what you need to do, Pally. I'll be here, selling my wares. If you happen to stumble upon some juicy gossip, I do sure love juicy gossip as much as any housewife. I am not a housewife, though. As you can see from my disheveled appearance, I'm not into that market of giving birth to kids. I don't have the quantitative, giblets down there. Any case, if you find some juicy gossip or willing to part ways with some valuable reagents you come across in the desert, if you know where to look, it's a smorgasbord.
I mean, are you just going to be here, or do you have anyone else I could drop some products
I'm a
off to?
lone
Go
agent,
past the mirror.
friend. I'm not exactly in some sort of franchise.
Okay.
It's just me and my pets. I got a rat back home. He likes to eat the leftovers. His name's
This is not your
Carl.
home? Carl.
I don't live here at my booth, friend. I do have a roof over my head. With customers such as yourself, I can afford to buy housing. In a very, very profitable city like this, you wouldn't imagine how much a single apartment complex is. It's like living in New York.
it's like I'm in Manhattan. So
3K for a studio, I'm in.
it's turning into Nick. Just get in there. It's going down there. Ooh, you see my rat Carl? He's great. So it was just to confirm. You're running low on sons. Yes. Right. If you look at stock, you're running low on yes. Okay. And that was our agreed upon thing. I nod and I depart.
Alright. Anyone else want to do some shopping around here, or else we're getting on the caravan?
I didn't want to do some shopping, but I thought of something.
Okay.
You say that out loud, or
No, I kind of lean into Laszlo, actually.
Okay.
I had an idea about something.
Yeah.
So, I can see dead people. And a big reason we're here is finding out what happened to a dead person. Do you want to, like, point me in the direction of that room one more time? At the smokehouse, you think?
She lets out a big sigh. No, not really. It's not a very nice place.
Okay, fair enough.
If they were, I mean, if there was anything there, they would have been there, and you didn't see it that time. I don't really want to relive trauma twice, if I can help it.
I pat you on the shoulder. Okay, figured I'd ask.
Does anyone know what epistemology is?
Yes, but no.
Alright, well.
Wait, read the
No.
context. What's the context?
Epistemology is best described as
Read the answers.
Piss myself.
tradition, the discovery of reality through agreement; authority, the science of knowing; the discovery of reality through experimentation.
Science of knowing.
Alright. Anyways.
the science of pistols, right?
Epistemology.
Flintlock.
Just the different.
This is where the business end is. Don't put this in your mouth.
The science of knowing.
Bite
when to
the
fuck
bullet,
around and when
but
to
not
fuck
literally.
Yeah. Okay. Were there any other?
I said what I had
Ideas?
to.
Just it's a nice place for me. So avoid it. I will like to do that. So, as anyone would want to do in the circumstance.
No. Oh, DM, can I just get a summon real quick?
No.
Thank you.
Alright, if that's the case, then you guys are, one, probably gonna hand in your keys, if you haven't already, to the bunkhouse.
I'm running away with the keys.
They're re-handing him the keys.
Yeah, hand in the keys, then we head towards where we got to go to customs, right? We got to go to see the caravan person.
Well, the
Caravan.
caravan is going to be waiting for you guys over at the east gate of the city. There you can find your benefactor, or not benefactor, you're benefactoring him, the perfume man, and his entourage of 3 total wagons, and his company of 10, all of whom are basically ready to go. On the previous night, the medicine perfume man and one of his friends,
Alexander, right?
Yep, Alexander, were drinking deep into the night. You can see a visible hangover on the perfume man, and as you approach, he takes out from his pocket a small little perfume bottle that only fits into, like, between the index and the thumb finger. It's that small, and kind of whiffs it under his nose in the same way that you would, say, like smelling salts. He kind of perks up immediately and walks over to you folks with a very, very wide ear-to-ear grin and extends one hand out in a very sort of welcoming fashion to someone who is, say, welcoming you to his home. Gesturing towards his wagons, of which are very, very well tailored and constructed. You can see that everything here has been painted and decorated in such a way to really pop, especially using the desert sand backdrop to, it's a blank canvas if you really think about it.
I give him the old chin bow.
He nods very hastily, as if to say, like, yes, good. All the nonsense out of the way, let's get on board. He directs you guys to the middle wagon, in the middle of the entourage. Of course, he'll be one in the front, and there's one going to be behind you guys to pull up the anchor, so to speak. In any case, you guys go over to the wagon, and you can see that it has a very nice series of shutters that can be changed in position to let in air out and light and air out. It can shut entirely so that no draft permeates, especially during a sandstorm. You don't want any sand inside of the wagon. Let me see, what else? A very nice series of short steps to help those of you who can't lift their legs up as high as others to get into the wagon itself. On the interior, it is lined with a series of very, very plush materials for the backrest, butt cushions, and even little hand rests that some of you sitting in the middle will have to share with your neighbors. Kind of like on a plane.
By neighbors, it's just us. It's not like rainbows.
Yeah, it's all you. Well, it's all you guys. Your driver is not going to be one of you guys because they have a driver for that. It's his job.
Okay.
But the rest of you guys can funnel in here. There is a compartment in the back of the wagon that has a hatch that folds up and down, kind of like a bread box, to put any luggage that is very hefty. Those of you who are not alive, like your robot friend there, can, if you want to, go in the trunk.
We had this conversation last session, and it
When we're
got a little heated.
When we're safely in the back, I change into my armor.
It's a bit of a squeeze. Imagine trying to change your pants while you're, in not economy class on a plane, but like not quite first class either. There's leg room, and you guys will be facing each other the entire time because it's a series of two parallel seat arrangements, so you'll just be staring dead forward into someone's face the whole time, so unless you want to orient your body to look out the window, you need to do a 180-degree turn. Yep.
Back to your back.
But either way, once you guys get inside and settle in, the perfume man comes over to the door, holding it open with one hand, and is prepared to close it. Are you folks all ready to depart? Didn't leave anything? House keys?
I give the old pat down. No, I'm good.
Very well. This is going to be a long journey, so I look forward to getting to know you folks better when we settle down in the late evening for when we break into camp. We'll, better introduce you to everyone, but we want to get onto the road, so to speak, before...
Speaking my language.
In any case, if you need anything, you've already met him yesterday. Alexander will be your driver today. Just knock on the hatch and he'll open it, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Maybe not anything too personal. This is, business after all.
Professionals.
Sure. And then if we're all having a good time and you guys feel like talking about that sort of thing, we can get to know each other on a personal basis. Anyways, thank you for riding with us today. He closes the door, and he doesn't lock it, although there is a locking mechanism on the side. It can be affixed from the interior if you want to, for whatever reason, but you suspect that even if you do lock it, they might have the keys anyways.
even after he closes the door, I just give an exacerbated stare to the door. It's just like, I'm going to have to keep changing into it out of my armor, aren't I?
I mean, you don't have to. You could just say that on the road. You feel safer with it on.
No.
Although,
it's
I guess it
apparently
would be an insult to them, right?
Yeah, it's apparently a Mordremoth, but Jesus.
Well, I'll always have a sword for you. And I can make it magical in a pinch.
But it's not so much the swords as it is like the plating. When we're in here, I'm keeping this on. I don't even care. If we gotta step out, I'll take the 5 minutes, disentangle myself. But that was audible, by the way.
Sure.
By the way, DM, how big is this thing that we're in? How big and how wide?
So it has enough seats for a total of 6 personnel on the interior. They are 2 parallel seating arrangements that are facing each other. Those of you who... Let me see. Have you seen Overlord? Are you caught up in Overlord? Have you watched it all?
Yeah.
Okay, the wagon that the fucking... the Emperor of what's it called sits in. The guy who's going crazy with the blonde hair is pulling his hair out.
Oh shit, that's a pretty big wagon.
Yeah.
It's like, what, 20 feet wide? Maybe 30 long?
I wouldn't say
You
20
really-
feet wide, that's a kinda...
Exterior like fish egg.
It is
Interior like
rectangular and is mostly long.
I want to say that that's the dimensions, though, because...
Could be. I don't know, 20 feet long. Oh, not 20 feet wide. 20 feet wide seems still kind of wide. But
it's pretty nice
big.
and
It's pretty
wide.
big, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So, question though, for your talk with your uncle Dauntless, did he imply that we should visit your parents, or was it implied the opposite, that you should maybe avoid contact to avoid embarrassment?
It's more like the latter.
Okay.
But I feel like it may be prudent to just give. I don't know.
Well, in the meantime, you're gonna have to be a teacher and teach at least a modicum, just so at least she can understand, or at least say hi, how are you, good afternoon, good, that's awesome, in Draconic, at least, you know? Get the simple things that you would teach a child at first.
Well, I mean, we have the medical reports, so I could just,
Well, yes, but
kinda
it
give,
would
like,
be
a
an
knock to my
insult.
head.
Wouldn't you find it an insult to find out that, hey, there's a companion with them that speaks dragon? Why haven't you been teaching her? And then we get scolded.
We
you
got
get
yelled
scolded
at
from-
when you tried to have me
Exactly.
talk for you last time, so...
So-
That's a good point. Let's not
Teach the basics, at least, please.
Aliciveris. Yeah, okay. I mean, if you can give me the touristy rundown of how to ask for where the commode is, I suppose.
Donde está el biblioteca?
Hey.
Alright. I do. I sigh, and then I kind of mentally...
As is tradition, I say.
Yeah, I try to flash back to when I learned the language.
Bathroom.
Donde está la biblioteca? I mean, no. One of those. Ones that starts with an E.
Baño.
El baño. It's weird you ask for the bathroom and then you ask them where the library is.
Piss on some books.
Piss on some books.
It's like, oh, this is a weird... This really is a different culture than what I'm used to.
Where is the library? I need to use the bathroom.
So I don't remember... I know we discussed what the requirements are. I don't remember the exact ones for teaching someone a different language, but...
Time.
Yeah,
I know
it's
time.
4 weeks worth. If you can do it every day, you're gonna get at least 4 weeks worth. That's better than
Better than nothing.
okay.
weeks worth.
Mechanics question. I'm curious, like, why there isn't levels to proficiency with the language. I'm not saying there should be, by the way.
Binary,
I'm just
yeah.
like,
If you
I'm
start
kinda
doing that
curious.
kind of thing, then it turns into fucking Pathfinder, where everything has like 5 different layers.
Yeah,
Like
it's like
novice, journeyman, like all that.
Well, I feel-
Master, Legend. Is it Legend? I think one is the
And then
rank.
also,
as
do you
well.
actually want to RP someone who is like, how do you quantify like expert level
You
linguist versus like
Well, what I
just
would-
one layer underneath that?
What I would say is, like, okay, if I were doing this real quick, I would do like the reading and writing and speaking is like mastery, and then like below that you have speaking, and then below that is where's the bathroom, and then below that is you don't know the language. Like you can
Language.
ask very basic things like 3-word questions.
You can swing a conversation that's quite basic.
Yeah, then swing a conversation, and then it's like, all right, you're good enough.
Elaborateness goes up.
Well, that can be something that you do on your own shtick. It doesn't have to be quantified on a piece of paper that says, my character has 1 out of 3 proficiency in this language. You can just be like, alright, well, here's the context of it, and it doesn't need to be quantified by a number. It can just be how you play it. So, not everything needs to be rolled for, not everything needs a stat. So, if you want to act like an idiot when you speak in Draconic, by all means.
So I don't, like I said, I guess in kind of the same way Kalos builds his magic stuff, I guess we'll try to do that when as best we can, just kind of passively as in between encounters.
It's just gonna
and
be
stuff.
8 hours of all of you in the same wagon, and then fucking Varys is gonna be like, the cow goes.
Laszlo's eyes
Moo.
twitching the whole fucking way, like, yeah, go with a cow line again.
Well,
like-
we could. Well, we also have to set up camp, right? And it's only an
They're doing
8-hour
camp, too.
journey a day. So,
Yeah,
you
you
know.
said only 8
They're doing our
hours, but
camps for us,
fucking...
so.
Yes, but like I'm saying,
For a
like we
month.
stop at like 4, and then we. Yeah, I know. As we're, oh god. At least I brought a shit ton of enchanting stuff.
This radio station again, my god. This is Christian rock all day.
They're all the same. Remember,
They're
the
all the-
rock song is exactly the same.
It's all Sanctus, like, Strider radio. Oh, that Osiris guy, he's really cool. It's like, oh, fuck that. Oh, thank
It's
you.
just like it's just day after day. It's like no, Dauntless. The word roar is not different. You don't roar differently. And
Listen,
What if I
there
have
is
a
no
piece of food in my
roar.
mouth while I speak.
roar is
How
not a
that's-
word.
Roar
I've
is
seen
not
enough
a.
anime to know that bears roar different in Japanese. I'm not gonna say it.
Wait,
I don't know what you mean.
Wait, what?
really?
Don't say it.
No. No.
Well, they have different in Japan. They have different like is onomatopoeia the word, or am I thinking of the other? What's
I think
the
you
word?
have the right idea, like the one that is the word for what a sound is like.
Yeah, not onomatopoeia. That's something else. It's
No, onomatopoeia I think is the one.
well, if it is, then yeah, like they have different like
This is the conversation. This is the
Yeah.
depth of conversation.
Well, see, that's what happens when you start delving into the differences of languages, and that's why I don't
Yeah.
want to quantify it into stat,
Okay.
because...
Well,
So
Let's say something
let us
linguistic.
just say that you are not proficient in Draconic and probably are on the way to becoming it.
You'll
Yeah.
be better
Okay.
in
Cool.
4 weeks,
Fantastic.
And did you guys hear that
better.
cows have regional accents when they moo? So that's also...
Shut the fuck up, Adam. No, they don't.
I saw
That's
an
what they say in
article. I
France.
don't know what the
Moo,
article
uh,
was or what reputable site was saying
I
about it.
saw the headline and I didn't
it
read.
was on the Onion. I trust
Ooh.
them. They're always
Onions are
straightforward.
great. I can't trustworthy guys.
French cows.
Also, there was a Family Guy skit, I think.
There you go.
Yep,
It's real.
yep.
That's my news.
It's
Where do you get
real.
this from? A Family Guy. Fucking hell.
Alright, so what we're gonna do is, because this is going to be a whole fucking month, more or less, of travel, we're gonna break it up into part 1, which is gonna be from A to B, B being the other city, Of-
Cadamere.
and then
Let's get it
from...
on.
And then, from,
war.
and then from B to C is, of course, from Cadamere over to Anupolis. We'll see how far we can get along in today's session, and I didn't pass on that attempt on that test because I was, just I was clicking random
Adam.
shit.
Was I right, by the way? Entomology is the study of thought.
Oh, I skipped over the whether or not it was right.
You'll never know.
If the
Andrew.
answer comes
You'll
up
never
again,
know.
it's
He's gonna hold that on you
it's
forever.
21 questions picked from like an assortment of like 100 fucking randomized.
Reddit posts.
So, if it ever comes up again and I pick that, I'll tell you if it was right. But yeah, I got a 40
Out of what?
out of 100. It's a 40%.
Out of what?
Try again, baby.
The grade doesn't matter, so I don't really care.
You
it
get
just-
100 of 100, right?
I mean, if I got 100 out of 100, that would be great. But I just need to pass because they put a lock on the next module that if you don't pass this test, it's locked.
Oh.
So if you don't pass this in the first week, you just can't take the rest of the class. Which is kind of funny, but I have another week to finish this, so it's fine. I can just keep guessing. And if the professor's like, hey, you did like 70 attempts on this?
Hey, guy,
Yeah, I don't wanna
real
get really
quick.
right.
Why does it say that you went for 100 tries?
Well, you are recording this and putting it out there, Adam.
Ah, who
Oh.
cares? You think my professor's gonna find the Ferret LLC?
He found maybe he lugs ferrets.
I don't know.
I'm sure my professor has plenty of things to do when he's grading papers and watching live streams
Watching his
of no
favorite
viewer count.
podcast,
Fucking.
The Frost campaign.
Alright, so back to the trip. It is gonna be an estimated month worth, so approximating 2 weeks from point A to B and then another 2 weeks from B to C. Because of the sheer number of rolls, there is a chance that some days go off without any sort of hitch and it's nothing but travel time. And in those cases, the only thing we need to worry about is food. But that being said, you guys can literally apparate it. So unless something happens in terms of like combat or an encounter that would cause you guys to use resources such as spell slots, it's assumed that you get a night's sleep, you recover your spell slots, unless you're actually dipping into your own food or the caravan's food, of which I'll be keeping count of, because that would be weird for you guys to keep count of that.
Wake up one day. Well, we gotta eat the driver. Run out of food.
But yeah, the food will be taken care of. If you guys want to eat your own food for that thing, and just keep it to yourselves, because I know that while you can make gruel, each cast can only feed, what, like, was it a dozen medium-sized or something?
Well,
For
Goodberry
create
can
food and
do
water?
10. Goodberry can do 10, and that's a level 1, so Great
Well,
Food and Water might
We've
be a
got
little bit more.
options, yeah.
Yeah, that's up to you guys how you want to distribute beyond the League's party in terms of helping the caravan, if that necessary at all. They did stock up for the trips, assuming that it is 4 weeks total, plus or minus a couple of days for inclement weather. So, for the most part, you don't have to worry about them. It could be a nice show of faith, just to get, you know, hey, stop eating that thing that you bought with your own money, and here, eat this Goodberry, you know. That being said, Goodberry is... I would eat that in real life, just because one meal that gets you done for the whole day, you know how much gaming you can get done if you don't have to eat? Or,
A
I
lot,
mean,
actually.
in my case, I
the
need
gaming perspective.
to... From the gaming perspective.
RGB, I could be
From my,
putting around
from
my
my
house.
perspective, I need to read these stupid overpriced textbooks. In any case, so let's start off with a series of rolls. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna roll some of these percentage dice, and if it's above a certain percentage, then it is a cool, calm, and collected day where nothing tries to murder you, there's no mysterious objects in the sand, and etc., etc. Or some
Hey,
weird...
Varys, what's that on the horizon? It looks like sand orcs.
Oh no.
Hey, I also just want to say that I'd be enchanting throughout the entire time, so
Yeah,
yeah.
because this is going to be essentially not a hard time skip, because there can be some fun things that happen in between, but it is a large period of time where potentially fuck and all can happen.
Okay.
You guys ever
So
seen
this
the
is a month's ride work. Okay, so I can
Well,
get
don't-
my.
Don't just
Yeah.
give yourself...
I'm not
going
gonna
to
give myself it. Yeah.
There's a good chance that I spawn a sandworm from the movie
And
Dune.
we all die.
And yeah,
Okay. No, I just wanted to make sure.
No, you
just
don't die
to,
for sandworms if you take enough drugs.
I wanted to clarify for my notes.
rolling.
Love the anticipation, baby.
79! Give it up for 79. I need to put day 1, because it's going to be 1 roll per day. If you're curious, the quantifiable amount is anything above a 75, means a 1 in 4 chance of basically something happening, or nothing happening. You're not sure which one is which. But that's day 1.
How do we want to track the language thing, by the way?
Assuming that you guys get a chance to sit in the caravan, and for 8 hours per day, out of the 24 hours per day, Varys is going to be teaching you a language.
Does anyone else want to learn the language?
You can technically learn by proxy if you don't already. That being said, in order to keep things balanced in terms of gameplay-wise, there is a cost associated.
Okay.
You are paying
me.
him, essentially.
Nah, fuck that. I'm good.
Dude, it's like socialism. It's like the Soviet Union. There's
the
one
fuck-
money. So
Who the fuck wants to learn about dragons? Ew.
How much do I have to pay him?
Typically speaking, the
Varys
amount...
sets the price. All your coin.
Well,
Coffers worth.
let's see. Let's go ahead and...
I love this. He's like,
bring this
money?
No, you gotta play it where it lies. This is.
King of the castle.
It'll
And I've got the.
free.
I think I've got the most languages known without like any magical enhancement. So it's like I could hold this over. Like, guys, you need to know this. Well,
You need to know this language.
What other language do you know besides
Those
Common and
beanie
Elf
babies.
and Dragon?
I speak Sylvan, and I have it written somewhere. Hold up. I think under Common. I think I got rid of
I
that
speak
sheet.
badass. Bullshit.
Actually, wait. If you want, I can teach. Could we teach each other languages in exchange?
He's trying to not pay. He's trying to...
Stop being a Jew.
Because rather than accent, well,
Stop being a
okay.
Jew.
But would that double the amount of time it takes to learn the language? Because realistically, what
That's a
you're
good
doing
point,
is you're.
actually.
It's not like I'm shouting at you in this
Listen,
language.
you're getting a free language, or you're paying for it. Just don't try to weasel yourself out of paying.
Well, no, I'm
Just
not-
calm down.
It's not. It's less like the money thing, but it's like it would be good to like teach each other like languages, especially like I know Orcish, and potentially we're gonna fight a lot of orcs in the near future.
I can
It's
know
like
what
it
they're
may be
swearing at
good.
me for.
Or it may be good to know if one's like,
Well,
hey,
I
they're
guess you
over
guys
there.
can learn Mind Flare from me. Wait for me if you guys want.
I look over you. Why do you know that?
What?
I told you guys this. Why do you think who's the only person that can read that fucking terminal is?
I don't know. You built a
No, I told you this.
approximation of a
I
body.
told
I just
you
think you're
this.
really smart.
I know
You're
their
the squid
language.
person.
So is there a standardized? You said a amount. For...
So technically speaking, rules as written, the only way to get a new language is to take the linguist feat. Everything that I'm finding here is technically homebrew, so we're gonna do some real-time homebrew
Oh,
with
yeah,
the
baby.
Frost campaign of learning a new language. I'm gonna add this into my thingies for future reference and see if we can use this for future parts of the campaign or future campaigns where we need to learn new languages and you guys don't want to, you know,
This is
Take-
why
This
Adam
is-
is. This is why Adam is top tier DM because he just goes with the flow of just what the fuck is happening in the
Due to my
campaign.
insane bullshit, this is the second time we've had to come up with complicated math problems.
Just Adam, my respects go out to
exactly-
you, sir.
well, thank you, but it's not going to be that complicated, Andrew, because it's going to be, one, the time spent is typically, on most of these things, 125 days. What that is going to be is the baseline at your respective intelligence value. If you have a high intelligence, you can, you know, learn a language faster. So that's
Speed
going
runs
to...
class, Henry. We're
So we're going to round it down to 120 because 125 is not a very nice divisible number. So 120 is going to be the baseline, and we're going to be using your ability modifier to essentially change how long it takes. This is going to be for intelligence. So we're going to use a +0 as the baseline for 120 days. If your intelligence is less than 6, you're going to automatically fail because you're just that stupid.
Well, I'm not that stupid, but I have a 0.
Okay, so then you are looking at a baseline of 120. If you are at a potential of +5, that would increase it to... sorry, not +5. Baseline is 120, and the +5 is a modifier, not the raw stat, whatever you fucking call it. So that's going to be at 20 to 21 is +5. So that's going to change it from a... essentially almost cut the time in half if you have that, if you're that smart. So if you're super intelligent, you could cut it into only 60 days. In order to do that, you would need to, of course, spend time with your teacher for 8 hours per day. Doesn't need to be consecutive. If you know, doesn't do that thing on that Duolingo thing where it kind of blows up your phone about like, hey, you didn't do your lesson today.
Vanish or vanish, Adam.
But if you spend more than... Well, I will say, if you spend more than 2 weeks without a lesson, you will lose all accumulated content. Just to make sure that you're keeping up with it to some extent, because
What if you have +3? What's that? That's a kind of weird middle ground.
What, +3 for what?
Intelligence on the mod.
Well,
It's going to be a multiplier. So if we say that Because my thing is that if it's a 1.0 at +0, it's going to be a 0.5 for, what's it called? A +5, and then so that's going to be a, 0.3, so let's get a calculator.
I was gonna say that's kind of a bit of a weird number for it.
I think if by that math, 0.5 cuts in half. Then.
Or subtract. You would technically subtract the value of it, so it would be a 0.7. So it would be 84 days for 120 with a +3. That being said, you can only do one language lesson at a time, lest your grammar and other things start to kick each other in the teeth. And there is going to be just a chance that you are so loaded up on different languages that you just can't learn anymore. So, in order to just make it so that at the beginning of the campaign, alright guys, let's all pick different languages and just spend all of our downtime teaching each other until we're all fucking linguistic masters.
And then Adam would be like, there's no language, they all speak another.
Yeah, I have 3 languages under my belt. Will this interact, or will this... Well, do we count common as a language? Because
it is a language.
Oh yeah, because you could be a Kenku and you could just not be able to speak it.
So,
speak as a Kenku. Can speak as a Kenku.
Let's see. You're going to have a number of languages that you can maximize. Is going to be a base of one. Base is going to be the ones that come on character creation. Mm-hmm. So anything that you get from your race that you pick, anything that you get from your character background. Sometimes languages come in there. I don't think Sailor gets a language, but like Thieves' Cant does not count as a language. It's technically a dialect, so I don't want to get too finicky with that one. But it's going to be your base ones at character creation plus your intelligence modifier. If at any chance that it does get reduced, like it does for Laszlo, and it cuts off your maximum cap, you
Doesn't
will...
mean Andrew can't learn a language then, because
my
he's
int
+0.
is my int's +0.
Because you capped out.
But you have all the ones that already have on your...
Yeah, so I got common, orc, celestial.
Oh. Yeah, you would be capped. Maybe not, hold on, let's instead of having a cap, let's just say that if you have more languages beyond the ones that you get at character creation, based on your intelligence modifier, there's a chance that you're just too loaded up and can't learn more. That formula is going to be an intelligence check when you first start learning, and the modifier is going to be easier based off of your intelligence modifier, so it's going to start off at, say, a base 15, and then get subtracted by your intelligence modifier, and then you make the check, and if you pass, then it means that you have the mental faculties to pass.
Okay. And they've already started doing their training with the Tabaxi days prior. So
Well,
theoretically, they've already made the check.
Well, there's a good chance it just goes in one ear and out the other, so let's go ahead and make that now, just to make things...
Sorry, Andrew, I tried.
What do I gotta do?
I was trying.
Could I give him inspiration or not? That's up to your discretion, bro.
You would need to be his teacher.
Okay, cool, fantastic. Nope.
Can I use my D6 on this?
Well, this is across the entirety of the 120 days. So that's what it essentially encompasses. So you can't just have a really, really good first lesson and then
You gotta roll it every day. Right.
No, it's just for the first time. But it represents how well overall you just acclimate to learning a new language. Because if it was once every day, like, well, you failed once, even though you had a streak of 119 days, get fucked on the 120th. But it is going to be just a...
There's no external benefits that we can give him. Only the teacher can give him.
If it was
stuff.
the teacher, yes. If anything...
Nothing like enhance ability or...
Alright, I'm not trying to
I have that spell, but I do not have it equipped.
I'm not trying to weasel out of this, but
I wouldn't have known.
If I fail this first one, then wouldn't that make like every subsequent day like just null and like mute?
It'll essentially be just like the first lesson that you have with Varys. He'll just deem you so incompetent that, you know, there's no point in trying to teach you. You fucking
I'll kill
idiot.
you. Leave me the same. Fuck this.
Just slit his throat right now.
Hello.
No, make the roll. We'll role play it. We'll role play. Let's do it. Let's do it.
You're so incensed that, like, even
It's
though
not
we have...
Leviosa, it's Leviosa, you son of a bitch!
We'll see. Maybe he'll
Kick it out
pass.
of the
Maybe Bass
camera.
won't have to worry about it. Let's see what happens.
This is the scariest roll ever.
Bro! Alright, let's see. I want to see his reaction on cam. Hold on.
He's gonna throw something.
Alright, I'm
so-
watching.
Where's that rice fry or whatever it is?
I'm gonna go ahead and say that
19.
19.
Alright, I really have to pee and I need some water, so I'll be right back. Now that
And
I'm
he's
gonna
stressed. He's
drink
gonna
my
be like,
He is stressed the fuck out right now.
Alright. So, for context, when you guys are watching us learn this language, the very first day, you're gonna see Varys very reluctant, very
Pissed off.
like sag shoulders, like this is not gonna go well. I don't want to do this.
Pinching that
But
brow.
I'm assuming with a 19 with that roll, things actually go pretty well. He's pleasantly surprised that Daedalus actually does pick this up, and as days go by, it becomes a lot more
I don't know
natural.
if it's worth me learning it as well.
But yeah,
It.
so
I don't know. Nah.
at the end of the initial hump, that just because like learning a language is tough, Varys just kind of all right. It's just the thing. It's just part of the daily routine. He's
Get
not.
into the vibe of it.
Yeah, Daedalus is picking it up. There's no. He's pleasantly surprised that Daedalus didn't make this more difficult than it needed to be.
Prodding you, and he's wearing armor.
So in the future, anything that can be used, I think something like if the teacher has capabilities such as enhanceability, but you'd be willing to use the spell slot for it for every single lesson on every single day, then I think that could work to help speed the
That's like
process
if it's
along.
your job, though, right? You know, you'd be dedicating your like resources for the day.
What is enhanceability? Level 2 or level 3?
Level 2.
Yeah.
Horrible, but like for us half casters, it's not great either.
Choose
All
a
right.
bow, dude.
Well, he passed, so we don't have to worry about that right now.
Which is because he's got his cam off. I bet he's just like, oh my god.
I think that for
Pacing like.
hard time skips and you guys are doing language lessons, in order to not make it so that, alright, well, keep spending a level 2 every single day in real time and have us check that. But if it's a hard time skip, you guys are doing that sort of thing, if you do have the teacher's ability to have enhanceability or anything that could in theory help with this thing, maybe like... Actually, no, I think tongues would be more counterintuitive because it's not real.
Kind of circumvents the learning of it.
But something like enhanceability or something akin to it, as the process of teaching is coming from me, it's
Guidance.
not the same as... guidance could help a little bit, but not as much as, say, enhanceability, because that one's like a cantrip versus a spell slot.
Yeah.
It could
it's
probably
skill
shave
empowerment
off
as
a
well,
couple,
like-
like maybe like 10% off
Changing
the top
guidance,
kind of thing.
because
I'm back. Sorry about that.
But for that sort of thing, I think enhanceability would be the one that would be the primary use during a hard time skip. This one's more of a soft time skip because we're just doing travel time as opposed to each individual day.
Did I miss
Um,
any days that I should mark down, by the way?
No, we're
haven't-
just talking about the homebrewing of this language thing.
Okay.
We just. I know that it was important that we go to this customs place. Is that the thing, or we just? I don't know.
It is, but we're only on day 1, so...
Okay.
And this thing came up as soon as we essentially got
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
the
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
gate. So that's +0. Dry erase marker is drying out.
Dedicating a page to the travel. Let's do this.
92, session 92. Let's go.
All right. So should I mark down that, like, because? Oh no, you wait. Did you do the roll for the encounters yet, Adam?
No, because
No,
we
we
jumped
haven't
into
done
this thing as soon
Okay.
as it...
You got a
Right out of the
19,
gate.
so it's 120.
I am
days.
capable of learning a language.
So don't mark it off in number of hours, just mark it off in number of days. That way you can just subtract from the 120 base. If you don't get the full 8-hour lesson though, it doesn't count at all. So if you get Varys decides to do 7 hours and 59 minutes,
Okay, if that's given that case, could we do like if something comes up midday? Like, how do you want to do that?
It doesn't have to be straight, but it has to be during some sort of
cumulative,
downtime.
All
During
right,
the
so
day.
if we're traveling, like let's say we get 4 hours in, we have an encounter, and then I decide to like do watch with him, and it's like, all right, 4 hours there, and not
Yes.
necessarily for this. But
It
like
has to
going
be
forward.
during something that would be downtime. You can't just have a language lesson during a fight like, what is the cat?
Well, it'd be like 1 minute or like whatever. Like, it wouldn't be a
Well,
very
yeah,
long
of course, but
lesson,
still.
yeah.
Or like
These 8 hours a
that
day
one
with
scene in
the-
Pirates of the
Conjugate
Caribbean.
this verb.
That would not be considered downtime because you were fighting, and it's not very luxurious.
Well, I guess we can look at it holistically too at the end of the travel and say, oh, these days, like how many days we traveled, and then just like, oh, which of these days were a wash because of encounters and other stuff. So maybe that's just.
Oh yeah, would that be easier on?
We'll just go off of, if you can realistically get the 8 hours in a day and not be interrupted too harshly. Being severely injured and like having your leg broken or something would probably not be a fun time to like learning a language. That being said, don't worry, I did remove decapitation and dismemberment from the critical injury chart, so, you know. Now you can get other things.
We'll just have to do it to the enemies.
And you guys just keep shitting your pants, though. Keep getting that one over and over again. I think it's like
Round time.
It's like 4 times.
Poop.
I
Poop
think a
joke.
cool one, by the way, would be like if one of us gets like stabbed and the sword breaks or something like that, and we got bits of metal
Don't say
sticking
you
out of us.
stabbed. I'm gonna
Or
be-
like,
I'm
or
the
like
stab
You
Walt-
said the S word. Laszlo's
Just gonna get
triggered now.
stabbed, and then
I'm
a
just
sword
saying,
in
it
them
would
as
be
well.
really cool if I had bits of metal in my face or something.
That's not healthy though. You let metal get embedded in your skin. You don't know where that's been. That's like basic. In
It
real
should
life,
probably
that's
be
really
poison
bad.
I
metal,
can
but-
disinfect that, like reasonably speaking.
What happens when it starts to oxidize
You want to get
inside your
stabbed,
skin?
but it's not fun.
I would give like a really sick scar. I'm just saying.
Are you gonna be one of these people that like purposefully gets a scar because it's like, ah, look at people do that.
No, I know people do it, but no, I'm just.
Look, I got a cool Witcher scar. Like, no, you fucking alright.
I'm just saying,
tetanus.
I am of the opinion you play it where it lies, and if I get stabbed by like a rusty ass sword or something, it probably broke and like, oh, you got bits in you. It's like the
And
venom
tetanus.
snake. No, like venom snake. You got like the horn, and shrapnel.
Is that what that is? I never knew what that was.
Shrapnel.
Like Tony Stark. He's got like right in his heart or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, no, then you're introducing too much shit because then it's like, oh, we have to constantly babysit this thing that's gonna kill you.
So you
DM
got, that's why he's
on
got
Just take
the
it
knife.
out and not have metal in you.
But it's cool.
Look,
I'm
dying.
all for
Look,
intro.
guys, I'm fucking
Eat
dying.
your poison.
Alright, with all of that language stuff out of the way, we'll see how it plays going forward. If you, at any point, for some reason, have a 2-week interval where you don't get any lessons, well, you can wipe that slate clean. So I don't recommend writing that in pen. Get a dry erase board like me. What's next? Let's see, day 1. Oh yeah, I rolled. It was a 79. Let's see. 79 is above 75, so you guys get off without a hitch and make your way towards the customs station. It is only about a 45-minute drive out from the city, and your wagon doesn't just abruptly stop. It's a nice slow down, and eventually you can hear a couple of voices being muffled from the exterior by the wooden caravan that you are currently in. You can roll down the shutters for a little bit and see that your perfume man is currently conversing with someone dressed in guild mercantile attire. They point towards the caravan and begin what presumably is explaining the contents of them, considering you're going through customs. A couple of other people who seem to work here begin approaching each caravan and taking any kind of latches down to inspect the interior. The
look-
medicine man
is there,
goes
like,
over
a-
towards the first caravan, at which point the medicine perfume man like lowers down the accordion style collapsing contraption that shows off all of his wares. The people working here begin to inspect the bottles, but without touching them.
I look for like a blanket, and I just throw something over myself so I don't have to like take off my armor to keep up appearances.
The hot desert.
A hot,
throw on.
yeah.
If you
Are you
have a
fine?
blanket, then fine. They don't
Yeah,
just-
just,
Would you have
I've
put your
actually
Would you
went
have
up
put
to-
your armor on before we even left the city, though?
No,
Well,
because
to
the
keep
whole
it-
reason why you have my bag of holding is so you can sneak away your armor, bitch. So you're not wearing it.
well, I want to wear the armor just in case we get ambushed. So fine.
Adam
Guess
did
I
the old
would be-
classic.
Well, what
45
I'm
minute
asking
out
is
ambush.
like we haven't left we haven't left what's the city?
Fragile unlock.
Graja and Luck yet.
Yeah.
So like, would you have put the armor on before we're even outside the city?
Well, I
limits?
said I put it on when we got in the wagon.
Fair enough.
Would like us getting in the wagon and getting to the customs was like 45 minutes? You said.
Mhm.
Like, suppose I would have put it on. I would just look for something to just throw on, like, and then I guess. I
All
could
these
take
giant
off my
shapes
helmet.
underneath this blanket.
I'm very pointy. But I would just throw on my
I
blanket.
ate something weird.
Take off my helmet and then just like, yeah.
Looking like one of those refugis, you're the only one bundled up in a blanket in a fucking desert. Thankfully speaking, your heat resistance from your draconic bloodline prevents you from having a heat stroke from turning yourself into a fucking sauna. In any case, the customs officers come along to the second wagon, which is of course your guys' one. You can hear a knock on the door, and you can see the perfume man trudging up behind. He has nothing to hide in his first wagon, and he's legally transporting you guys so you're not being, smuggled around. The officer opens the front hatch and looks into the interior. It's, when the cop opens the door and all your friends are just sitting in the car staring at the officer kind of thing.
Oh, this ceiling's really nice.
You guys ever seen that one video where the guys are driving past the Canadian into the U.S. border and they just they have a song going on and they just start bobbing their heads? That's just us. Find it if you guys haven't seen it.
The officer peeks in. He is wearing the classical colors of purple and gold that is synonymous with many locations around here. His head is wrapped up in a traditional head turban, and he has a series of scimitars crossed across his back, none of which are currently out of their scabbards, but he looks like he could draw them very quickly if need be. One hand braced upon the doorframe of the wagon, he looks around and inspects all of you. Are all of you here of your own free will?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Please help.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Blink twice in quick succession if you're being held hostage.
Blink, 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 blink.
Nobody blinks, right?
I blink once, I'm gonna try not to blink again for at least another...
Well, that's one of those things where they-
Krios blinks twice. I don't know.
That's one of those things.
Actually, Krios, he actually wouldn't see his eyes because you
Does
just.
Krios
put
even
on-
have eyelids? Like can
No,
anybody-
because he has his giant hat on, right? So it's just like, and he's just looking down, and because his face can't move, so it's just a solid like thing. So he's just nodding his head and can't blink. So he's
You'll
good.
never be able to say if he is held hostage or not.
Well, that's one of those things where they say like,
Ever.
"Oh, blink twice," and then it's
That's a
like
design
the
feature
natural
from,
inclination is to start
Callus.
blinking.
Nice.
And I tell you guys that he can only communicate with me, so maybe he is my hostage. You guys don't know.
What, you're hostage of him? The other way around? Cat's
not
held me here.
that would be the
all this
twist.
time.
That the
He's making me
that
make
the
him better. I can't get away from
that
him.
that
Your player character is actually the cat, not the other one. He's the
Oh
familiar.
my god.
Ooh, twist.
That'd be pretty cool.
what the
That'd be a good
twist?
twist.
The customs officer looks you guys over, rests his eyes on the person wearing what is essentially wrapped themselves up in a blanket. Ma'am, are you feeling well?
I'm just tired. I was gonna go to sleep, honestly.
Are you hiding any contraband underneath that blanket?
No.
May I ask for you to relieve that from yourself for a brief moment?
Sure. And I kind of remove the blanket.
Wow. That blanket worked good.
What was that, an ankle? Oh, hot!
Oh my god, is she a murder moth? Oh god.
Too much skin
Oh,
for
I'm
me,
so
buddy.
insulted. I'm going insane. Ah!
I'm gonna have to talk to your manager.
My hair, it's turning into a slight comb over one side and short on the end, and it's dyed purple on the tips.
Oh no.
Oh,
Or blonde.
Yeah, well, I removed the blanket.
His eyes kind of like, one eyebrow goes up. Are you feeling cold?
No, I just wanted to sleep.
And all of you here are...
Personal guard of the princess.
I see. What of that one with the floppy hat? He hasn't spoken.
He doesn't speak much, and he just takes his head off and nods his head.
His head off.
His hat!
Oh god, I heard. He doesn't speak much. Lego head removal.
I'm to be told that there are compartments underneath the seating arrangement. If you folks could just lift your legs up and remove the hatch so I can inspect the undercarriage.
I'll just depart from the carriage.
Would it be easier?
You may just lift your legs up and just
Okay.
inspect
Lift
it.
my
I'll
legs.
do a visual inspection and I'll not be clamoring inside to check every nook and cranny. You notice that there are a series of hatches underneath your seating arrangements. They have a little knob that you can lift up, and it folds upwards and reveals its contents. You can see a variety of objects in there. One of them is something that is... Now, one of them is used to... is essentially a jack to hoist up one side of the wagon in cases of changing out one of the wagon wheels. There is a spare wagon wheel tucked underneath the floorboards there that is also in a hatch itself. A long pole that can be used for various things. You guys know things about using poles to poke things.
Is it 10 feet?
It is a solid, not collapsible 10-foot pole. There is a coil of rope there that you're not entirely sure how long it is because it's currently coiled and underneath your feet. A series of what is essentially patchwork for use on the canvas tarp of the caravan for small to medium-sized holes to just patch it over temporarily. And what appears to be a small jar made of ceramic that is a sort of glue that is for this patchwork, as to not stitch it in. Eat the glue. What are you laughing for?
Snake oil brand tar patch.
The officer go ahead and gives it a visual inspection. Many of the things here are very typical for what was needed for a caravan, and it seems the perfume man has already told him what can be expected to be found in this compartment in wagon number 2. He goes over to the back and begins to check any luggage in the rear compartment, most of which is stuff for the caravan, such as food and some of the tents that they use, all nicely folded up and sealed away in the back. Most of your guys' stuff are either on your person or in magical containers that you guys have access to. So, he goes ahead and gives it the okay for wagon number 2 and proceeds to the third one. As the officer goes over, you can see the perfume... I keep saying medicine man. Perfume man kind of leans over into your guys' door, like... Everything... Wait, the voice. Hey, there's some skin.
Then we're in. Got that.
None of you had anything weird on you, did you?
Don't think so.
What were we
Weird is kind of
supposed
relative.
Oh man.
I
suppose.
Black tar and such. Are we able to stretch our legs while we're
They're gonna be checking wagon number 3, which honestly shouldn't take too long. There's not much in that particular wagon, besides a couple of perfume bottles, and I don't suspect that he's going to sniff every single one of them. So we'll be
Well,
in and
I'm
out of
actually
here in
quite
just a moment. If you want to
Just
take a
stretch my
break to
legs.
stretch out your leg, we'll probably take a break around the 4-hour mark. So,
I do a little minute stretch now because 4 hours is a long time.
it is quite a long time. If you ever
You
need
gotta
to,
stretch the old bones.
I'm
if you
pretty
ever need to
content
use
where I am.
the facilities, just let your driver know, and we'll see if we can pull over the caravan.
Sure.
Try to keep on time
Hmm.
and whatnot. That being said, that doesn't lose too much time unless you have really bad case of the runs. He looks over to his immediate left and sees that the officer is basically almost done with his inspection of wagon number 3. You can see that the driver of that wagon has hopped out of the driver's seat and is currently holding open all sorts of compartments and levers to show the officer exactly what is what, and that they're not hiding anything, and you don't see suddenly just some fucking refugee fall out from the bottom compartment, just book into the desert.
40 kobolds for the third thing at the back.
It's
let's go.
it is the kobold, and you just like
Yeah.
everyone's like nostrils just flare. It's like little gremlins.
Little bitch. Well, they gave me a bag of beans. I still got that bag of beans, so come and clutch. Could I depart from our wagon number 2 and do my stretches? What does this customs place look
When
like?
he stands up, I take the opportunity to kick my feet across onto his chair.
I
Sam,
was
that-
sitting across from you.
right in the junk.
Yes.
Kick Dauntless.
You hop out of the wagon
legs.
ever so briefly. The perfume man is walking his way over towards the third one. You look out onto the office complex of this customs building. Is a large archway, kind of shaped like one of these
Like a
archways here at the what?
Arch de Triomphe, or whatever.
I don't know what
Arc
French
de
thing you're
Arc
talking about, but I'm just gonna say it looks like
The Arc Dump Trail? No.
yeah, it's a very large
Arch
arch.
Dump truck.
Yeah, the same line on that one.
Yes.
I used to
Um,
know this pronunciation. Arc Dump Trail. No, that doesn't sound right.
There's a large archway, but not nearly as tall as you might think. It only needs to be about 1.5 floors tall, just so that wagons of higher frame can fit underneath it. There is a paved roadway here, although the walls are built high enough that it can kind of keep some of the sand from just filling in the gaps. The officer is not the only person here. You can see that there is a barred window that faces towards the city, and another one on the opposite side of this office that faces towards the east. You can see a guy in there currently filing some paperwork in a similar uniform to the guy who's inspecting your cart. However, he is not the same guy.
Is it like a toll booth, almost?
Yeah, it's a very large modified toll booth, essentially.
Toll room.
You can see that once the inspection is done, you can see the perfume man and the officer walking over towards the office complex of this archway. There's like a little, like a teller booth, essentially, that they walk up to. The officer inspecting it leans over, tells the guy on the interior some things. You guys are just kind of stood there, or at least Laszlo, at least. The rest of you either inside or what have you. You can see that the perfume man pays a small fine. Not fine, he's not being
Right.
penalized for anything.
Like a tax. Like,
A toll. Being a toll.
yeah.
Toll. For that
Gotta get
for
in.
that boy's soul. Yep.
Toll,
It sounds like a bribe.
toll, toll. Does it look like a bribe?
No, he's very not like, shuffling it into the guy's hand and like pushing it away. No, he just
Hey.
takes out some money, places some mirror onto the countertop,
Yeah.
and he can get some change back.
More paper.
He goes over back to your guys' wagon, kind of gives Laszlo / Sheesworth / all those other
All
names that
doing
you
it.
have. Gives you a nod.
Get that's a shirt.
We'll be going now, so
Okay. In that time that he was faffing with the money and the toll and stuff, would I be able to have noticed any possible weathering in any of the stonework? Like any weaknesses or things that may be exploitable for someone that is trying to find the sun's kiss, or where there'd be like a covered area potentially where that grows. Unless we were thinking about the wrong building.
You're only looking
what I
at
would
one
like to
side of the
do.
building from this perspective, so you're not going to get the full picture, but go ahead and make a perception check.
16 on that one.
As you look around, you can see that the front face of this building is by far the most well kept. It's the one that people look at when they come here, so everything is well, upkeep is high. Small cracks as a result of the sun's heat are quickly filled in with essentially like a very dark sandy colored spackle. The framework of this building is not sagging at all, no cracks, no just gaping hole in the roof that says jump in through here.
Go illegal here. Okay.
You do notice that there are a couple of signs on some of the door frames in and around the complex from your side. Of course, you have the one that reads as office, for where the guy who is sitting, who is receiving all the money is. There is another one that reads as storage, and another one that reads as roof access.
Okay.
But other than that, you don't just see a gaping hole anywhere. No.
Does roof access have like a closed door, or is it just like an open?
All of them
stairs?
have doors. None of them have bead curtains like you would find in most parts of the city. Doors are used for when you definitely don't want people going in there.
Okay. Where would I have been standing? Would I have been just outside the wagon, or would I have been able to have like walked at all? You know when you like wait for like the train stopping for 5 minutes, just do what you would walk up and down on it. That's just like thing, right?
Well, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on what your perspective is, the time taken for the perfume man to pay his toll was not extremely high. It was basically the equivalent of putting $1 in a vending machine and just waiting for your little thing to come out.
Sure.
So in terms of time to walk, you would probably have gotten like 10 steps before he turned around and was like, alright, we're ready to go.
Okay. It's better than no steps. Okay, so that's what I'll be able to pick up on, and I will hopefully do the same. Make sure I'm on the correct window side when we go past with the shutters open, just to get a view.
With all the tax and toll being paid, the perfume man gives a signal to all of the drivers that everything's a-okay. You're standing outside and he kind of like gestures very kindly to make your way over towards the wagon and not like,
Thank you.
Get back in the car! Get back in the car!
Yeah. The camels are going crazy. Like, yeah, I hop back in and I make sure I have a window seat if I can.
The door's closed behind you, as it would be rude to just leave it open. It doesn't automatically close either, so... you get inside, everyone is ready to go. You can hear the camels being,
revved up.
Sure. The little snap of the reins to have them trudge on forward, and you pass by a brief moment of shade as you pass underneath the archway. It is noticeably cooler in the shade, considering you're just sitting out in the desert at, like, what was essentially noon, because it takes 45 minutes to get here, so you walked out into the desert at high noon. So
sizzling a little bit. 10
what's
steps is all I could take, and I had to run back in, but...
You pass by and you can see that there is, again, the previously mentioned signs are present. So the stairway going up to the roof access, you can see that while the roof is not particularly high, it is a very good vantage point in terms of seeing out. In this sort of climate and desert, you have very, very long lines of sight and that are not broken unless there's just a particularly high dune. But either way, you can still see for miles upon end, even with a couple of feet vertical. In any case, you can see that your journey is going to be very, very much full of sand. And until you hit a particular horizon line, even beyond that, you can't see, unless you have enhanced vision. What was that?
Eyes.
I missed anything?
Nope, we're going into a desert.
Cool.
So,
Echo.
Is that me?
yeah, I think it might be.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Just bear with me.
Did Andrew
Did Andrew
die?
die?
Oh god, what the fuck?
You've been in the bathroom like 3 times. You might be dying a
Is
little
that
bit.
better?
Test.
Test. Do you have the stream on, like the audio? Is that it, maybe?
No. Is it still echoing?
Wow.
No, you're good.
Sometimes it echoes really
all good.
bad. I don't know.
Because sometimes what I do is I just unplug the thing. That's why it gets like it echoes and then it gets worse for like a half a second. Then I like plug it back in and then that sets it.
bad.
Yeah.
This wouldn't be a problem
I
if we all just played in person. Dan, get over here.
Dan, stop living in fucking across this pond, bro. God.
Stop living in fog, my guy.
Let's see. So stairway access going up, roof access, you pass by the office. There's another little gate there. You can see the guy who took all the money kind of just like gives the drivers a nod as they pass by. Everything's very professional, just nodding and looking at each other and whatnot. You peep out through one of the shutters and you glance through. The walls around here are all painted very nice, almost like sunset yellow, and the interior of this archway is sheltered enough that everyone here is at a comfortable temperature. They're also local, so they're used to this bullshit. But either way, as you pass by, looking for all sorts of... And it's a shame that Zen's not here because you can use his fucking Stone Lord thing to look for cracks, but he's not here. And you're not a dwarf.
Half's my height. I am a dwarf now. Two dwarves all along.
But in either case, you pass by, you can see that the mechanism for locking the storage closet has a padlock on it and also a built-in lock onto the door itself that hooks around a metallic loop. There is no little shutter that allows you to peek inside, as that is a potential breach in security. The one for the door access to the roof does have a little bar that you can see that,
User joined your channel.
Hi, you're here to fill in the role for party character number... Oh, it's Gronk.
He's here to give our blessing and then...
My character's name is Leafy McLeafleaf.
I mean, look, you're always welcome to join us, Kronk. I think I speak for everyone when I say that.
Yeah, but I don't think I can
I
do
hate all of
that
them.
long. No, I just can't do that long of sessions.
I just fucking hate you
Fair
guys.
Gronk, just load up on caffeinated beverages and hit the
Can't
nitro.
do that. Caffeine hurts me.
Oh yeah, kidney stones.
Well, honestly, what I thought about doing is buying like a little treadmill, like an under-desk one.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Do your
Monster...
trip.
Let's do it, dude.
So yeah, like 6 cans of Monster Energy. One for each hour, and then your piss is neon.
What if we do a 10-hour one, Adam?
Well then, I think we're all gonna die.
Dude, Monster Energy is like the grossest fucking thing.
That's actually the one I
We
used
are
to drink.
committed.
Really?
That's
I hate the taste.
the League of Commitment.
I actually like the taste. Same with Nos.
I've never had Nos. Can't
Same.
say that.
Nos was probably my favorite. I did like Monster. I didn't really like Rockstar that much.
I think I had Rockstar once to try it as pre-workout, and it wasn't very good.
And I found the Red Bull I tried just did not taste good at all.
Red Bull on its own I don't like, but Abdu swung me on Red Bull and vodka. That tastes pretty good. It's like Skittles, but alcoholic in a drink.
That sounds like it'll kill you.
I mean, probably if you have
If you-
6, but like,
If you have 2,000 of them, you'll die.
that's like a one-off.
Alright, let's see. Customs office
That was
has...
the guy in customs. He's like, I love these drinks. These are great drinks.
He's just the most caffeinated motherfucker. He's just actively tweaking on the other
he's
side.
phasing in and out of
The
planes.
stairwell going up has a little door bar that you can see through to see, so there's not someone on the other end of the door, so you don't whack them with it when you open it. The customs office that has the officer inside of it has these nice glass panels that you can see through, and these bars that prevent you from just reaching over and strangling him when he says no, you can't bring this
Fuck you,
dog.
you're not coming in.
In either case, You pass by, and on the interior, you can see that there's a decent amount of wear and tear from just the sheer location of this place. Being in the desert, you'll see all sorts of erosion from the constant buffeting of sands. There's a accumulated amount of sand, a lot more so on the east side of the building because that's where the desert wind would blow in from. On the west side was towards the ocean, so it's a little bit less, but not just completely ineffectual in causing large amounts of sand to accumulate around the edges of the building. In some parts, they're as tall as almost like 4 feet high, and as such, the windows in most of these places are more than that, so they don't just start pouring in through the windows. Either case, you look around and it doesn't seem to be anything that is just like, here's the structural weakness that we haven't patched over. So if anything, you might need to be more creative if you want to break into this place.
Is there like an actual building, like a storeroom? Or anything, or is that, are they the only structures?
So the archway itself is quite short and wide. The actual archway that is the one you're passing through is allowed wide enough that 2 wagons can reasonably pass by each other, going in opposite directions. The housing for the, say, building that the officer is currently sitting in is only about the size of just like about like 2 toll booths in size worth, and the storage facility encompasses probably about double that. It is closed off on all sides though, so you can't just peek in through. I don't think you have x-ray vision that can permeate this thick stone, and if you can, then I don't know where you got that from. Either case, yeah, nothing around here seems to be any intense structural weakness, and you just take note of the padlock and locking mechanism on the front door of the storage facility. It's safe to assume that one of these guards has the keys for those, and it's not the guy who inspected your wagon, unless he was hiding it underneath his poofy shirt.
Probably in the office would be a good spot to put him.
That's when I break out of the wagon and start vandalizing.
Pop! Get him! But yeah, okay, I'll just make note of that. Can't really do much else, but kind of hands are tied, so the ocular pat down will have to do.
In any case, we're gonna go ahead and get past this customs area. The toll has been paid by your caravan leader, and as the hours go on, eventually you get a 4-hour little break period where everyone can step out. The wagons are set off on the side. The first thing that you notice is that you guys have essentially lost the road, and you are, for all intents and purposes, just going across sand. Now there are a couple of markers that have been artificially constructed to denote that you are not completely dead lost. They are a series of tripod-like structures that jut out in such a way that sand will not accumulate under them or around them. Their surface area is relatively small so that they can peek out from above the sand. All of them have a series of flags that denote, like, keep going in this direction, you'll hit this city. And so it's the respective cities' flags, or if not a flag, then just a sign that says arrow pointing this way, says that city go that way, or, you know, turn back the way you came to go back towards Raja and Lok. So these tripods stick out and are placed at intervals of what seems to be like maybe 1 every mile to mile and a half. In this regard, that it's easy to follow these, especially during the day. At night, they don't have any sort of illumination or reflective materials to, you know, what car lights are you reflecting. In either case, at the 4-hour mark, the caravan stops by one of these signposts, just so that everyone can kind of get their bearings, and yep, we're going the right way. Everyone can get out of the wagons and get a stretch. Your wagon number 2's driver, Alexander, hops down and goes over to the back. He offers anyone who wants to just a small... they have a tankard and a large little, almost like a keg setup that is jutting out from the side that you can like tap it, and you can get a little spigot of water to come out if you want to drink. You haven't really got a chance besides that one night to speak with Alexander when he was doing that drunken bar crawl with the perfume man, but in his sober state he looks to be very, very relaxed, but still keeps a head of business orientation about himself. The other members of the caravan, a total of 10 in total, including Alexander and the perfume man, so 8 besides them that you have not been introduced to, kind of all congregate around the water cooler, so to speak, because this seems to be the wagon that holds the water cooler. They form nice orderly lines, get their fill of either a cup, tankard, or a water skin to top off, and they get a drink and just begin conversing among themselves. A couple of the ones who don't immediately just break into conversations within their caravan break away. One of them is a very dark-skinned, almost late 20s, mid-30s looking man. He's dressed in the traditional attire, and he is the driver for caravan number 3. Here introduces himself as Isam, and he is kind of on the short end. He's only about 5'7". Some people would think that's compact.
I would
not
just sit on the I literally just had this word in my head, now I forgot. The boot of the wagon. I'm not walking around much.
Fair enough. It is hot. It is, since you guys were 4 hours marked, start left at 11, 2 hours, so it's about 3 o'clock p.m. On the 11th, and everyone's just getting, everyone who wants to get to know you guys, I guess, kind of gathers around. The first question that pops up, though, from Isam is in regards to Dauntless's heritage.
He comes over and asks me, or he
Who does he ask?
Yeah.
He goes over, and you guys are kind of doing this, you know, when you were in high school and everyone like stands around like, this is this clique, this is this clique, this is
Oh, I'd
this.
be at the water thing. I'm going
Okay.
to get some water. Mate.
Yeah, no, I would have gone with Laszlo too. I would have actually tried to
Your
interact
wagon
with
is
these
the water
people.
wagon, so this is the water cooler, so everyone is kind of crowded around wagon number 2. Isam, as he gets his little tankard and drinks about half of it, he walks over to you guys with one hand, kind of like, hey! And the other one holding his tankard. He approaches and doesn't direct his attention or conversation to any one person in particular, but he kind of sweeps across with his eyes and eventually rests his eyes on Dauntless. I hear that you folks are, well, you're traveling with us to go to Andupolis, and you are holding some very esteemed personnel in your company. If I don't say so myself, my name is Isam. I have been working for the Soft Peaks for just about 4 years now.
I guess you could say that. You know, we're just come from humble beginnings.
Are you speaking from for yourself, or I see that there's should I introduce myself and courteously bow? Should I address you as madam or something? I'm not familiar with high society customs. I am not the most learned man. If I offend you in any sort of way, then I apologize deeply.
I kind of hold up. Look. I appreciate it, but when we're in the desert, if we get attacked, I don't think that we're going to be exchanging pleasantries with raiders. So don't worry about it.
What is a raider?
Like,
I'm not familiar with this word.
Bandits, bad people with bad intentions.
Oh,
yeah,
I see.
speaking from personal experience. No, don't worry about it. I appreciate it though.
But am I to speak to you with your title, or I'm not sure to address you in a proper fashion. The most I've ever need to say was sir to my own
User
father.
joined your channel.
The rest of you folks, if you have any particular titles that you'd like me to address you by, that I should be aware of, I do not wish to offend any of my customers. Our customers.
No. My name's Kalos. Nice to meet you. This guy over here doesn't speak much. His name is Krios, but
He is stone-faced.
yes, he's stone-faced, unfortunately. So you could say a curse.
He has not blinked in over a minute. I am
afraid
for his eyes. They will dry out.
No, he's good. He's fine.
I see.
He, as soon as he like points that out, he like sort of like puts his hat a little bit down, so like, you know, he's covering up his eyes.
All right, I need to ask this because I'm really curious. I was under the impression that he literally looked like a spaceman with like a dome helmet thing.
No, that's just a temporary thing I use because.
Well, not like literally a spaceman, but I figured like the EVA helmet from Halo. I kind of
no. See, this is no. He literally still has the head of the cat that he used to be, the Displacer Beast. So it technically looks like a cat. So technically, you could say it looks like a tabaxi, or a furry. But no,
I mean, he's made of metal. So
he's made out of metal.
Do furries exist in a world where cat people are?
I mean, you could describe them as furry.
Cat enthusiasts.
I would call that a fetishist.
Cuckold Life Simulator on new and
feline
Zen's
enthusiasts.
been reading in the back while we've been trending board games.
But yeah, no, he has just a cat face basically. He just can't move. And I'm still working. You guys know that I'm working on his face so he can like have a normal type of face and not just a cat face. But it takes a long time because I don't know if you guys know, but the face has over I think 100 muscles in it. So trying to reconstruct that is
to make one muscle at a time.
Yeah, like I said, in my mental image, he's got like
his
EVA helmet.
No, in your mental image, he should look like Poots and Boots, but with a nice tuxedo look, nice bellowy type of shirt with black pants, boots. With a giant hat,
So put like Puss in Boots.
Yes, Puss in Boots, and he just doesn't has a fucking rapier.
You should like attach eyebrows that he could adjust, like they're screwed.
Well,
in.
motherfucker.
I'm angry now. Hold on.
Well, motherfucker, I am trying to work it out, okay? But it takes, I have other things going on.
Middle ground. That's not.
He's like Mr. Potato. He's like they're interchangeable. He's like Mr. Potato Head.
Where
are my angry eyebrows?
Where are they?
You can express a lot with eyebrows.
But back in the game, no, he just covers up his fix his hat so it like covers up his eyes even more. He's just trying to not show his eyes. Doesn't blink as much.
Excuse me.
If anything, I just wanted to introduce myself. It is a pleasure to be riding with you folk. I'll be covering the rear guard of the caravan, and if anything, if you hear my voice, it is going to be in panic because something is running up on us.
If there's any trouble, just let us know. Most of us, all of us, are experienced fighters. So. Let us know if you need backup or something.
Hopefully we will not need that, and this will be a nice and peaceful trip. Don't worry, there are no local circumstances or superstitions of saying that to cause the inverse of that.
No bad. Okay. Now I get what you mean. Well, if there's any place interesting as well, as much as we are trying to get to the main city, if there's any cool places to stop by, sightseeing would be nice.
Sights to see.
I know it's just desert, but
I spy something that starts with sand.
I have never been in Sanctus myself. I've only read up on it, so it'd be nice to have an experience of just sand. And if there's anything that you'd like to share and point out,
A
that'd be
giant.
I
great.
don't like
There'd be plenty of sand.
Well, you know, there's
It's
more
coarse and rough.
sand could be covering something else up, and you know, locals might know something that we don't, so it'd be cool to explore.
I start trying to subtly signal Krios. No, wait, hold on, I'm fucking that up.
I'm Kalos.
Kalos. I'm used to talking about Krios, so I try to subtly signal over Kalos after the guy leaves. By the way,
If he doesn't leave.
He just stares at all of you awkwardly with no conversation.
He's just there. He's just chilling.
two can play at that. Just fucking be Mr. Weird.
Well, as soon as the conversation kind of draws to a lull, he goes over and goes to refill his tankard over at the water cooler, and begins conversing with people who are presumably from his wagon number 3 about just keeping some things up to inspection so that it's not jostling around and making rickety noises, making sure to batten down the hatches, so to speak.
I turn to.
I start signaling the
I
Kalos.
turn. Well, you do your thing. I'll-
Signal everyone.
Yeah, I go over. Yes.
Do you want me to help with like the awkward questions regarding Krios?
No.
Well, because I actually have.
Well, I should really just stop. I could just say he's a construct. DM, are constructs known? They're known in the universe, right? Like in the world, there's known to be
Universally known, not so much. Go to a remote village in the Volatalia Isles who's never seen magic before and still does like shamanistic rituals of painting themselves and berry juice and spitting facts to the spirits, then probably not.
Bad
Okay.
facts.
But like, let's say people that have been working on caravaneers, would that be a knowledge that they would know? Like, oh yeah, there's rich people that have these things that are following them around, that don't really speak, don't really talk, but
Like a
they're
golem.
yeah.
That is going to be a non-universal, so it's going to be case-by-case basis.
Okay, gotcha.
Well,
So
before
I could just say it's a construct. So
before you say no, watch
With
this.
his iPhone.
Watch this.
what do you?
What's he gonna do?
Please
I cast-
just know he is
He
my.
casts himself.
Don't, hold on.
Again.
He's
We can't cancel the cast.
as much
Do what he's
as
doing.
much as he is a being. He is my almost masterpiece. So watch
yeah,
what you
no.
cast.
We just
I
did
cast-
a little bit of fireball.
I cast Thaumaturgy, and I want snoring to come from his face.
Just standing up, snoring.
He sleeps standing up.
He's walking around.
Like kind of like low snoring. Well, just as an example, like if he wants to pull down his hat and just no one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, in a pinch, I appreciate. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that would work. Like if he's just chilling around and
Yeah.
someone comes up to him and I'd let you know. Thank you, Daughterless. I appreciate it. Yeah.
He snores while he's wide awake.
Or I mean,
staring right at me.
Well, no, because he would position. Have you guys ever seen cowboys? They would position their hats
I've
over
never
their
watched
face.
Cowboy.
All right,
well,
never mind.
okay,
then.
this is like a
Like,
mechanical
fuck.
question because the description for
I don't have
Thaumaturgy.
Like, I'm sorry
Right.
to try to explain shit.
Well, this thing says it lasts a minute, and I was like, my initial thing was like, I could have him say hi, but then if that lasts a minute, it would just be hi, hi. Hi.
I get
Hi.
where you're going.
Like
I
that.
get where you're going with it. I get where you're going with it.
A cantrip, you can just change the cast, but it's a cantrip, so you got there's components. So if you start doing that, then you just hear snoring. Might be
Phew!
Blast.
Phew!
Well,
that's
that is a good example though. Like, thank you, Pat, for illustrating that. He could just have a sneezing fit for like a minute or coughing.
Oh my god, he's sneezing for a minute straight.
Well, originally, something that I do that does that. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Yes, whenever that comes up, I'll let you know when to use it.
Just give me a complicated series of hand
I
signals.
will just.
And then you will do
Call
a
it
complicated series of hand signals and
And I'll be
hopefully
like,
know.
why are these casting spells?
Well, if you just start making hand signs at me, I think I could pick up what you're putting down.
I will let you know. Thank you.
We could just say that he's sleeping. Yeah. Everyone snores in their sleep.
I turned to Laszlo though. He seemed a
Oh,
little.
no, it's me.
He
yeah.
seemed like raiders were a foreign concept. Is that something that doesn't happen out in the desert, or what's the?
Yeah, that's weird. It's just in
are you
Rootosh,
whispering
that's...
this? You talking this? What's the conversation degree that you're aiming for here?
I'm just asking, like, are raiders really not that common out in the Sanctus Desert?
One of the things you gotta figure is like I can just conjure gruel and water, but like if you don't have someone like that and you're in the desert, I imagine like survival.
But we just came from like, frozen wasteland where we've traveled during the winter and still get attacked by people.
Okay,
which is the other extreme.
Think of it like this: you have a pot, you just scoop up some snow and heat it up.
That's not that much water.
It's really not that much, but you're surrounded by endless amounts of snow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking.
Also, while you're doing that, you're freezing to death.
This is true. I'm just saying there's like food
Laszlo,
is
it a common occurrence in Sanctus for there not to be raiders?
Answered it for me, apparently. So. I mean,
history check. Oh.
Don't ask me.
Where'd that come
old
from?
Name. Got my notes. Let me check my notes. And it's not Laszlo. It's Ivan.
Well,
I didn't say your name. I said I turned. I turned to. I didn't verbally say your name. So I know that I know the difference.
Oh, did you be like joking? Do you want me to make a history check?
If you
I know
want
there's nomadic tribes, but
if you want to answer the question, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it. 16 total.
Let's see. There is no... the term raider doesn't really apply into this one. There are, of course, instances of what would be considered, like, banditry, but they don't use the word, raider, because, the idea of going somewhere and basically fucking up everything and just taking it, well, alright, well, where are you gonna take it? Back to your fucking sand hut? In the shitty desert? So, it also comes back to the whole idea of water being a expected thing that people are not to hoard, and to essentially beat someone up and ruin their housing to the point where they're exposed to the desert climate is essentially like so taboo that, that's a crime. You can't do that.
It's a dick move.
And there are forms of less than nefarious illegal activities, but they don't usually come in the form of just raiding.
It's probably sandstorm related, like looting and pilfering the
things that would be essentially cultural and religious taboos, not so much a classical idea of what a crime is in Western society. Now, there are obviously things like, I'll fucking like kill someone in the throes of passion, but like, just get together with a band of nefarious individuals who want to like, alright, we're gonna live in the desert and only come into civilization when we want to steal things because we're all just gonna die of thirst.
So I say in response to that, no, not really. There's maybe some exceptions, but very slim.
Okay.
Don't fuck with the nomads. There's that. There's quite a lot of tribes, but other than that, it's probably like the wildlife. I would wager would be more of a concern. But
anything abnormal?
Sand-related stuff.
Okay.
Best I know on that one. But yeah.
Eyes are
see something coming from a mile away in the sky, but maybe not in the sand. So don't just look up if you think you're looking for stuff. What I'll say. But yeah, shouldn't have to worry. That's why it was such a stark response to that. Nearer towards the cities, I'm sure you'll get some stuff, but maybe out in the middle, it's a bit of an odd sight. Not saying it's impossible. So
you're more likely to find a snake oil salesman than you are someone trying to rob you. They'll rob you in a different way. Your face.
Beanie babies.
Well, is it robbery if you fall for it?
These great beanie babies you need.
They will be worth millions one.
we had a whole Beanie Baby arc before you were here, Pat.
Oh,
Before
earlier
the session
today.
started, yeah, we chatted about Beanie Babies. But yeah, sorry, I responded.
Well, I guess it is just an actual vacation then. Still put on my armor every day just in case.
The hour, not hour break. The break is only maybe like 20 to 30 minutes before everyone gets back into their respective wagons and hits the road for the last 4 hours of the trip. It goes off without a hitch. Everything is nicely marked for the trail. No one gets lost. If anything, they also brought, I brought my compass. They don't get lost in that regard. The Caravaneer head, Mr. Perfume Man, is very adept at traversing these places, as it is literally his job. And by the time the latter half of the 4 hours for day 1's trip come to an end, we're gonna go ahead and just settle down for the evening.
Oh, can I mark off a day?
Hold on, I'm gonna go ahead and do some things, because if we're gonna be having all these passive activities, we want to make sure that there's a good way to handle these things, because I don't intend to do literally every single day of the month, because that's 30 checks, and while it does encompass one pillar of the gameplay of exploration, a month is a long time. For me to just roll off screen and for you to witness my work. That being said, that's what all of D&D is, really.
Bro, just put it in a fucking just go a giant purple sandworm and it'll be fine.
Well, what you could do is you could take like just a calendar. You could just roll 30 times, then pick.
Well, that's what I plan on doing. I just wanted to get the first day out of the way because that's where the customs is, and everything else out there is going to be just who knows what's out there in the desert. Is it sand? Probably, but what's underneath the sand? More sand.
Pyramids.
You got the Tomb King somewhere out there.
Something of foes.
Alright, so, the end of the first night. So, for those of you who are doing passive things, we have things that Kalos would be working on for enchanting. Those of you have the same time brackets of the 8-hour downtimes for working on your shit. Dauntless is learning lessons from Varus for speaking Draconic. Mark them down in terms of days, not hours, so your modifier of 0 makes it so that you're doing baseline 120. Is there any other activity I should know about?
Zan, what can the
push-ups.
two old guys do? Push-ups.
Gotta work out.
I can't bump my strength score up by doing that, can
I gotta,
Nah.
when you're on vacation, you still gotta work out. You can't lose.
Yeah.
My gains.
I don't think there's anything I can do. I don't know. What can wizards do in downtime?
If you
Right.
have spells to put into your thing, but I don't think you have any new spells to do, so you can...
Oh, I'll also
Pick
be
rocks.
doing potions because I gotta do that shit. But that'll be a roll in between all of your rolls because I have to refine and shit. So I have to make sure that none of that shit explodes in my face.
Well, take
So
in
let me
mind, if
know.
you're going to be doing alchemy, that's going to be your activity for the day. You can't do both.
Oh yeah, I know.
So it's either enchanting time or alchemy time, so whenever you are about to add time to it, if it requires for alchemy, because the refining process, especially for the Sun Kiss, that shit can blow up.
Yeah, no, I know. It's its own separate thing. Yes.
So, at the end of the day, those of you who are doing your passives
Can I learn a
activities...
skill? Can someone that is proficient in a skill teach someone another skill?
Which skill, like whistling?
No.
I taught
Well,
my
you-
mom how to whistle.
You joke, but like you could learn like how to play a harmonica.
No, but like if someone's like proficient with it and I have proficiency in one, or if I don't have proficiency in one, we're able to learn, like say like you have proficiency in medicine, would you be able to teach someone
No.
medicine?
No. No.
All right. I just
No.
fucking threw it
Adam's
out
like,
there.
nope, the floodgates
No.
are shut.
That
You-
is, you take a feat for that if you want that
Yeah.
shit.
Okay. I was
Language is a different thing.
First
but just
day, I
gain
was just in
proficiency.
case it
And
ever
I see
came up.
if I see your fucking player character sheet and on your skills check, there's just a fucking dot filled in every single thing. No.
I eventually gained proficiency in all saving throws.
I'm proficient in medicine, but that's like
Not a
yeah,
doctor.
I'll just teach you. I'll teach you.
I'm
the
not a doctor,
basics
but I'll
of
let
anatomy.
you. Yeah. Okay.
we
yeah,
can not be doctors together.
Listen, I read a lot of alchemy, a lot of what is that? A lot of those medicine books. Okay,
Old
I'm
Man
not a
Alchemist.
doctor.
You're thinking.
So you guys can mark off the first day of many, because this is a long process, especially for Dauntless's thing, because we're not even going to be on the road for 130 days, so gotta make sure that you guys are...
Where's
Give it up for day one! But, alright, so, the caravan is stopped for the evening, and since you guys were out for that time, it's about 7 p.m., actually a little bit past 7, about just, a half to 8 when the caravan stops. At this time of the year, the sunset is kind of farthest away until eventually it hits the good old solstice sometime in June. So long days that are going to get longer until they eventually stop at June. But either way, we're looking at the evening of. Camp is broken in such a way that the caravan makes a semicircle as to block some of the cooler desert winds. As the sun sets, it obviously gets colder, and the sand doesn't hold as much heat as you would think it does, so that gets dissipated, and the temperature drop is a stark contrast, enough to almost put a bit of frost on certain metallic surfaces.
Put on the winter clothing again.
You guys huddle around, and the caravan has this nice deployable metallic fireplace that you can set up. A couple of things get hung over it, such as a cast iron pot and a couple of metallic skewers that the company puts a couple of sun-dried goods into. Adding water to the cast iron pot, they make a very, very interesting looking road stew. It is quite salty in nature due to the nature of the ingredients that they're putting into it, and it is got to drink more water to kind of make it so you're not salivating yourself to death. But with everyone hunched around, you can see the entirety of all 10 members of the Soft Peaks Perfume Company. Everyone is either chatting to themselves in their own little groups, as it is, you know, quite a crowd around here. With everyone together and company, it's, what was it, like 15 people? 1, 2, 3, 4... Hold on, wait. Yeah, including... Yeah, it's 16 people. And everyone is just chatting around. Is there any particular things you want to do while everyone's gathered around the campfire singing campfire songs? No one's singing.
CAMPFIRE.
At nighttime, I guess I'll just drink with Zen, put up a bottle of scotch, and, you know...
Oh, you had work to do. Done.
Oh, shit, yeah, never mind, I can't drink with Zen.
What was I gonna ask? Are we doing the hut tonight, or are we just gonna rough it?
Oh, we're pretty comfy. I don't think we needed that.
All right.
I was gonna cast something else. Anyways.
Okay.
You can see all the caravaneers are unloading their tents from the backs of the wagons. Many of them vary in sizes from single mans to ones that look like you could use it to make a makeshift market stall. It's big enough to hold probably like 5 people comfortably, plus a bunch of furniture on the interior. The biggest one you can see is being occupied by the perfume man himself and at least 3 other people. They set up a fold-out little table and begin to play cards in candlelight. Everyone else is kind of just relaxing, laying on the sand and looking directly at the stars. Their tents are very low to the ground and made in such a way that you can Since the sand wouldn't be very good to put stakes into the ground, they have other ways of doing so. It involves carrying these essentially bricks that you use to stake your edges of your tent in so it doesn't blow away in the desert winds. So whatever you guys want to do for your sleeping arrangements, you could sleep in your usual thing. The wagon itself is available, but you couldn't realistically hold many people in there laying down unless you want to sit upright while you're sleeping, which is not good for your back. But whatever you do, the caravan breaks down into a very nice, cozy environment where everyone is kind of just speaking to each other in very relatively low tones. They're not whispering. No one has really many secrets to keep around here. They're just caravaneers. Everyone sees the same shit every day.
Remember that sand dune?
Yes.
That sandstorm yesterday was crazy.
But if that's the case, we're gonna go ahead and move over into the next day, which is where we're gonna do the hastened version to get some of these days over quickly rather than singing every single one. And the ratio for actual encounters is only 1 in 4, as opposed to potential 1 every single day, with minor and major encounters being the only major factor. So, give it up for day 2. Those folks who have the capabilities of making your own food, unless you want to dip into your actual rations, don't worry about the caravan. They have their own that I'll be taking care of. So just worry about your own foods.
Yeah. Barris, you want me to make the gruel, or do you want to do the berries?
I'll do the berries.
Berry time.
Right, on my D100, I rolled an 88, so that is again above the threshold. So, 1 freebie day. Nothing happens on day 2. So, those of you who are marking at home, day 2, nothing happens.
Give it up for day 2.
So I can put down a thingy.
Yep.
Okay.
So I'm looking on this D100, anything 25 or below is what I'm looking for actual encounters. Otherwise, it's a free day. So, 1 in 4 chance, here we go. Day 3, 54. So, another freebie day. $18. Something happens on that one. So, let's go ahead and look over to see. Back to our usual encounter rolls. Let's go ahead and have a D20 to start, because I don't remember where we left off last time, so why not reset it back to D20?
Alright, who wants to do it?
I'll go first.
Okay.
4.
4. Major encounter. Desert themed.
Give me that giant great worm, baby.
Alright, like I said, I would be in armor even though we were in the cart.
Alright, let's go ahead and check out our desert encounter table. Can you roll another dice, a D6, please?
Giant great worm.
3. Alright. Let's go ahead and find out what could possibly happen in a desert. Nothing ever happens in a desert, guys. Let's see. From your position inside of the caravan, you guys can hear someone from the front, presumably the medicine man, yelling for a very, very hasty stop, and you can feel a lurch in the wagon as caravan wagon number 2 lurches to a halt. You can hear a banging from the exterior, and the screen door that leads to the driver's seat flips open, and you can see Alexander poking his head towards you guys from the driver's seat. You folks might want to get out for a moment. And, prepare yourself.
Uh-oh. Bad?
Love those. I've always loved those words.
Is everything alright?
Ruining my vacation.
What do you guys do?
Alright.
I guess we get out.
You guys begin to exit out of the wagon. You can only really realistically get out one at a time, and as you guys jump out, you can see that the reason that the whole caravan has stopped is because there is an extremely large object currently in the middle of the desert. You might be thinking that it would be a good idea to just go around it, but the sheer size of this thing is enough for pause.
Do any of us recognize what the fuck it is?
It just does it look like is it well, first question, is it buried in sand or is it like
It
or
is
it's
presumably buried in sand. You can't see the entirety of this object, as some of it is beneath the layers of surface sand, and if the what is it called? The iceberg effect is anything to imagine, there's probably more beneath. Significantly more. There is a large pyramidal-like structure jutting out of the ground. There is a very large cavity of just downwards of valley shape where a large amount of sand has been essentially forcibly excavated. You're not entirely sure by what, because when you move sand it kind of just settles and just looks like dunes. But a sheer, very large amount of sand has been excavated, revealing the upper portion of what appears to be a pyramidal-like structure. And it's safe to assume that there's more underneath. The amount exposed above the layer of sand, you can roughly estimate to be at a minimum of about 40 feet tall, and the exposed perimeter of each side, or one side's, is somewhere around 60 to 70 feet long on each side, and it is a square.
Any markings?
It is covered in sand, and a lot of it has been eroded to the point where you can only just see the structural integrity of the sandstone that made it.
I look over at our friend, formerly known as Laszlo. Is this anything you recognize?
Well, do I? Probably not. Why I would.
Make a... let me see. What are your proficiencies?
Arcana, investigation, perception, religion, sleight of hand, and performance.
You can make a history check, but it is going to be a disadvantage because you're not well studied in this field.
Okay.
You can get inspiration to that because Alice was looking for underground ruins.
What do I roll? Or is it just
that's
plus
a straight
or
plus
something?
5. Straight plus 5.
Okay. Okay. That makes it 19.
Was that a disadvantage? Because you don't have proficiency in this.
Oh shit, fuck. Hold up. Second one was lower. That makes it with a plus 5. 15. 15 total.
Yes, it's a pyramid. No, you don't really recognize it. And these are essentially things that people... It's the equivalent of, like... the way that people currently perceive the modern pyramids, in the sense of, yeah, it could have been aliens. Or maybe it was just a bunch of dudes.
Okay.
Oh.
If we
in
know
terms of-
anything
in terms of-
about aliens.
Do you share that second part?
No,
You share that.
no. In terms of religious side of it, is it like a burial thing? Is that what I'd know? Like, if that's what we know, because they were big burial chambers, weren't they?
In real life, you don't know
yeah,
about that.
yeah.
in
But you
this
said
one, though.
just then, think of them like what, or is it only in the phrase that like
in the
they're
phrase
so
that I
advanced
am
that,
in the
That we think
structure
they're
that I am.
fucking alien shit.
yeah.
You said
Um,
you said we were just seeing the top of a pyramid. There's no entrance that we can see, right?
It is
just-
so
only
I
the
say-
top portion, yeah.
I say
And
it
by
looks
aliens,
like
I mean like it could have been the gods. And seeing as we're in
Yeah.
Sanctus, and everyone kind of just says it was the gods.
and at least some of the gods are aliens.
Following in trend of my fellow locals, I say it could be a structure made by like Ra or something, but very old.
Ra, huh?
I don't know. It's fucking weird. What are the
You mean
what are
like
the
you mean like old purple and want to conquer the
I don't
planet?
know. I don't know.
Ra?
I glance over at Zen actually, like,
What?
These things are made out of stone, are they not?
Yeah, so, like sandstone, probably looking at.
How far away
racist.
is it, by the way?
So your guys' caravan would have, if you just kept going straight, you would have tumbled into this valley. So that's why they
Yeah.
stopped.
And I'm assuming that drop is like massive.
It's immensely, like, think fucking any location in the Grand Canyon, like deep.
Can we do like sick ramp offs of the pyramid?
Kill the camels.
Well, sure, we're Zen.
Gonna,
If we were Zen.
you'll break your legs, sure.
Ooh.
We ramp off that thing. We listen to Superman by Goldfinger. do a Mick twist.
Yeah, go down there.
And looking over at Alexander, if you were to walk over, I'm assuming this wasn't here last time you came through.
Desert winds change many things. Paths, mentalities, relationships. That. So to answer your question, no. We're
Do you
going to
guys
be,
have a
well, one of you said you wanted to do some sightseeing yesterday at camp. Sight. See it.
you guys have like a protocol or a thing or a kind of a like what do you have like a rule as to what you do and
Generally
like this
speaking,
happens?
you try to leave sleeping dogs lie in this regard. The only brief thing that we do is we have a very rudimentary map that we keep to mark off landmarks. Something like this could be very interesting for people who are familiar with old ruins, who might want to delve deep into them.
Mhm.
Information like this goes for a pretty amount of money. So we're just stopping to have one of our members mark down the general location on this. We're only about 4 days out from Raja and Lok. So this general direction will be marked. Unfortunately, there are not many landmarks around here, so if this gets filled in sometime in the future, then whomever we sell this information to is going to be very keenly aware that the sand giveth and the sand taketh away. But if you folks want to get a look from a safe distance, by all means, I advise you do not make your way towards that structure. We do not know what is in it and by whom it was made, but he takes out a small Eye of Ra medallion and kind of just like presses it to his forehead before tucking it back into his shirt. Gods above, so below.
Yeah, I tap my forehead and give him a thumbs up.
Was it a phrase like gods above, gods below?
Gods above and so below.
Wouldn't hurt to take a look though. Like you said, as long as we're not, trampling on top of it, we should be fine to take a closer look. Take a peek.
I don't know.
It's a pretty long way down.
I mean, look.
I'm not saying we go down there. I'm just saying, we take a couple steps. We head up to the first wagon, at least see what the caravan leader is pondering, and we'll take a glance, and
Oh, Alexander was the caravan leader.
Oh,
He's our wagon driver.
Yeah, he's
Perfume Man's at the front.
Oh.
Alexander's
our driver. Gotcha.
Sam's the third one, and Perfume Man, the leader.
Perfume Man. Okay, I was wondering.
You don't actually have his name.
Yep,
he doesn't tell us his name. He's just Perfume Man.
Well, the only thing I'll insist is if you want to view it from a distance, even if we just get to the edge of the cratering sand area, I think we should grab rope and tie ourselves together.
I'm not going to go near it. I'm fine where I am. I'll go to the front wagon, but I don't want to go any further than that.
Let's take a peek.
You
Oh,
go over
fuck
to
it,
the
I'm
front
gonna sit
wagon
in
where
there.
it has stopped. They're not just like on the tip and precipice where like the smallest motion will knock it over.
Jump
but
on the edge.
But you can see the perfume man is currently sitting in his driver's chair, and he is leaning over to one side on his left, and is speaking to one of the other members of the caravan to whom you haven't been acquainted with yet. They hold a large, essentially like wooden clipboard in one hand, and they are currently sketching very quickly in one hand the rough shape, and you can see that there is a map that is rolled up and is tucked underneath his armpit at the moment. He unfurls that and begins to just make little notes with a charcoal pencil on it, and is like going back and forth with the perfume man, just to be like, all right, it's, so and so here. We'll tell people who give a fuck about this location, and if it's a permanent resident here, then well, it's a good landmark because it's hard to miss. You guys over at the edge peer downwards, and it is a very slippery slope. Although the sand has been levied out, there is a deep dip. It's not like shallow, no, deeper than 45-degree angle. So if you were to take a tumble in here, you wouldn't like just slide down. You would fucking eat. I almost said eat ass, eat shit.
Jesus Christ.
You would eat shit on the way down.
Maybe yes.
It would be a very, very, very steep slope, so if you had like a skis or something, it would be like almost looking straight down. You can see a bit of
like significantly back.
You can see a bit of sand begin to shift around the perimeter of the pyramid, as if there is like a hollow indentation that is currently causing it to migrate in that direction. Kind of like an hourglass, slowly dripping sand into one little pocket, until eventually you can see that around this little whirlpool of sand that is seeping into a lower portion of this exposed pyramid area, you can see that a small bit of, I'm gonna say you as in Varys first, and then anyone who has a passive perception of higher than 15.
Just Varys, I think.
Ferris and if
I got
Krios
a
comes-
14. Fuck.
Yeah, if you count Krios, then I guess me. I
Krios
would know
knows
it,
what's
so,
up.
Yeah, Krios.
The bees
Do
passive
something.
perception. Where you get passive perception from?
Nothing
again?
gets by a bee.
It's
B.
10 plus your wisdom score, and you can add your proficiency modifier if you're proficient in that respective skill.
No, the bees are less wise than me at -5.
Wow, they're idiots. No offense, bees.
Holland's on their mind.
I only know two things: stinging and dying. But you go ahead and Varys, you notice that out from that little portion of sand that is seeping into the pyramid, something that mildly resembles, you think back in your memory, and some of the interior design over in the archive at the former headmaster's archive underneath the, what do you keep calling Underversity? Some of the piping looks mildly similar. They're very large copper-colored tubes. These ones are a bit frayed on one end from erosion and damage. And the sand has kind of peeled away some of the paint, if not all of it, exposing a little elbow bend sticking ever so slightly out of the sand. That is going to be just a couple, maybe a foot and a half above the surface. It looks a different color than the sand, so that's the main reason why you notice it. And it's a different color than the sandstone blocks that encompass the pyramid.
So it's not like an entrance, it's just like a protrusion out of the...
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay. Shit. And but it's not doing anything, it's just kind of just standing there and...
Menacingly. But yes.
Damn it! Beat me to it.
Speed on the
We're
SpongeBob.
all on this train, and I'm the one with the keys. What? I don't know. What the fuck was that? Anyways,
Oh,
yes, we notice.
I
cry.
have pulled the group aside. I think Ra really did make this pyramid. If you get what I'm hinting at.
Slow blink for me.
Wait, whatever do you mean?
What do you mean? I scream, I shout. What do you mean?
I don't know what a slow blink means. I just
I nod. Yeah.
yeah. This is
I get your meaning.
we. Question is, do we just forget about this and continue on our way, or? I mean, it's been buried here for who knows how many centuries, so I don't know.
I mean,
think
if
it's
it's
gonna-
of religious
we-
Well,
significance.
can you do you tell us the way it is?
I
Like-
give you like the base description that, yeah,
The
like-
erosion sticking
Oh,
out, an
gee.
erosion piece
Okay.
sticking out.
yeah.
Your caravan leader, the perfume man, says, "Don't get too close to the edge, fellas. I don't know how well the sand can hold your weight before it starts to flow
Juggernaut
inwards."
armor, man.
Yeah, Juggernaut armor, man.
Just slipping down it.
Perfume man.
Yes,
I'm assuming we're just gonna go around.
that's correct. We're just marking the location on a map here for future reference. We'll be making our way around the longest route we need to. From judging by how big this thing is, it's not going to take an extra but like 5 to 10 minutes to just skirt around this. So we're just about finishing up marking this, so I advise everyone get back inside, and we're gonna make our way on. Looks a bit too
Can I
dangerous.
ask you a question about your marking of the location? I'm not from Sanctus, so this is all new to me. Typically, when stuff like this pops up, does it become?
Spirit deck.
Is it typically like a? Do you the? It doesn't become a tourist attraction, right? This is typically like, oh, stay away from here. This is hallowed grounds. You shouldn't poke your head into.
Depends on the context of what you find. Hypothetically speaking, if you run across one of the nomads' burial sites, you leave that alone. For tourists and everyone in mind. There are a couple of nomadic groups that follow behind the sandstorm and pick up any scraps left behind, so that's kind of their territory. For everyone who's not a nomad, this kind of information is typically on a need-to-know basis. For whatever that is down there, I'm not entirely sure what to do with the information, and considering what's going to happen to it if the sand just piles back on top of it, it's going to be whoever can get here the fastest can inspect the location. Typically speaking, though, it's hard to find a good bearing with this thing. If we were to, say, not be escorting you folks, we would actually wait until nighttime so that our cartographer, who is also an astronomer, can mark the location based off of the stars. But we're a little pressed for time, so we're just making a quick note.
I would say dangerous. I would say this is a. I would advise. I just feel confident. This. I don't know. It doesn't. It looks like something that you might, with how steep it is and whatnot. Maybe your recommendation should be to avoid this.
That's probably what we're gonna sell this off as. Not really gonna sell it to people like, oh, go here and find this. It just seems like a good way to get yourself hurt, so we're just noting it for future reference, but yeah.
Perfect.
Nothing of the sort is gonna be sold for this kind of thing. I'm not entirely sure what this structure holds either way. I'm not familiar with them. If there's something in them, I have no idea what it is. But you don't need to tell me twice. We're just marking it down. So,
Is this in the path of the sandstorm, DM?
let's see.
We're 4 days out, so 32 hours away. So
Let's
So
go
that'd
ahead
be
and
enough, right?
check the map. We are still relatively close to the path in the first place. So what you would find here, according to my notebook that has this map here, and if I zoom in real close,
here by
the
now,
path of the
that's
sandstorm is actually basically where you are right now, so yes.
Yeah.
This would normally be in the sandstorm path, but at this time of year, it's further south by southwest, almost at the 6 o'clock position. Where like the...
We're in like the general. You said more like the 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock range is where.
Your position is more or less 9 o'clock exactly, more or less.
Okay.
9:30.
Now, I have some names. Let me see. I wrote down a few names for like defectors that
Mhm.
we I'm trying to remember, did we just basically kind of limit our looking up with stuff like that for like Rutash located? Or did we
Yep.
like
We looked.
We looked elsewhere.
so I'm trying to remember if any of these names are basically were there any like Sanctus defectors that stood out to us when we were looking through?
Cyrus,
Yeah.
Yanman Master. So.
But I'm talking about defectors, like the ones that kind of like.
Let me refer to my notes.
Yeah.
I have known defectors from Yanmin and Sandstriders, Osiris.
Or is he Yan Min? Because I'm pretty sure the
No,
major gods
I
were.
don't. Yeah, I
Anubis
only.
Major
is
gods-
also,
The major gods were masters. I'm pretty sure. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
they were
that-
Anubis is one
masters.
as well.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. We don't have any defectors known to us from the Sands,
Okay, so it
Hold
wouldn't
on, let me
even. There is no
unless
check.
Dan in his
Let
tomes
me,
knows.
let me have a look. It might be something.
But DM, as Dan looks over to that, doing some mental math, looking over from here to there.
21.
If I were to cast fly on myself, how long would it take for me to get over there? Fly is 60 feet, but if I dash, it's 120 feet.
24 seconds. If you're talking about like 6 seconds per round, so you just get up, fly down
so
there. Yeah.
it's not. It's so
It's
I
not immensely,
how.
it's not immensely far away. It's just like it's right there.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
flying's good because you don't touch any of the sand and you're safe that way.
Doesn't get in your shoes.
Yeah, because I'm above it.
Okay. I walk. I pull Varys aside real quick, but and in Elvish I say, I have a bad idea. You want me to go look at it? Mind you, I don't have to touch the sand. Fly. And I have a bag of tricks to get out of various situations. So
You're confident that if
I'm
it's something-
confident. Yeah.
All right, if you can do this without touching the sand, just take a quick look. Go. I think we've got at least a minute or two that you could
And
take a glance. I'll keep an eye on you from here as best I can.
And if yeah, plug some things on my hands and on my boots, and as I go over the edge, I fly on myself, and I basically look like Iron Man, and I go over.
You mean man of metal?
Man, juggernaut of steel, hell
Aluminum
yeah.
man.
Dwarven steel man, hell yeah. And
Lead
also
man.
DM, I am overclocking now, so I will roll.
Woo! 10%
He just
chance.
explodes in the sky.
Oh god. Yeah, there's nothing about Ra, but he's head honcho. Assume away.
Uh, 77.
No blow
Fine,
up.
yeah, nice.
Okay.
That's not disappointment in my
Overclocking
voice.
now.
That's just stating.
I'm stating a fact, a disappointing fact, but a fact nonetheless.
So
And the fact that
you take a little bit of a leap and a hop, and once you hit the lip of the edge where the sand starts to billow downwards, you cast Fly on yourself, to the dismay of everyone, especially the caravan leader who just said, "We're not going to touch this thing." He was kind of in a brief conversation with his cartographer who was marking all these things down. Well, I mean, sure, let's just go headlong. Alright, well then. Is he gonna be okay?
Yeah,
I
he's
think so.
sort of a scientist.
Right.
Himself.
I guess so. So, let's go over to see Lead Lad as you.
Before I actually would turn back and actually would look over to Zen and land next to him and say, "Can I have one of your bees?"
Sure. I'll slip one in his pocket.
Sneak a bee.
And after the guy looks at me all fucking startled and everything, I give him a little nod and I take off again.
Why did he look at me like that?
I don't know.
He's just very curious. He's a good kid. He just got, he
There's
gets
a saying
curious.
around these parts that has to do with cats and curiosity. Would you like me to tell you about it?
I mean, I would think that saying would be a little
It's a
offensive.
good one. It's a good
You know.
one.
Yourself being tabaxi and all.
Oh, well, there's a racial distinction, but it's not really offensive. But either way, curiosity is most likely to get the cat into trouble.
Yeah. Well,
Is the expression.
Kind of long-winded.
I can't bring myself to disagree with you, but like sometimes apathy and ignorance do just as much. So we kind of.
They're having this conversation back and forth, and he's already back or something.
Well, he is speeding down on the ways. Wind rustling past your face. It is warm, as you can imagine.
Totally tubular, dude.
You eventually get to a relatively close proximity to the pyramidal shape. Something that you didn't notice. Actually, let's hit a perception check actually actively.
All right.
Use your eyes.
I'm gonna give myself inspiration because I'm really shit at these, and good thing I did.
My eyes.
$15 total.
1 second, just writing things down on the whiteboard. We don't accidentally roll this encounter again.
Another sandstorm.
You get a little closer, and you couldn't really see it from the perspective back up on the hill, but this thing is noticeably vibrating. As if someone is, underneath it and, like, shaking it vigorously. It is a very subtle motion, but there's a very low frequency humming coming from it. Comparable to, like, someone turning on a car engine, but muted. The little pipe thing that Varys saw is now very visible to you as well. It is an elbow joint that is sticking up out of the sand. Probably about 1.5 feet is above the surface, and with more and more sand beginning to fill in the gaps around this thing, it'll soon be re-encompassed within a few moments due to all the vibrations around here. The sandstone itself is, while well worn due to the elements, is very, very well hewn from whatever quarry that it was originally from. The slabs are very large, and probably, assuming that there's more underneath, are probably a minimum of about like 20 tons per. Besides the wear and tear from the sand, the construction is very solid. No little cracks or divots that would, like, oh, I can just reach my hand in through here. The tip of the pyramid has a different construction to the rest of it, although the coloration has been essentially camouflaged in such a way that from far away enough distance you couldn't tell it difference from the texture and color from the rest of the sandstone. But it looks like it is either crystalline or glass in nature and has been colored to match the sandstone in both coloration and texture.
If I was to go near that elbow protrusion, right? Could I tell where it's coming from?
Underneath the sand?
It's just coming underneath the sand. Okay.
Yeah, it's an elbow joint, or like a U-bend shape, where like one end is coming out from the sand, it comes up over the sand for about 1.5 feet, and then peaks back underneath.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like a toilet bowl.
Yeah. And now going over to the glass part, does there look like there is a little divots that I could maybe place a tool in there and maybe wiggle it out? How big is it, by the way? I'm sorry, I should have asked that first. How big does it look?
Is approximating the size of, let's see, around the room for points of reference.
Yeah, there you go.
Giant medicine ball.
Are you familiar with one of those Fisher-Price little cars that kids drive, the yellow and red one?
Yes.
Yeah, it's that big.
Okay.
Look at my neighbor's yard. Thanks, kid.
They're the ones that people get trapped in all the time.
Yeah, if you're using like a fucking like an adult fully grown trying to jump in there.
A cozy.
I can still
So
fit
those
one.
are pretty big.
You're just gonna try and yoink it? You're gonna.
Guys, look at my
Does it
sword.
have any markings?
You can get closer. I'm gonna say that the distance you are right now is probably about 30 feet away from the tip, and since the S bend elbow joint is lower, you're about 45 feet away from that one. You're like
Okay.
standing at the... You make a Pythagoras triangle thing, you're at the opposite of the hypotenuse.
Gotcha. Okay. So I will fly up to that. At the same time, taking out a little gemstone, and I'm going to do probably a bad idea. Actually, no. I'm going to get up to it and looking at it. Is there any markings?
Make an investigation check. Surely you're good at those.
I am actually fantastic at those, and I rolled really well. Hey, Adam, want to tell me what it is? Because I just rolled.
-1.
No.
-1 was DC. You have to roll at least that low to get
What
the...
did you roll?
25.
Nice.
25. Alright.
I'm not there at the 30s yet, guys. Don't worry, I'll be there one day.
You hover around and do like a little 360 halo around it to look for markings, inspecting it for faults, cracks, etc. You notice that this thing has been very well tailor-made to look exactly like sandstone, but there's a certain translucency to it when you get to a certain distance where you can kind of peer through the glassy material. Glass or crystalline, what have you, it is mildly translucent and you can see something on the opposite end that was basically impossible to see from a far away enough distance, light refraction and whatnot. You peer in close and it takes on the form of what looks kind of similar to, what's his face? Dauntless. His crook and flail. But it is not like an actual crook and flail. It is a metallic disc that is ovular in shape and has those symbols carved into it. Ovular in the sense of it kind of looks like that of a very wide eyeball shape, with like the little winglets around your eyes as well. It seems to be looking directly up if it was an eyeball, and it kind of refracts the light in such a way that if you were to shine a light on this thing, it will kind of make like a kaleidoscope-esque effect. The lenses of the glass around here are kind of in that kaleidoscope-esque, kind of like an insect's eyeball if you like put it underneath a microscope. It's like
Always looking at bug's eyes.
it's a series of like very tiny octagonal shapes that are. It's not a completely flat surface. It's like a series of octagonal shapes that are put together in such a way that it makes a lens.
From far away, it looks perfectly like normal, but
Yeah,
close
but
up, it's got holes. Yeah.
For close up, okay. Now looking at you said it had the crook and flail of the what Nautilus has.
Yeah,
To some extent,
that's
yeah.
Horum, yeah. That's the...
Okay. Looking at the, I'm gonna be stationary, and I'm gonna hopefully call up the bee. And I don't know how communication works between bee and Zen, so I'm just gonna say, "Hey, Zen, can you hear me?" And hopefully the bee comes up to me and is in my face so I can talk to it or something.
bee guy.
Can I hear him if he talks?
Let's double check the Find Familiar spell.
Oh, if it's just find familiar, then
It's
you can
find
actually...
familiar.
I can.
Then yes, you can look into his eyes if it's find familiar specifically.
I think if I remember, I can. I think I can pretty much shut myself off and take over his sense.
Yes.
Yeah, but bees don't have ears.
Do they not?
They have pheromones.
We'll
Imagine
get into the
this-
specifics of bee.
Think Bioshock. Come on, the pheromones.
Bioshock.
Let's see. As long as it's within 100 feet, you can communicate with it telepathically. Addition as an action, you can see through it. It is more than 100 feet,
Okay.
though, because he's, what, 4? No. 6 seconds, 24 per, and you sped up, so 60, you dashed 120 times 4, so that's 480 feet.
Okay, out of range.
Okay, so out of range. So
B's not doing anything.
B is not doing anything. So I'm just gonna be like, fuck, and I'm gonna
Throw the
just
B.
mentally think to Krios, and hopefully he'll grab Daedalus, or not grab Daedalus, but he'll like nudge him to the nudge the group to the side real quick. And as he does, he'll point to Daedalus, and he'll point to anything on his body. Let's say a
glowing spot on his forehead.
I give him the thumbs up, and I cast Thaumaturgy, so snoring comes from him.
And he waves that around, right? He's waving that around.
More snoring.
He points to your forehead, and then he nudges his head over to where I'm at.
Callus, if you can hear me through Krios, I need you to. I think we should wrap it up. Head back. Now.
He's still snoring. The thing lasts a minute.
I say that out loud. I don't know if it works. I
get the thing to come back. DM, looking at it though, am I able to wedge a couple of tools in there and then try to see if I can get it out, or it's like it looks like it's fucking fixed in there, like those the pyramids. How they're like, it looks like you can fit a knife in there, but you can't even fucking fit in a switchblade.
You mean not the caps, the one at the very top?
You could see a seam because they're not like fused together, but it has one. You're not entirely sure how much this thing weighs because it is the size of a toddler's play car.
Yeah,
it's made of crystalline. That shit can be heavy. If you lift like the top of like a coffee table with a crystalline top, that's just heavy as fuck. Yep. In that regard, and you're not entirely sure if they maybe use any kind of adhesive on that, but you can see a seam. But that thing is paper thin.
The intuition. I really want to do it. I just go back.
I break the glass.
And I just like look at it, do one more Yui around, and as I'm doing that Yui around, am I able to land on the pyramid if I needed to? Like if I needed to. Well, like is it wide enough that it would like hold me for a quick second? Well, it's not just
like a sheer slope. There are portions where it's like, because it's made of blocks, obviously. So, like, think.
So I was thinking about it's like the block, so I could just.
They are, blockular.
Blockular, okay.
They are blocks, and it's not a complete like just they haven't hewn it to be just a sheer slanted slope. Like the pyramids could have been in their heydays, for all I know. But like time erosion, they're made of blocks, so it is essentially a series of very, very wide steps. Only part at the top that is smooth, of course, is the tippy.
Okay. Didn't really touch the tip.
Just the tip.
Just give it a little lick.
I just want to identify it, but it takes a minute, and I have to touch it. I go back.
You fly back over, and you still have plenty of time on your fly spell left, considering how long it lasts.
I'll keep thinking on it, concentrating.
Hey.
You hear a yell over from the caravan in your head. Anything interesting worth noting?
No, it seemed to all just be just pure sand rock, nothing important. No, I was expecting some like etchings on the rock, but nothing. Pure smooth.
He turns back over to his cartographer, who like gives a nod and like, yeah, it's fuck all to do here. The cartographer begins rolling up his little tube map into a sleeve that he has slung over his left shoulder. He goes back into the first wagon. Seems to be he's with the first wagon. The rest of you are standing about, and
I give him the quick rundown on how that shit is fucking strange, bro. No, let him know that it looks like sand rock, but it's not. And it looks
how are you letting us know? We've got
I think
a
it's
group of 16 total. Discreet. Oh, yeah, like, are we in the back in the little wagon?
You're writing it down.
Oh,
Yeah, what's the
in
method of saying it.
I guess I would be in Elvish. I would say
Test.
people that understand
I speak
Elvish
that language.
that would understand me. I say cryptically.
Are there any elves in this caravan with us? Like
Test.
us as a group? Like any other
Let's
wagons?
see. Let's do some racial profiling. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay.
Or you can just ask Zen if he has any kind of.
Then you got the
Zed, do you have the quiver of death towards elves?
Do you feel violent towards any
How
of our
racist
friends?
do you feel right now?
More than normal? Do I feel more racist than normal?
Let's
fine,
see.
2 elves is enough for this guy anymore.
Let me go ahead and check out my NPC.
I got a
list for these
17 on
guys.
my roll if I can enhance Zen's racial radar.
The caravan of the Soft Peaks is mostly human and tabaxi. The only other person here who is not of that is going to be a... that is a halfling. That is the cartographer.
Okay.
No else here.
Normal.
And
I just sort of look around and like
we would be whispering.
yeah,
say
also
no, but,
whispering.
Yeah.
I would say around it looks Krios told you what it is, what it pertains to. I'll tell you, it is very strange.
So given what he
Given
pointed
what
to,
we know,
could this thing have reacted to? Could it be uncovered because of us? Could our presence have
no, I don't
uncovered
think
it?
so.
I mean,
I
look
think
who's
it's
here
just
and
an
look what-
absolute chance.
Was it doing anything?
It looked.
Or was it just there?
If no, it was vibrating. If anything, it might just get dug underneath because of how fast it's moving.
Maybe we should keep out an eye for more of them
But
if we go on our travels.
there was a seam, and it's pretty big, right? But I was thinking of going back and just identifying it at least.
How long would that take? Why didn't you just do it?
Oh, you don't hear that part because
Oh,
you
yeah,
don't
you're
understand Elvish. But I said
He's just getting
me.
pissed off. Why are you
But-
speaking in the worst
Are you
language
fucking-
ever?
Every
I hate
word
this
the
language.
axe just like twitches.
Then
Oh,
He's
my
remembering
I'm going to
like,
say something really racist.
It'll just take
It's
me a
the
minute.
axe. It's not.
he's just like
It's not me,
remembering
it's not me.
the Elvish equivalent of Vietnam, like fucking shit being shouted.
There was a massive war
Fucking
between
stuff.
dwarves and elves that we don't know. That's just hidden. And
In,
it's just-
it's a massive war between dwarves
That's why
and
he calls
elves
them rats.
in Zen's
He calls them
head.
rats. They're actually elves.
Zen is
They're
having
really just-
flashbacks to a war he did not fight.
They're really just drow that have just mutated in a different form, and they think
Well,
they're
it's-
rats.
Well, the thing is, the axe is cursed to make him racist. So he, like, logically speaking,
Maybe he was
could
racist
be
already.
imagined.
Maybe
right?
he
We
just
don't
yeah.
know
Maybe
this.
it just found him, daughterless. You don't know.
It's
You don't know
legitimately
Andrew.
fucking.
Racist,
Well,
is
it's
what I'm saying.
legitimately Walter from The Big Lebowski, where it's like you were in like the Navy in Vietnam. What are you talking about? Why are you having flashbacks to something?
Just a picture of a fucking post-it notes on it. Post-it stamp.
But yeah, I say it only take him a minute. I'm still flying.
No one that's
technically.
you gotta touch it. You sure you want to be touching that? Like,
Oh, it's vibrating.
No one can get you if something goes wrong, right?
yeah, you're out on your pod if you got there.
It's a weird. It's I don't know if it's even worth it because there's nothing we can do, especially with the caravan around here. We're not.
Well, we
can't
knew that it's a ship going around.
All right, and
There's
then
a sandstorm, anyways. So
so let's continue this conversation inside of the wagon.
Yeah, I lean
say
into
that.
Zen. What do you think they're saying?
Ping chong, ping pong.
he said it. He couldn't help himself.
Hey, I thought you said Elven was like kind of like French or like some kind of.
Yeah. Hello.
Fine, baguette, hon hon.
You did
Just
it.
like Zen is like something in that
yes.
disgusting tongue of theirs.
Bonjour.
Elven, Italian, something like that. No.
Bon-
I'm Italian. I don't talk my language.
Bon
Pasta linguine.
Hey, come on. Picare!
Forget about it.
Pyramidal.
This rat as Mario.
And
I
then
hear that dialect, and I just know they're coming out of the trees at us.
Yeah.
as we get in the wagon, we all sit down.
Still speaking to you in Elvish, buddy.
I stop speaking in Elvish and
I'm
I go
gonna
into
tell-
deep speech, and you guys don't understand what the fuck I'm saying.
That's good.
No,
That's
but
great.
I turn
Great
to
one.
Dottie and it pertains to your god.
Yeah, but mine's in like a sandstorm and not buried.
Well,
I'm gonna
whatever it
message
is.
Daedalus just as he says that, just in response. Well, this is directly on the path of the sandstorm. So,
However, it does seem that it's going to get buried in a couple of. Yeah, would you say hours?
Make an intelligence check to see the dispensation of sand over the course of a time period where the vibrations are causing it to go from high to low.
Okay, so
Well,
ignore
figure
every
on
other
that.
dice but the d20.
So, Adam,
Nuts.
how's your midichlorian count?
Ooh,
there,
Michael Chlorian? Who's that? Never heard of him.
I'm still getting over the
Like,
fact.
fucking Vader there.
I'm still getting over the fact, first of all, that my suit didn't fucking explode because I'm overclocking, and that I'm still able to fly and go over there. That I don't know, actually, because I rolled a 9.
Math hard.
Yeah, math hard is right now.
At least maybe like I'll give you a not complete failure on that one. Like a minimum time would probably be like 3 hours.
Okay, oh, it'll be should be if my
Somewhere
theory
between
is
3 and 7.
okay. Yeah,
Am I able to supplement anything that he's saying? I'm not a fool. Maybe.
I'll be right back.
I'll roll 9 as well. I don't.
Um,
Sand. I know sand. Let me tell you a little bit about sand. Nah, I'm joking. No.
so let's assume coincidence that it does nothing to do with.
Okay, I'm speaking in Elvish to you. Yeah.
Yeah, same. Let's assume it has nothing to do with the champion of Osiris. That this is
It'd
just
be the sandstorm ship. One of the something to do with the sandstorm ships. I
the
guess.
fact that it's burying itself again means this is something that they want hidden, which means at the very least it's not.
and you,
Assuming it did not react to us, that means it's trying to rebury itself, which means it is a threat, but it is not something that they want to unveil yet. It is, however, some kind of mechanism that. Look, can I be frank with you?
yeah, go for it.
The sands people, the religion or whatever. I don't know if it's religion or customs. I forget, you guys. No offense, but like people throw their dead bodies into the sandstorm, right? They throw their dead bodies. We went to Hecate's palace where she collects dead people.
Oh my
and
god.
she has an army of potential werewolves that she tries to, and champions she supplements in here in the material plane. They're collecting bodies. They're building an army. That's what I've been wrestling with.
I'm glad someone else said it because I was thinking about it too, and I didn't want to say it out loud because I thought I was being too Varys. But I'm glad that Varys brought it up. But yes, I was thinking the same thing.
You very.
Wait, is that why I'm like a champion? Is because I died?
You
that
might be
time?
one of their
Twice.
like generals or something.
Yeah.
Uh,
Could be, but
Still,
if there's only one of these, and the
I
sandstorm's
mean-
currently the other side of the continent. There's probably more of these.
if this
But
thing
we're
is
not-
gonna
yeah.
if this thing is gonna bury itself, there's nothing we can do now because even if we found an entrance, we'd be
Yeah.
caved in. We'd literally die in there. The most we could do is, like Kalos has said, identify it, and that we have some info to at least take back when we finally get to leave this continent. But like, other than the intel, there's not. Other than just there being a slight chance of knowing what this thing is, like functionally, this is something where I think either way we're gonna have to just walk away from, because I don't think there's much in our power we can do to excavate it
Well-
and then dismantle it. And dismantling it might draw attention to us, and we don't want that attention on us just yet while we're still kind of.
Not knowing who the
At a
players
huge
are.
I
disadvantage.
mean, while it's here.
I mean, listen, I'm willing to take the risk to identify it.
It's all on you though.
Yeah,
like,
I am
you're
I'm
the-
willing. If I go down, don't go for me.
wait, here. I hand you the
Move out of there?
emergency escape button.
Right,
Oh,
What? Oh.
Yeah, but you'll be going back to.
I'll be
you'll
going.
be stuck
You'll,
in Old
yeah,
Plot,
yeah. I guess
And that's
until
for
you
the-
guys go back or reach me or what the fuck ever. I mean,
Well,
listen, I'm willing to do it if you're willing to. If it gets hairy, then yeah.
mm,
Listen, I didn't want to say this either, but there was also some seams that I could potentially put some tools in
No.
to pop it out. Okay.
Nope.
So
Okay.
just identify it. I do like for the one thing and do that.
Okay. Are we
Okay.
moving, DM? Are the wagons moving yet?
No, because you guys are all fucking getting ready, and the cartographer is finishing up their stuff. You can feel that. You can feel the sudden lurch as the driver for wagon number 2 jumps into the front seat. So you're about to leave.
maybe I don't.
You can catch up to us. You know,
I
it's
can.
got us go around the outside anyways.
Okay. Give me the emergency.
Yeah, use it if you absolutely have to. But
So that's the princess's get back voice.
yeah, we may be burning a bridge here.
You're not my wife.
Yeah.
All right, and we're gonna hold off on that because we just passed the 3-hour mark. We're gonna go ahead and take our break.
Yes.
You got a filter on, Adam.
Do I?
Yes.
Kinda like
you do.
Game of Thrones.
I thought you were
Darth
doing
Vader
that on
thing.
purpose. To be quite
Yeah.
honest with you.
Test. Hold on.
Or something is.
We're on
If
now.
it was the minion, we would have
Yeah,
not
it's
told
still
you, and it would have been the
Oh.
greatest.
I couldn't tell if it was
Rest-
lag or a filter.
I'll fix that in a second. But we're gonna take
Sounds
our
like
break.
you're talking through like cardboard tube.
Whoa.
Maybe it's the angle of the mic. Maybe I don't know.
Could be. But we're gonna take our break. It's 1:33 right now, so I think 1:45. So in 12 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
Well, it's still a little early for me to have my lunch, so I'll just prepare it, and then that way I can cook it. I'll be back in a few.
Hello? That shouldn't be on. Hello? Testing. Hello? Test. Test. 1, 2. Hello. Didn't sound like that. Test. Testing. Testing. Hello. Test. 1, 2. Testing. Hello. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Test. Testing. Hello. Testing. Hello. Hello. How are you?
Patio, ahí se lo traigo mañana. Yes, sir.
Back.
Also here.
Hey. Got all my lunch shit lined up, so next time I can make it.
Dude, where's Gronk?
Dude, he died.
Gronkant. Got his
Gronking?
Gronklet.
Real question we gotta ask.
Hmm.
Is Henry gonna have to make now a third temporary character?
Yo, for real.
I put my hand on the top where the eye is, so the beam of whatever's gonna come out gets my hand, and only my hand.
And I
I lean back really far.
And he remembers what a kaleidoscope does, and it disperses light in all different directions.
Oh my god! Isn't there a sorcery thing that you can do if you were a sorcerer that can make touch spells? Not touch spells.
yeah, they got their whole
Like distance spell, right?
what is it,
Dang.
magic?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Wow, this is
Oh well,
definitely
Henry's
a
not
used
that, so we just gotta touch it. Oh, fuck, that'd be good if you had that though. Dick.
Well, here's to making a third character, boys.
No, well, I'm saying that optimistically, like, oh, maybe something goes wrong, you have to hit the button, and then we'll have to go wait. Kalos will just,
Just
sit in the
disappears,
mansion.
like.
He'll sit in a mansion for.
Listen, if anything,
month.
I've come to expect Adam to murder all of our characters, so I'm expecting to,
I mean, technically,
Was it-
every one of our characters has died at some point. So
Was
it's
it
just,
the
we're just-
many high concentrated stabbings in previous sessions that
Uh-huh.
alluded to that?
Yep.
Well, what you can do.
So,
we keep
Sunshine
dying,
and
but we also
Rainbows campaign.
hold
is-
on. Let me go put some alcohol in my drink real quick.
He needs it. He needs.
dying. We're dying, but we
Just because
also.
I put the fork
we get better.
there and there's an open socket doesn't mean you're supposed
I
to.
must.
But I
I
must.
must do it.
But I must figure out if it's going to zap
Henry's
me.
youthfulness in his character and in himself is it's coming true here. I love it.
Fuck yeah.
He's got a cat. Curious.
Hey
He's
man,
gonna kill it. Like.
why do you think I went with the cat? You know? Alright. Alright. Even though I'm
Because it's all a
Henry,
self-fulfilling prophecy.
Henry is not a cat person.
Imagine I'm stuck with the Beastmaster. We'd have the cat and the dog sitting basically either side of the circle at the campfire every
It'd
night
be
and
like
just staring at each
Turok
other.
when he had Soul Blood with fire.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but
That
this
was
seems
funny.
like a you thing, less the cat thing.
Yeah, the cat's not jumping down there. You are.
Well, no, but he has a cat. Why? Because he's curious. Curiosity killed the cat. But his
Yeah,
thing
cat-
is that,
cat
but it
shouldn't have
also
been
solves a shit ton of shit. So
Shit, ton of
he's
shit.
willing to do it. He's willing to go down to the fire if it means that burning
Put the
himself
fork in. I'll
will
do it.
solve something or bring some more info into the world. That is his philosophy in life, and he will die for his philosophy.
He loves cats.
And he loves cats.
What do you do with cats? Let a cat choke on a hairball and die? Toss him in the soup. You got these things in America?
What?
Right, you might have an equivalent of them. They're like a little. They got some like fruit in them sometimes, but they're called Go Ahead bars. They do loads of different. There's like 3 of them in a pack. Sometimes it's got nuts in it, like sesame seeds and all that sort of stuff. It's like a little snack bar.
Oh,
They're
pro-
really
yeah.
nice, but they're like you see, they're not very big.
Oh, yeah, we do.
These got like they got like tiny thing, like a bit of sugar or something on the top.
I forget what the
That's
equivalent for this for us would be.
They're fucking great. They're like when I was in London, I went to like a Tesco's Express, which is like a small version, and I got like loads of these, and I was just like every time I was hungry, little snack. They're really nice. They do tons of flavors as well.
This is an ad.
Are you live?
I mean, we're on the BRB screen, but the audio still comes out from my desktop, so...
Not an ad.
Oh, so they can still hear us during the BRB?
Yeah, because otherwise they couldn't hear the... everything that we secretly say when the camera's off.
It's not really secret. No. Well, no.
It's Andrew RPing a locked character.
Oh, thank you.
There he is.
There he is.
The mascot for the whole of Sanctus.
The
Bam.
Sanctus
It's
isn't really that
Sanctus.
bad if you don't really have any worries going along for you, you know?
Not
That's a
getting
little hot.
stabbed.
A little hot. Besides that, you can drink outside in public. You can eat
Good,
like
yeah.
hammocks.
But we're only 4 days out. Something you've got a lot of time left. So 24 days of hell could be next. Could be good though.
Alright, let's get back to this whole pyramid nonsense.
Hell yeah.
So, as you guys are discussing in various languages, to the dismay of the rest of your party, this elven language that seems to make Zen want to shout racial epithets, you decide that you are going to touch the pyramid.
Fuck
In the
yeah.
same way Finding Nemo is touch the butt.
Oh, that's not a good. I've seen
I
that
don't-
movie. I know how that ends.
What are you talking about? He doesn't die.
You go to the
No, he doesn't
mothership and
die,
you get
but-
poked at by a giant squid person.
Alright, so, one sec, I'm just,
Pop that drink, buddy. We need more alcohol in this bitch. Henry's liquid courage.
Liquid courage, baby. It gives you ideas to do bad ideas. Let's go.
Oh, so what? You're taking a shot before you go?
That's what all that purple stuff in this thing. It's lean. It's
That's what they're feeding us.
it's lean. Isn't that just paracetamol, like syrup medication?
Yes, it's disgusting.
Okay. Alright, I got my alcohol. Not in game, mind you, because he's definitely going in clear-minded.
we here at the Frost Campaign do not condone drinking and flying. Please do so responsibly.
Passenger, it's all good.
As I'm leaving, I give a little pat to Krios because I know in his mind he's being really worried right now because he will probably die if I die. So, give a
He's
little
even
pat.
intelligent to know, like some animals don't some animals don't understand concepts like life and death.
No, but he understands that the reason why he's experiencing the second chance that is life for him is because of me.
Okay.
Since did you ever explain how this works?
I've
What works?
explained many times.
Oh yeah, he has room.
Would gentle repose keep Krios' soul in that body if you died?
Well, actually, I've never explained that part. But the way when he does die is that I have a phylactery basically in my chest pocket, in my near where Zen broke my fucking hip. There's a little phylactery there that's a little bit shitty because I haven't been able to make a better version of it because I haven't been having able time or money to do it. So it's kind of a little shitty. And Zen doing what he did, he almost broke. But theoretically, even if I do die, it comes back to it. And because me mentally, I'm not thinking about Krios, it technically just he'll die if I die.
Okay, good.
Nothing works. No. If I die, he dies.
Because I was gonna say, like, if he gets swooped back to you and you're dead under like a million billion piles or pounds of sand, then you've trapped your fucking.
Campaign 1, sand in that one.
Well, it's only the soul that would go. Like you guys
It's
have
only
seen.
his eternal soul that's stuck underground forever.
He'll just get just
Well, okay,
Alright.
just
back in character. He's doing
I'm
the
saying
old
not cool.
see you later.
I give him
That's
a little
it,
pat on the chest, and I get out the wagon, and I see the driver's like, "Hey, I'll be right back, but keep going. I'll catch up with you guys." And I away.
But these drivers like, what the? These fucking guests, these rowdy guys.
Alright, so you fly off heroically into the distance. Let's see. You go ahead and fly back to the pyramid, of which is still observably the same as you left it. It's only been a couple of brief moments in game time. They didn't take a break. We did. But as you fly over, the vibrations and all the different things that you noticed before become more easy to notice the second time around. You approach the pyramid, and the gentle humming of whatever mechanisms are beneath its walls hum with a gentle throbbing. I don't think I should use the word throbbing.
A big, thick,
Thrumming, yes.
throbbing hum.
Okay.
Good God.
Guys, it's just a giant butt plug.
Touch it. Ooh.
Touch the butt.
Squat plug, please.
He said he wanted to do it, so he's.
I'm
taking over
touching the
team.
butt plug.
You go overhead and touch the plug. I mean, not damn it.
I got him.
No, roll with it. You said it on purpose, Adam. You gotta roll with it.
No, it's canon now. You're all gay.
Got him.
Alright, you go ahead and reach over and you begin to...
Cast Identify, and at the same time, I will also roll on a magic table.
Oh, right.
Blow up the top. Great place to do it. At least I'm not doing it. Like,
70. Nope. 81. Sorry. That was
oh,
an
you're
8.
fine. Ooh,
okay, well,
country mile.
it's only a 10% chance. Lots of 10% things can happen.
You gotta get to.
Oh, that's 1 in
30%.
10. That's not as low as you think.
He's getting me
one
another
as well.
item as well eventually if he lives through
Yeah,
it.
that's
so-
just
yeah.
let's take this D10. If it rolls on the 1, it's always...
And,
Realistically speaking, you guys could just roll on a D10 instead of a D100, but it's the same idea. But, still, percentage dice is more fun. You could see the tens place, and then, like, you have to rely on the ones place to see if it actually triggers. So, I cast Identify on the
tippity top.
On the tippity top. Okay.
Not the butt plug.
Okay. Much to your dismay, the tippity top portion is not magical at all.
Okay. Got it. And as I do that, I will cast. Good thing I have the King's Mind, because I will cast Detect Magic, and I will throw a little gem, crack it in my fist, my palm, and concentrate it. And do I feel any woogies?
Yeah, the thing underneath the crystalline tip is, but not the actual crystalline portion on the top. So you can't touch it because there's a thing around it.
Okay.
You get the school though. That's
Yeah, do I get the school?
you do. That's what.
Yeah, sorry.
It is.
God,
Hold on, I gotta look at the schools again.
sorry.
Are you though?
No.
Sorry, but fuck you. Let me see.
What Adam means is he has to look through his notes because he definitely wrote this down and he has it. It just, a
I
lot of
have to
notes.
open for you.
Because
Tab.
NPC magic is different than PC magic, so
He's
I don't-
risking his balls and his cat for this, so we got.
let me hold on.
Imagine we're all like the
Mhm.
kids out the side of the school
like-
bus window, like looking
It
out the
is
back.
that of evocation.
Ooh. As soon as I get that, I get a wicked idea. And I get rope out. And I
Oh, no.
try to rope, and I try to see if I can facet the rope around the tip. See if I can, get like a really nice knot, and then go on the opposite side and see if I can pull it off.
Okay, so here's a triangle, right? Now, if you try to put a rope anywhere around.
Oh
the
yeah, I
triangle,
know.
Where's
I
the
know.
leverage gonna go?
In the seam.
It's gonna go path of least resistance up to the tip, and then the loop of the rope will just slip off. Now the rest of the pyramid is blockular, like I said. That's our new word for today. So sure, you could wrap a rope around the block, but when you get to the tip of the pyramid, I'm not sure where you're putting the rope around. Where it's not just gonna just funnel up to the tip, and it kind of just.
Write a note on that. Adam says blockular. A lot.
That's on the bingo chart now that you guys
What's up,
totally
what's up?
keep playing.
Totally blockular, dude.
Okay. Looking at the seams, can I try to see if I can put some sort of tool in there?
What kind of tool?
Specifically a crowbar.
Wow, that's what it's used for, prying. I'm gonna need you to take that out of your bag and place it into a seam, and then you're gonna use all of your noodly strength to make a strength check.
Yep.
Blow your back out.
Blow my black out real quick. Hold on. Push lift. I don't think. Yeah, no. The prying is not one of those motions.
You're just like out there scratching your head on. Maybe that could work.
Okay. Let me do a strength check.
You're looking out in horror out the window at him. Look at Alec is just like.
Alec is.
That ain't. Why you got rope out? Like that ain't
no,
identify.
That's not gonna work.
I'm not saying anything.
That's not gonna work. And then
That's my head canon of what's fucking going on.
I'm not
right
saying
now.
anything. Varys can't see. He's too far
Hold
away.
me back, Dan. Hold me
no,
back.
if anyone,
I'm done.
you would be
Mic's
able
going
to
off.
see. Okay. So I will also give myself a +5 DM question for you. I've never done this before with the King's Mind, but is it able to drop one of the concentration spells that I'm concentrating on, or do I have to drop both?
Let's just see the phrasing real quick so that I'm using it word for word. The King's Mind, this is a big fucking list. I should move these categories around. Where the fuck is King's Mind? Yeah, yep. Magical Circle allows class for two, concentrate up to 2 spells at a time. The caster loses concentration on a spell for any reason besides voluntary. As long as it's voluntary, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Okay.
Without the penalties.
I will drop detect magic, but I will take out a small little needle and I will inject myself in the neck, and with that giving myself advantage on strength checks with enhanced ability.
Whoopee!
I will also
is that technically the rail spec from first campaign, but none of the bad side?
There's got a bad side to it if you lose concentration.
Yeah, I take a shit ton of damage, especially if I go up to like concentrating on 2 level 3s. I take, is it Niam 6d6 damage or 8?
If it like one of them
12?
goes prematurely,
It's XD6, so X being the level, so that'll be 66. Or if you do 2 level 4s, hey, I just fireballed myself in the face. In my mind.
Who would do that?
Oh man, don't bring that up. It's been a while. Hope he's doing okay. I got a...
It was firebolt.
55 for my thingy. And... now that I have that running through my veins, like steroids, I will also give myself inspiration, flash ability, and let's roll, baby.
We at the Frost campaign don't condone drug use for... I don't actually know.
Dare.
Do all recreational drugs. That's what the E stands for.
Oh, what is... it would just be like a straight up strength check, right? Okay.
Hold on, Adam's drinking some lean.
18.
Don't look at the brand.
He's not drinking lean.
22 total.
You can't see it. Oh, wait, my finger, hold on. Okay.
Isn't lean like cough syrup or some shit?
It's NyQuil
it's
and
Lipton.
like alcohol.
It's Leanton. Fine.
You go over to this very large crystalline thingamajig. You wedge over and you can find a very, very, very small amount of leverage. The amount is comparable to that of like a fingernail in depth. So it's kind of like trying to unscrew a screw that has their threads all jumbled up inside, or if the head has been essentially eroded from too many people tightening it too much and it's been stripped. So the amount of leverage is not to your fancy, but due to the age of this thing and the sand erosion, you can get the tip of the crowbar into the seam of this thing, at which point you kind of use your weight to kind of shove it in as deep as you can. No sexual innuendo here, it's just using a crowbar. In any case, you begin to go up and down using your flying capabilities to make a fulcrum and point of pivot that is physics related. 22, you can get a small amount. You can see kind of like if you had a bit of glue around something and you kind of just wedge it up ever so slightly, you can feel this almost like suction-y effect as the gap gets wider and wider. But unfortunately, this thing is even heavier than you expected it to be, and there seems to be some sort of element that is acting as a cohesive portion of it, keeping the parts together beyond your current attempt.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's possible, as you did feel, I wouldn't say much of a give, but you can kind of feel like it moved.
Anything's possible.
And I'm assuming me trying again would include a penalty, so there's no reason I'm doing it. I'm assuming the DC is like super fucking high. Now it increased, so now I'm like looking at it and saying, fuck! So close! And I put my crowbar back in my thing, and I look at it one more time, go at it, take a little spin around, and I dip.
The gentle thrumming gets more quiet as you vacate the area and fly back to the caravan. The speed at which the caravan goes is slower than your fly speed when you're sprinting, so you can catch up very easily, and considering they're just doing a go around the perimeter of this thing, it's easy if you just go from where you are and just meet to the caravan at a perpendicular angle. So, in any case, you fly back unsuccessful, unfortunately. Eventually the humming and the vibrations become a thing of the past as you get closer and closer to caravan number 2.
Hey, he's back.
I open the door, and as it's moving, I get myself inside.
I reacquire my box.
Give you the thingy. That shit is fucking tough.
Well, I would imagine so.
Considering who built
I'm
it.
glad you got that.
Like, I really went at it. Like, I can pick up and
Identifying
lift
it?
things up with this armor because, like, this
Stop
armor is
moving
fuck.
down.
And fuck! I could
wouldn't have
not
seen
do
him
it.
doing that. Like, what do you mean? Identifying a lift?
Oh! I couldn't identify the magic part of it. And I don't say this out loud, so, I whisper
Say it
this.
in Elvish. I thought to speak to you in Elvish.
You don't know what
Okay.
languages though our
Okay.
driver speaks though.
But-
That's the
Well,
thing.
yeah, I know.
But then I
Hushed in
whisper,
Elvish,
yep, and then hush back. I say, "Well, the whisper, stage whisper. Well, the top part of it isn't magical, but there was a little inseam inside that was magical. So my idea was to pry it up, and I look at Varys, and I give him a little wink because I know he's like, "Fuck, why would you do that?" And I, try to lift it up, and I couldn't because it fucking stuck in there.
Okay.
User joined your
There's mobile.
channel.
I see him. He's there. Okay, who he muted before coming in. I was just gonna hold off speaking. I go. Well, at least you just tried. And got some info.
Well,
What was,
whatever it
what was the
is,
school?
I will tell you, it is probably, in my head, it's probably a weapon. The school that I got was evocation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not necessarily always.
No, of course not. But
Okay.
in my mind, if I'm being evil, A weapon.
My evil
If
hat.
I were megalomaniac, and I'm not,
But if I were.
But if I were, if I was able to build massive destroying weapons of destruction,
Maybe if it's like
Well-
hypothetical. Say if it's over the path of a sandstorm, and I'm flying over with something. I've got loads of these little pyramids all around the path I'm going in. Evoke. It could be like a propulsion thing, maybe, to keep it
so
afloat. or
here's the
something.
thing: if you're thinking like that, if we take it out, what happens? What happens to the
Eat shit
sandstorm?
at this particular part. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, but this work anyway. The risk management, I suppose, in the grand scheme of the
unless the whole point
Uh,
of the sandstorm is to keep these things buried, and that's
Keep it buried until they need them.
I mean, these are just. We got a lot of time to think.
Listen,
lot
we
more-
got a
more
month,
days, but,
and then we got
yeah. We
other
might see
shit.
more stuff, so it could. But a good thing I think we've done all we can. Was when you were up close, was that U-shaped thing you were saying? Was that the copper thing? Was that a hole, or was that just a pipe?
It was just a
Didn't
pipe.
go in that.
It didn't go anywhere. No, no, it went underneath
like-
the sand, but
It wasn't like an entrance.
no,
The sand was going in it.
not that I saw.
Ooh, well, put that in the back of
Okay.
our heads and just get away from it. I suppose that's probably our best thing to do. Get over here a good point. Look at the stars tonight, because then we're gonna be able to know in a rough vicinity where this is if we don't, like over. Or maybe ask the little halfling.
Hmm.
Kind of seems like he knows. And yeah, and I'm just.
lagging a little bit.
Oh, we'll go to my camp.
I
With
don't
a
know
hippity
why
hop.
it lags. I don't understand why it lags.
You know how Steam has maintenance every Tuesday? Yeah, all the
Close the stream, and I'm gonna close just everything else down. Hopefully that.
quit downloading all your explicit
England stuff.
tea
Sensitive English
recipes.
documents.
Sure,
Tea. Yeah, like,
it's like the
Yeah,
fucking Coca-Cola recipe, but
no one knows it. Should be better. Yeah, what was the last part you heard?
I kinda got the gist that you wanted to look at the stars for something, but like
Yeah,
it was-
so we'll use the halfling if we can't use ourselves, because none of us are a cartographer, to get a read on where this is locationally. Because if this gets covered in sand, our only reference point is going to be the stars, and I want to look at stars anyways. I want to look up at the moons.
cool.
Well, it's
Hopefully,
light
we see some
pollution.
flying things. There we go.
Some fucking yeah.
alrighty
yeah.
then. At the
Not just
end
me,
of
but-
day 4's travel, you guys didn't have anything too strenuous happen to you, and all that occurrence is relatively a short period of time, only cutting into your passive activities just for a brief moment, but not enough to reset any progress, and you guys get back onto this is the equivalent of letter J in Draconic. Can you say L'chaim? Sorry.
Whoa.
That is not the right language to
That
be
sounds
comparing
more-
it to.
Yeah, Middle Eastern Arabic or something.
What are people saying is the goblins in fucking the new Harry Potter game are equivalent to
Let's not go there.
Hey, they're just goblins.
Good old
okay?
JK, but like JK can think what she
JK 's
wants,
not
but
a cool woman.
Well, I was never a Harry Potter fan in the first place, so I have no horse in that race.
Harry Potter, can Harry do one?
This fucking marker's drying out.
Uh-oh.
Adam,
So my note here is actually Adam says blocular a lot.
yeah,
Yes,
it's a new cool phrase. All the kids are not
Guys,
saying.
that was totally blocular.
I need to get a new marker.
All the DMs are using it.
totally blocular,
Mercer,
man. You
Adam
gotta hold
Mercer started using it
the
now,
metal
like.
sign, but you gotta hold it at an angle. So
Oh, wait,
Okay,
it's
Okay, so
supposed to be-
15th. So are we going from the 14th to the 15th now?
Let's see. So first day was 11, 12, 13, 14. Yep. Let's see. Started off on the 11th, so got full travel time there. I gotta throw this marker away.
16, 24. We've traveled 32 hours total so far.
Yeah. Give it up for day 32.
Let's go ahead and see about anything you guys want to do after this major encounter. You guys talked about how you want to talk to the cartographer, and you have yet to be introduced to him, so if you want to find him around the water cooler, he likes to get his stuff relatively soon so that there's not too much of a people taking away from what he wants to drink, because he's a thirsty boy.
After he's like done sipping, after he's done getting his water, I try to wave him down. Listen, hey, if you don't mind me, sorry, we haven't been introduced yet. Carlos, nice to meet you.
Hello, my name's Jumanji.
God.
Henry's not right for that voice. Henry, no.
God damn. Jumanji.
All I'm hearing is the drum beats from the movie.
Jumanji, this.
It's a fucking rhino, isn't it? A halfling.
I help you.
Well, actually, we were wondering if you wouldn't mind showing us on the map specifically where that thing that we passed by earlier was. We just got really curious. You know, I was over there for a little bit, and I didn't really see anything interesting. But there are a couple of scholars back in Rutash that would definitely be interested to come back. I was wondering if
I'm back.
if you can.
We're not intending for people to go near this thing. It's supposed to be a steer clear sort of thing.
That is what we agreed on.
Oh, is that what? Oh, okay.
Yes, so under that premise, I'm not sure if I should tell you.
Yeah, Kalos, I think... I know
So
you're
sorry.
curious.
I don't actually think I was here for that discussion. I'm so sorry. I was probably out there.
Yeah.
Sorry. Fuck the scholars back home. They can probably wait. They can find some other artifacts back home.
Now, it's easy to triangulate that based off of the stars. I haven't got a chance to yet. I just finished eating dinner. But we only traveled so far away from that site, so the range that I'm going to be marking this thing is accurate to about 10 miles, give or take. That being said, once you get out there and the sand covers it back up again, good fucking luck.
Yeah, 10 miles is fucking no.
Now, this isn't a question for in character. This is more like for DM. This isn't like a flat desert. This is like, you know, Lawrence of Arabia, dunes and mounds and, you know, everything, shifting sand. It's not like...
So, there's a couple of things that cause dunes to form, and it's 99% wind. The other 1% is probably going to be seismic activity caused by the fucking Yanmin, but we're not going to get into that. So,
What the fuck?
The closer you are to the coast, there'll be a decent amount of dunes that form from coastal winds that push it up, kind of forming an almost natural sea wall that kind of forms a perimeter around the actual diameter of the actual continent itself. And then when you get towards here, this is actually where it starts to flatten off a lot, because of the sandstorm kind of acts as a planing device for like wood. It kind of just flattens everything in its path. So more or less, if the sandstorm's not here, shit's the only time that it's gonna be wavy. Yeah, it's gonna be wavy, but then like as soon as the fucking Roomba that is the sandstorm comes over, it smooths everything out.
Zuckerberg,
but then
Roomba,
eventually
Roomba.
some other natural things happen to cause it to become more dune-like. So right now, in the path of the sandstorm, this is the flattest it's actually gonna be. And in the same way that, like, if you drag your hand through sand, it doesn't just, like, go down, it gets pushed to the side. So once you get out of the way of the sandstorm, you're actually going to see more higher elevations, because those are ones of portions of sand that get pushed to the side.
Carves through Roomba.
Yes, the Roomba is the giant alien Roomba, yep.
This is what we're looking at is, we did the dunes, we're in the flats, and we're looking at more dunes at some time in the not-too-distant future.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to be going to a sea eventually, so...
Yay!
And it's well, actually a sea, but
Oasis.
I love sand and armor. Good crap.
I'd imagine you'd just be like, if you had like just the ability to burn, you just have glass around you. Like, I hate the sand. Get
Well,
it
it's
out.
probably, you know where you would find glasses on my boots. That's where
'Cause it's
fire.
hot, yeah.
So, anything else you wanna speak to Jumanji about?
Gentlemen,
Jack Black.
No, okay, that was just me. Got it.
So is it nighttime now? Is it like the evening water cooler chat, or is it? still
Yeah,
not-
this
not
is
mu-
the second half, so the about 8 hours into this current day's trip, when everyone's breaking into camp and just getting all this stuff ready for the evening.
I was just going to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, how long have you done cartography for?
If you want to go that far back, I've been doing stuff with maps since I was a wee lad. Probably put it around 24 to 5 years at this point, give or take.
Have you noticed much change in the night sky over those 25 years, or is it just, how's the field going in cartography and maps and the like?
Well, I'm an astrologer, and
The
also
astrologer, yeah.
cartographies, they kind of can hold hand in hand, especially if you don't have a compass. So I took me upon myself, considering where we are, there's not many landmarks, so cartography with no good lines of sight, markers or anything, you kind of have to do with what you can, and the stars are the biggest things that you can really have that are, once you understand them, is your main reference point.
Yeah.
So I was
They
a
don't change
cartographer
much.
first, but
Astrology sounds fascinating.
to
Weird stars
answer your
back in
question,
Utah, right?
changes to the stars. Well, they change throughout the year because the overall rotation, relatively speaking. So I can't give you a hard yes of like, yeah, this star moved 5 feet to the right. I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Yeah.
But not really keenly aware of like hard contrast changes. You kind of have to give it a bit of leeway in terms of the positioning, because you'll be standing in a different location each time, so you have to account for that change in your position relative to the. It's the whole shebang.
Is there borealises down this way as well, or is it? Because back in Rutosh, there's loads of them. They're
We're
beautiful.
too close to the equator, so generally speaking, not really.
Okay.
If you do see one, that's gonna be a phenomenon. And let me know, I'd love to see that shit.
Keep an eye out. Well, yeah. Hopefully, we've got plenty more time to journey. It'd be good to chat to you further.
By all means. I don't think it's a good idea to just go on this whole trip and just never speak to the people you're riding with. That's some sociopath shit.
Yeah. Looked at Dauntless in like a blanket. Yeah. Sure.
I mean, I don't mean to offend anyone who does so, but just, you might as well talk to someone or else you're gonna go nuts doing nothing but staring at sand for hours at a time. Thankfully speaking, I have my maps and my star charts to look at while we're just doing fuck all in the wagons. But, yeah, if you want something to look at that you may or may not understand, I can lend you some of my star charts if you want to try and look at those. Just something to keep an eye
absolutely.
out for.
Totally. Yeah, I'd love that.
Just take in mind,
And Laszlo is prompted for gay sex.
Star charts.
no coming back for
Jesus.
that, Jesus Christ. Just take in mind, I'm an awful teacher, so
No, no worries. Yeah, just.
I know what I'm talking about, but I can't translate it into other people's learnings, so if you can figure it out on your own, that's good on you.
I'm
but
like that with boats. It's I preaching to the choir.
if
on that
anything,
one.
if you'll be like, hey, where's this one? And you point up to the sky, I'm like, what are you, an idiot? It's that one.
It's right there. It's right there.
I probably shouldn't insult people when I'm trying to teach them, but you know, that's just the way I'm growing up.
Yeah, I feel that it takes a little bit. I totally
Tough
get
love.
it, but
Tough love.
I understand. I get you. Tough love, exactly.
Tell you what, I have a couple of star charts. He looks up directly into the sky and says, Alright, so I'm gonna hand you this star chart. You try to figure out which one it is. He ruffles into his wagon. He doesn't keep them on his person at all times. It's a rolled up, very dark colored parchment, almost stained black, like ink, and he uses a different color, almost like a silvery white, to denote the star locations. And it has that thing that you would see on constellations, where it's the stars themselves, a little silver line to connect them to make the intended shape for whatever constellation he's looking at. Of course, the silver lines don't appear in the actual night sky, but he hands you one of them, and he challenges you to a star identifying duel. Sure.
Now, question before he makes any rolls to like determine that, as someone whose background makes him good with maps and class makes him good at navigation, do I have any like innate better understanding of what I'm looking at
secretly?
Or is that...
Well, there are cartography tools that would help you out here. There's also an astrologer's kit, I believe, that you can get proficiency with. Now, it's not going to give you advantage, and technically you don't have proficiency with it, so you can't use that.
I just want to see something real quick.
But cross-referencing those two is why he's doing this in the first place, so I'd probably imagine it gives you a little +2.
Yeah.
Hello! amount. If only
How does this thing get work?
Anderson was here to... We wouldn't even be on this continent, would we? Like, I would be alarmed if you were on this continent, actually.
So if you want to try to identify this constellation that Jumanji is pointing at, go ahead and make a d20 plus intelligence, and then for Varys, you can take an additional +2 for
I'm going to use my d6.
orientation.
I'm use my d6.
Sure.
You guys still broke back desert?
Or orienteering. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I got a 6 on it! Like, yeah,
1 plus 6.
no, it's better.
Plus int plus an extra 2, right?
Yeah.
Fucking,
No proficiency, unfortunately.
Okay, I got a 23.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I also got a 23.
Alright, you guys are convoluting with some sort of higher beings right now. That's not possible numerically.
Adam has to drop star lore.
You have excellent memory for maps and geography. You can always recall general... Oh, that's not star charts. All right. All right. That's fair.
You go ahead and you both hold one end of the map and kind of just like bounce back and forth. Like, is it? Nope. Nope. Just scooch over. Nope. That star's missing.
Two
That's
scholars.
Yes. Just the boys with the star map and this little short guy who's gonna yell at us if you get it wrong.
That's why we're gonna try and get it right.
You point out and you point to his constellation. The little silver linings denote it to be that of a particular star sign. You know, I'm a Leo.
As a Virgo, like
that's totally something a Scorpio would say. But these constellations are not the same that you would probably find in like real life ones. Although some of the themes can begin to overlap. This one is what's the real one called? It's like the Archer. Was that like Sagittarius or something?
Orion.
Chiron.
No, like for the.
I
got like
thought
4 answers. Are you wrong?
It might be Sagittarius. I don't know my astrology.
I think Sagittarius is like it's like a guy with a bow, isn't
Is it the Archer?
I got you, Sagittarius, bro. I got you, Sagittarius. Looked it up on you. Look it up, Sagittarius.
This was all a test to see if any of you guys know astrology in real life and that
No,
kind of
but
I know the big guy's belt,
Google
but-
is the amazing thing that it is.
Orion's belt. That's the.
Dude, Orion's belt is the Men in Black one. That's why I know that.
Did you know that each of those things are not relatively close to each other? Stars for Orion's belt?
They're like
further
right
away,
next to
like-
each other. What are you
They're
talking?
not next
Well,
to each
no,
other.
but it's there's a
It's a huge depth thing. Yeah, if you take out this entire dimension, yeah, they're close to each other.
you're not thinking 3-dimensionally.
But either way,
Look.
as Henry looks that up, the constellations here are different. This one denotes that of a longbowman. The series of stars are almost a perfectly straight line to make his actual bowstring. He's not being taught, he just holds it in a relatively neutral looking position at his side. And then another series of straight lines make that of his arrow. So this one is referred to as the longbowman. and is denoted by a series of only the 3 lines that make his arrow shaft, and then a series of 5 lines that make his bow. You can see on the little picture that the entirety of like the bow shaft, the actual guy himself, is not denoted in any of the stars. It's only the bowstring and his arrow.
So 3 lines for the shaft. And
then a series of
5
5 lines for the bowstring. So, for this
write that down.
purpose,
Yeah.
it is actually the only one that, from this angle and time of year, that would be very easily visible according to these star charts and what Jumanji tells you. Everything else that would be in the close proximity of this particular constellation at this angle at this time of year in this location, localized in this okay, would be more or less skewed in such a way that it wouldn't be looking exactly like it is on the star chart. So right now the only thing is the longbowman. And then he tells you that, alright, so if you can see the longbowman at this angle, and you're in this part of the town, not town, country,
Sand.
this part of the city, Sand City, if you're part, yeah, you can, if you can see the longbowman, you can essentially triangulate your position to a rough, like, plus or minus 50 miles.
Cool.
So
ballpark region with that. In what direction is that? Like north? Is it? Are we looking up north? Are we looking up east? Where are we?
well, you guys are currently moving eastwards, so
Yeah.
and east,
We're looking
south,
up
and
at
west
east.
relative to the stars is actually a really fucked up thing to try and
There's
triangulate.
the North Star.
Because
where
the
is
North
it?
Star isn't actually north, and the rotation of the planet, and the stars over
east.
there aren't actually moving. You're the one moving, so you have to.
Well, at least we can see the stars in this campaign. It's not like going mad.
Well, that was a thing I will happily tell you, is that I made it so that it does that, so that I don't have to make star charts
Buckle
in
in.
campaign 1.
Buckle in for campaign 3, buddy. That's what I'm saying.
We're going to space, boys!
Starman
Space.
is here.
Da-na.
David Bowie is my character.
But anyway, so with that taken care of, you take a little time to learn about the constellations that are visible here on this side of the country, at least. You're not sure how these would translate to, say, going back to Rutash. Maybe, like, the guy's arrow looks different when you're in that side of the country. Kind of looks like a fish.
Yeah.
Or a
Awesome.
squid, maybe.
It's moving.
Squid.
It's
Pointing a gun at
corporeal.
you.
8 guns.
In either case, so that is what those guys do. Is there anything else you guys want to do with the other Caravanneers, or are we going to slowly interlude them into the
We've
thing
got
based off of their
me,
performance?
Sam,
I just feel like I should talk to
Perfume
as
guy.
few as possible.
Jumanji, 3 down. Okay, we've got a few to go. Out of a crew of 10, did you say? So we've got
Correct.
7 more.
You forgot
Lex
Lex.
Pokemon.
You forgot Lex.
Oh, that was 11.
4. We
That
know
was
four.
11
Actually-
crew.
So you have all the drivers.
I have a
Or-
thing.
Oh, well, he has a thing. All right, go for it.
While we're like hunkered down, do I see anyone wearing religious iconography that we need to watch out for?
You've
So
already
Lex
seen
with the Ra.
Alexander with an Eye of Ra. He holds it in a pendant around his neck, and he kind of symbolizes his thing by doing the, sign of the cross, but it only goes to the tip.
Well, I'm thinking anyone who's like religious robes, like more overt.
Priest.
Yeah.
This guy has a sign on his ass that says juicy, but then it also says,
I'm an assassin and I'm going to stab you.
gee, I
Princess
sure
Skill
love
Mistress.
set.
'Cause
Why don't you go ahead and make, you can either, you can do this in 2 ways. You can do a perception check by sitting there like a creepy weirdo and just looking at everyone from the corner of the room, saying, I wish I was home right now, the party's too loud. Alternatively, you can do a social check and mingle with them, and just like, hey, I couldn't help but
Former.
notice. Okay,
former.
so
So the
Perce-
creepy.
perception check to do guy in the corner, charisma check to do mingle.
Former is more in character.
Well, you roll, not me. I don't want to do it.
That's
Ding.
a 4. 4.
Yeah, I wasn't on the social chain.
I got sand in my eyes. It's kind of dark. Everyone
The
keeps
blankets.
like turning away from me whenever I look at them.
Is that a pendant or is that like someone else? Like,
The lighting's bad. The
Oh,
fire.
I forgot the most crucial shit as well. Let's play out first. Sorry.
Nope. Well, that's just me
He's got
describing how
sand in
he's.
his eye.
That's just me describing Dauntless failing the check. So.
Does the moon look fucked up? What does the description
Which
of the moon
one?
look like? The one that we know blew the fuck up and has a gash out of it.
Wait, you mean the one that did the blowing up, or the one that got blown up?
One that got blown up, or is it just one moon now?
No, it's two.
When we were on Ruto, when we looked up, and you were like, "Oh, you looked up." 70 sessions in, I wanted to get an updated point of view because we're in this place of the world now.
We care about the stars, Adam.
Would I have been able to use the inverse previously 23, or is the moon somewhere else?
Well, I mean, it's in the sky, so
Yeah.
it's
what
not
would
part of
we
the star
use?
charts because that's a closer heavenly body than the stars comparably.
Yeah.
I mean, it's there, but like you're busy trying to identify. It's like the reverse. Where's Waldo? If Waldo is the
Everywhere.
moon, you're looking literally everywhere else except for Waldo.
Okay. I mentioned to Varus, like, hey, we should look at the moon. You go, which one? Both
What-
of them.
What am I looking? What are we looking for?
With different perspective. We're on another continent. Always good to see. Maybe there's somewhere on the back we didn't notice. I don't fucking know. But
Glance
look,
up at the moons.
yeah, what do we got to roll?
Let's go ahead and check this out. So you guys are going to be looking for. You would know it as one of the Yanmin weapons of creation. That is the daemon. That is the portal. To people around here, the second moon is Pythias. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Now is the portal like I thought the portal was the damaged moon, or is it the other moon is damaged because of the weapon?
No, the daemon was damaged.
Daemon
It was the
itself was
portal.
damaged, but
But that is the portal one.
Yeah,
yes,
that's called
Daemon is the portal.
Pasius.
Okay.
The
All
second.
right. And you said a perception check, right?
Yep, you're looking at the sky now, but with a different kind of vision. You're just looking for things, not supposedly the definition of said things.
Not horrible.
Got 15.
I got a 16.
Easy enough. Pythias is actually, in terms of the distance to the actual surface, Pythias is closer to the surface than the other moon. So it appears as technically smaller, but it's closer, so it kind of almost evens out, so they almost look the same. Accounting for using your naked eye to perceive these, they almost look identical in terms of size and distance, because you have no backdrop to compare the distance to. But in either case, Pythias does take on the appearance of a round heavenly body. It is grayish and covered in pock marks from other debris in space doing its thing and colliding into the surface with no proper atmospheric pressures to cause it to burn up. Everything impacts, and Pythias looks like it's been, what's it called? A steel kettle drum, where it's just full of fucking indentations.
Little dimples in it.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And there's no like guys standing on the surface of it like pointing a gun at you, if that's what you're asking.
There's not like a tentacle there. Okay. Nice. All right. Thought it'd be good to check at least, It's got eyes.
It blinks.
Moon thing. It's funny you say blinks. I did read a post that some DM. He said to everyone at the start of the session, first like session 0, I have one mimic in this whole campaign, and like 40 sessions in, they hear an NPC say, "Oh yeah, the moon sometimes blinks back at me," and they all fucking like freaked out
That's a fun way to do that.
because the moon was the mimic all along in it. They were like,
Oh my
apparently they were just
God.
looking for like, oh, that table was it, and I was like, no, and the TM just like smug as fuck. Oh, it's the
70
fucking moon all
sessions
along. Look up, and I was like, oh fuck, that's good.
No one looked at the moon. now.
Oh, right. You guys look up? All right, cool. Let me
He's just like this.
drop this bomb on you
The
guys.
moon
real
with
quick.
maracas this whole time. Yeah, I thought it was pretty
But
neat.
DM, what does it eat?
planets.
World.
Dead space.
Jeez.
Blue moon. Cool. Yeah, I've wrote my Pathias notes. Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and finish off that day. That is going to be leading into the next sequence of rolls where
Of May.
things could happen, things could not happen, depending on how this rolls. D100, go! Oh no! I rolled a 3. That is less than 25, so back-to-back major encounters, friends.
Wait, before you do anything, before you do anything strenuous, just in the morning, I give Leslo his headband.
Leslo.
My
Ulrich.
bracelet.
I give Ulrich a little, hey man, here you go. It's a little, it's nothing, you know, I didn't have much money to do, but you know, here you go.
Give you a hug. Thank you.
Does it
Much
course,
appreciated.
increase
man,
your overcap potential?
You know the elephant's foot in Chernobyl?
Mm-hmm.
Putting that going.
And
So
I
anyway,
also had a question for you before you put it on.
Sure.
That helmet that you're wearing, are you going to need it much longer? Do you think you're going to need it for a long time? If you do, just let me know. It's perfectly fine. I just want to adjust my plans if you do. Oh, I'm sorry. Not a helmet. You're not wearing it as a helmet. What are you wearing it as?
Which?
I have it under as Laszlo helmet, but it's the
That's the fair immunity.
no, that is the give you advantage on
I hope to use that. Yeah.
Are you okay?
Not being well. It's been really. I can't get surprised, so I can't get.
Gotcha. I just want to make sure that also specify what do you have it as. I have it as under helmet. I have it as a helmet. What do you have it as under?
I think it has a ring. Hold on. I think it has a ring or something. Let me double check.
Because if you do, I just want to specify.
We've got it in our pins channel, I think. Hold on, let me scroll up. Helm's Grimace, Staff, Grimace, or Bracelet of Awareness is what I have it as.
Gotcha.
So I just got another bracelet though.
And all right, yeah. Now, bring out the giant purple sandworm.
Well, it could be a giant purple worm, but that's going to be up to the dice, so...
You've rolled.
I've rolled already.
Someone else
Vacation
do it.
boy?
I'll do it if no one else wants to.
Go on, Alec.
And a D12?
Let's see. Yes, because we had a D...
Well, mine was a D20, but I got it, so
Oh,
doesn't
yeah,
it...
it does reset. It does reset. Yeah, you're right.
Right,
It was a major
so-
encounter, so... Back to D20.
Right. We'll
It
ignore
could
that.
be a major encounter, it could be a minor encounter, but there's going to be... There was a firefight. No, well, maybe. Could be.
19.
Not a major encounter.
Aww.
Just a
There
miniature
it is. Alec, you're boring.
Mm-hmm.
Which what is this one do, Henry? By the way, I know it's intellect related. What is it?
It increases your base intellect to 19.
Nice. Okay.
Mind you, when you do take it off, it reverts it back to what you had it.
You stupid as fuck. No. Alright.
Now.
With this in mind, the minor encounter. As you guys are traveling, occasionally peeking out of the little shutters, Varys, you notice that there is a dead tree. It is pale white, and its bark has been stripped, only allowing for a weak-looking skeleton of its former self to peek out from the sand. It is standing there, defiantly in the middle of nothingness. A single bird is perched very precariously on one of its branches. Almost looks like the weight of this bird could snap the thing in half by just it moving just in the right ways. The bird itself is... you can make a nature check if you'd like to identify it.
Yes, I would. This is this isn't some monstrous like werebird, right? This is just a bird, right?
It is a bird.
Get
Go ahead and add a +5 to that.
Okay.
Inspiration.
Imagine you just hold up like a bird
Just
picture.
like, whoa, what is that? And I look at Varys, I'm like, bro, what is that?
With
Like,
Kalos' +5, I get a 25.
Amazing.
Mhm.
The bird you're looking at is an exotic species to... I mean, like, if you're a local here, you see them regularly, but to you guys, they're exotic. This one is referred to as... Now, take in mind, this is a real-life bird, and the type of thing that would be culturally associated with it in real life may not translate to it in real Frost campaign, but is a quetzal.
ooh.
Is that with a Q, right?
Yep.
I fucking love Adam. That's a beautiful bird.
I might need to Google that because I
Wait, don't you mean a kestrel?
No,
No,
it's a
quetzal.
quetzal. I love how you said it too, Adam. Good job. Bro.
Oh, that's the little guy. That's the Henry bird.
That is my bird, bro. That is the Guatemala national bird,
Yeah.
bro.
do you
Ooh,
spell
now I
that?
need... Yes, Quetzal. Beautiful green bird with a chest with red. It's a little bird. It fucking has a massive tail. You can't keep it in captivity because they fucking die after like a couple of months.
They're like great whites.
Yeah, basically. So you gotta. So if you ever want to see them, you gotta go deep into the Guatemalan rainforest. That they're fucking gorgeous, man. I swear.
Mhm.
You can't hold me, I'll just kill myself.
No, for real. It's like it's like they go crazy because they're like inside. They need to like. Apparently, their like range to fly is
Bruh,
massive.
Someone's slagging it off in the physical features. This guy's weak feet. Bitch, it looks cool. Whoever wrote that needs to change that. Green
Also
red
gotta-
plus long tail. Okay,
Let me just put a tally for the days traveled as well.
that is cool.
It is sitting there on a tree branch. It seems
Odd.
to have something in its mouth. Upon closer inspection, you can see that it has a rolled up piece of paper.
Take a look,
Can I
gang.
make a religion check or something, or a history check? Is that like how
that bad
freakily
omen?
uncommon is that?
Is that a
like
messenger
an omen,
bird?
or is it a common messenger bird as it being a local? Like, would I know this to be a messenger bird?
You would not,
Okay.
as they are not native to this continent.
Oh, they're not
Oh,
native to this continent.
I
I thought you
thought
said
you
they
said-
were exotic.
Sorry,
Wait a minute,
exotic
messages-
to...
Yeah.
Exotic
Messages
to...
out in the middle of nowhere. That sounds like a
Not
Bone
native
eater
to
thing.
St.
Wait,
Louis.
Varys, do you say that they're not
But
native?
why
to
would they
San-
be active out here?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, okay, so
Sorry,
I
they're
thought
exotic because Laszlo is from here, so it's exotic to you
Yeah.
too.
oh, you're talking to him.
None of you
Uh,
are...
that's what I wanted to
so it would be native to the Eye of Zosha.
Hmm.
So they're a long... This guy's a long ways away from home.
Oh, so like they might.
The most I could say is
That's
that's a
they
pretty
migrate.
that's a weird colored bird to live out here.
That is. You say it's from the Eye of Zosha? Do you say?
Well,
Fair.
would I know that? Do I get
Fair.
the role I get with that as
Yeah,
someone who's never been?
25, like,
Yeah, because it's a very... Anything like... If you think this kind of color palette, where it's not just
beneficial.
Dookie fucking Pigeon, that would be over in fucking
Dookie
like...
Pigeon. That's his name. So I would have know about this bird or not. Sorry, I'm really confused.
No, only Varys, because
Varys,
he
but-
did the
okay.
check.
Not native to Saint, just exotic. I have Zosha. Okay.
Ooh.
Notes. And it has a parchment in its mouth.
Rolled up like a joint.
Okay. In its mouth or in its
In its mouth face.
How far is it?
It is probably about 150 feet away from the path of the wagon. It is not in your guys' way, but if you see a bright green and red bird in the middle of a desert, it's hard to not notice it.
Like a McDonald's
Can-
sign.
I look at the gang. Are we stopping the wagon?
I mean, I'm curious.
All right. I open the door. It's like, hey, Lysandre, can you stop?
Gotta take a
Middle
piss.
wagon.
Yeah, we gotta take a quick
Micro
piss and a little quick break if you don't mind. I gotta stretch the legs.
He gets out this series of wooden clappers that he uses to begin slapping them together, making a very loud, slappy, clacky noise. Causes the other caravans to halt their step.
Looking over the over at the Quetzal, did it scare away?
No, but it started doing this thing where like it shuffles to the left and right on top of the bird, on top of the perch, and just keeps going back and forth, and eventually kind of just like
Is it
twitches its tail.
is it just like paper, or is there like a? Is there anything additional on this parchment?
It's a rolled up piece of paper, and it's 150 feet away.
Okay.
So
So looking at the group, who's really good with animals? Varys?
I think that would be
I'm
me.
not that subclass anymore.
I mean, I still got some. Well, yeah, but I could try to see if it'll communicate. You know, animals being
I
animals.
Always shoot it.
because no, let's not.
No, why you got? It's just a bird.
Look at that, it's fucking beautiful. Look how majestic it is.
Well, it could be the note. It could be a lot of money. Could be a big chunk of
Or it
cement.
could be an awesome spell. Fuck. Alright, I'm going beyond there. I want you to learn some fucking spell.
What if it's a bone eater thing?
Or, oh, that'd be cool. All the way from Eye of Zosha, though?
Mm.
Well,
We-
let's just let old bird man over here.
We get out.
What are you gonna go do? Like call over or something?
Well, I'm gonna start walking, and when I get to like,
And but before you do, hold on, DM. I'm proficient in animal handling too. Could I give him advantage in this type of situation, or is this just like a solo man type of thing?
I haven't done anything
You
yet.
can make your own individuals, but I think that at some
chess?
point when like if one guy's trying to approach you, trying to like calm you down, sure. If you got two guys approaching you, just going, everything's gonna be okay. Stop struggling.
Yeah, no, okay.
If,
Nope,
if
I
anything,
just
it might
wanted to
have the
make sure.
inverse effect if you
Yeah.
have too many people approaching a wild animal.
I mean, if you want, I could sleep the bird.
No,
No, Varys, as you walk, I
That's a pretty good idea.
give you a little, hand you a little. You've seen me hand these out, and put this in your mouth, and you'll have advantage.
I whispered to Dauntless. He said I could sleep the bird. Alright, if it starts to fly away, fucking sleep that bitch, okay?
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me just check the range on this.
Fucking.
And if you were to activate the thing that I give you, it's enhanced ability, but it's the owl one that gives you advantage on wisdom.
as I get
Alright.
closer though, I am gonna cast Speak with Animals, just so.
All right. If the bird gets or starts, I would like to prepare sleep
Mm-hmm.
at the second level.
Mhm.
And if the bird flies away, I would like to cast it.
Okay.
What's the range on sleep?
90 feet.
Are we within 90 feet of it? What if it flies away, like the other way?
Damn, I didn't think of that. Well, you are gonna have to get closer because it's 150 feet from the caravan.
I'd say just let it be. We don't want to scare it off.
All right, Varys, go ahead and make an animal handling check as soon as you're done casting Speak with Animals.
I start walking towards the thing, but I try to.
You know, I'm gonna add my D6.
Are you approaching me?
All right, D6 first.
Oh, ho, ho.
That a JoJo
And-
reference, Andrew.
Hell
So
yeah.
it's
I've heard
straight
that
plus
online
10.
somewhere.
Let's see what we get.
Yo, ho, ho.
Okay, I rolled a 24 total.
You are beefing it with these rolls, mate. Hell yeah.
I'm gonna talk the shit out of that bird.
You approach the bird very slowly until you realize that it has this very, very almost humane type demeanor to it. It looks you dead in the face and kind of just like cocks its head to the side. Synonymous when like a dog is doing so, it kind of means just like both curiosity and a sort of submissive nature to it. You approach a little bit more haste in your step, and it doesn't seem to react suddenly to the sudden burst of speed. I'm not saying you're just sprinting full fucking
Naruto
gas pedal,
sprint.
Hey, Baker, yeah.
just fucking gas pedal down and playing fucking Initial D.
Gas,
But you go into a brisk walk towards it until eventually you're at probably about a 30-foot distance between you and the tree, and by proximity, bird.
Mhm.
As soon as you get close to it, it kind of begins to fidget and ruffle its feathers in such a way that it kind of reverberates and eventually makes its way down to its tail, where it kind of splays out ever so slightly before kind of resting into a little pencil tip length end on its tail. You can see the piece of parchment in its mouth is kind of aged looking, as if like sun bleached, or that thing that happens to parchment where it kind of just turns brownish yellow. It begins to shuffle back and forth on the branch before it takes its head, puts it downwards, and then lifts up extremely quickly in such a way that it causes the parchment in its mouth to fly upwards. The parchment in its mouth begins to disapparate, as if you were dropping a pile of cotton candy into a pool of water, and eventually comes down as a form of sprinkly, magically looking bullshit that drapes over the actual bird itself. It opens its mouth, and you notice that without even needing the actual comprehend languages for animals thing, it begins to speak to you in common.
So does it speak first, or okay? Hey.
Oh! Oh wait,
Let's-
filter. I have perfect filter for this. The one that I use for all animals.
Bark, I'm a bird.
Testing. Oh, yes.
Bark. We fucking fucking bird.
Hello.
Hello. What are you doing out here?
I require assistance.
Oh, well, if we can help, I'll try. What's going on?
I have someone who is in great need,
I'm
and I have been
stalking.
sent out forward to look for help. Will you help?
If we can, yes.
Good. Please, take you and your companion who keeps walking closer to here, and follow me.
How far we gotta go?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I able to hear it talk?
It's speaking at a regular speaking volume. It's not just going ah. So what you'd imagine a normal conversation length could be,
Okay.
or volume, I should say. The bird pivots 180 degrees and begins to fly upwards and away.
Alright, well, I had sleep queued up.
Great.
Oh, good.
But you don't have to use it.
Oh, I
You don't
don't?
speak common, didn't you? No, you don't. You don't have
Oh,
to use
okay, okay.
You are an
it.
intelligent being who can make its own.
I did say I'd fireball.
Well,
You
I
can
didn't
choose
know if
to-
it was
gun?
like I didn't know if it was like a thing I called, so it's just like... Because the reason I asked about the volume is would I hear it, like, say, follow me, or would I just hear, like, muffled talking,
me
and then, like,
as I
boom,
heard it.
sleep.
Well, let's see. For context, 90 feet is, let's see.
Well,
What's up?
Optimus Prime is only about 35 feet tall, so 3 of him.
Okay, sure. Great metric.
Why did you use that as a fucking reference point? It's got Optimus on the mind. He's 35 feet. But
I'm trying to think, because in Smite, I don't know what units they use, because, like, Tyr's ultimate radius is a huge circle, and that one is 30 units.
Well, the reason I know the Optimus Prime one is because I read a long-ass time ago, there was, like, this one Transformers book that was, like, profiles of all the characters, and it was, like, I think that it gave the, comparison that Optimus Prime is taller than a telephone pole.
Okay, so let's just go with 3 telephone poles length.
Mhm.
I was gonna say maybe like 3 tier ults. The jump, but not the actual radius on the slam, because that one's shorter. Unless they
So I
changed
don't
it.
know. Okay, it should not be up to me, because in my head it would be way funnier to sleep the bird. But I would leave it up to everyone else's discretion if you think I would hear this. Because, again, I think it's funny. I think it should happen. But, like, at the same time...
could get someone deep in assistance dead because you
Yeah.
slept the fucking
How about
bird.
you don't? Yeah.
Just maybe
No.
not.
How
Err on
about
the
you
side of
fucking
caution.
don't?
Okay, then I
Seeing
probably
that
heard
Varys is not like ran away from
it.
it.
Yeah, okay, fair point.
Deduce
But in,
from that
fact-
what-
but in matter of
yeah.
fact, he's running towards it as it flies away, and me, Laszlo, and Zed look at each other. We're like, huh. Do we,
I don't know if, like, the thing would take off at Mach 10 if it's trying to get...
I would have like
out.
turned around and waved for at least a couple of you to follow me, just so I'm not going alone. Just so we're clear, I didn't
It's
just blindly
going
follow.
at a speed that you would imagine.
Like, its intention is that we follow it, so it's not going to zip away. Be like,
Yeah,
follow me!
imagine a video game where the escort quest fucking NPC didn't walk at the
Oh,
slowest
yeah,
possible pace.
About that
I
Fallout
guess
Rahim, but-
we look over at the driver. It's like, please wait for us. I think there's something important going on over there. We'll be right back.
What
What
direction
is
does
that
the
thing?
bird go off in? Like,
It's going... You guys are traveling east, and it runs
Yeah.
south. Flies south. It gets on its little legs and fucking...
his weak legs that they've described
His
it as
weak
online.
legs.
All right, I put my I would probably put my blanket into my bag at this point.
You had the blanket on?
Yeah.
And as he asks, what's that thing? What that thing is like? I don't know. It looks pretty though, doesn't it?
I've never seen it before in my life.
Isn't the most
No.
beautiful?
Just
fly
give
you've
us a
ever seen?
couple. Give us a couple, and then we look at the boys. And then...
Ras, what is it? What do I say?
You run towards Varus, who is trying to keep pace with the bird. It's not going so quickly as it would outpace you, but those of you who are not used to walking on sand find it, it's
course.
easier to walk on pavement than it is on sand, because the displacement of your weight, etc., lifting it out of the doohickey, the increased sand. Yep.
Yeah. I asked
First job.
Varus, like, what's that about? What's it?
He asked for help.
He asked for help. Okay, I turn to the caravan and I go, apparently this bird is going to someone that requested help. They're gonna go check it out. Like Callie said, yeah, just stay here. We'll be back. We'll be back shortly.
Come on, while we're running, I had to grab something.
You follow the bird for what seems like about 3 minutes. It stops at one point and lands on the ground to kind of stop, turn around, and see who is following it. Who would be in this following party?
I have no reason to.
I think it'd be the league. Yeah.
Her body. Alright. So, you guys see it roost for just a moment before taking flight once more and going for about another 3 minutes. 3 minutes turns into about 15 minutes, and eventually it stops at a nearby small outcropping of rocks that stand defiantly above the layers of sand. They are of course eroded in all sides and are relatively smooth in nature. There's a cleft that is where he lands, and between these two rocks you can see that there is a ceramic jar, about half buried at a 45-degree angle in such a way that the lid is above the ground and is tilted.
It's closed, the jar. It's not.
It is closed.
Hey,
I take out my 10-foot pole.
no, don't prop the fucking jar. Careful.
I'm
Does the
not
bird
gonna touch
speak?
anything yet.
The bird is currently 15, 7, 19 minutes. Let me just check the time on that spell to see if it wore off.
Oh, ow.
The spell lasts for 1 hour. Oh, yeah, it's still going.
Oh, are we here? What are we looking for?
Here. This one here is asking for help.
In the jar?
It lands on top of the jar and begins to pick at the lid. Of course, it is much heavier than this bird can accommodate for, so it is too weak to remove the lid.
All right, stand back.
Pole man. Stand back. I got the perfect tool for this.
Wait,
A pole to lift the lid off a jar.
hold on. Before you do anything weird, I take out a little gem and I crush it and I cast detect magic. Do I sense anything coming from it?
The magical bird standing on top of it is magical.
Oh,
The ceramic
Jesus.
jar is not magical. There is something inside that is magical.
All right.
Wait. What's
I
Ferris makes a good
motioned.
point.
I motioned to the.
Conjuration
Get
for the bird.
schools. Yeah, conjuration.
Okay,
And
if we're that
the
cautious.
thing on the inside is some sort of conjuration as well.
Wait, hold on. Don't poke it just yet.
Yeah, no.
Might be a little bit more gentle with the hands. Let's
Here, help.
Let's send Krios. Krios will handle it. Okay, he'll pick it up. Krios.
I look to Laszlo. Do you have a? I forget. Do you have a magic hand?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Said the second
Oh.
one was. You said the second one was conjuration as well.
Everything
they're
here
both
is
conjuration.
conjuration.
We don't
In the
see another
future.
person. And how big is the jar?
It's the size of one that you would bury someone's ashes in. I mean, fill with someone's ashes. An urn, you might say.
I take some thread out and I start trying to tie my survival knife to the end of the 10-foot pole.
What are you doing?
The fuck?
Very
Are
unwieldy
you sure you want to
spear.
be prodding this necessarily? It could be a burial site.
Here, do you want to send your hand or send my pair of hands?
Carl shoes.
Look, someone needs a hand, so someone figure something out, or else I'm going to start jabbing.
You are not
That's
going to stabbing.
I said jabbing, not stabbing.
It's the same
He
thing.
says
when
with a
using
knife on the end of it.
Okay.
I want to jab it with the knife.
Puts a
No,
hand
it's
up,
just
stabs
it's
it.
like you.
I mean, if you want to send it to the cat, go ahead.
Cat goes in.
The bird
Stealthily
flutters
wise.
away as you approach, leaving the jar, or urn as it were, to be alone in the sand. Between two cleft rocks, it lays, 45-degree angle at a jaunty angle. The cat robot man bends over to pick it up. Doesn't seem to be particularly heavy. If anything, it's filled with ashes, sand, dirt, or anything that can relatively well fill a space but is not a liquid.
Where's the bird flutter off to?
It sits on one of the left rocks, just overhanging this cleft.
As Krios picks up the urn, do you know who does that belong to? You know?
The bird doesn't answer, but it merely goes, "Woohoo!" That's it.
Oh wait, I could use thermaturgy to just open the lid.
Okay, and as Krios has it in his hands, he'll display it to us, but not come towards us. What do we see?
Take the lid off.
Take the lid off. I look at Aslo. Take the lid off.
Well, you said that there was conjuration inside.
Take the lid off.
Does the cat hear
Point
anything?
it
before
away
take
from
it?
you.
Does he hear anything inside it?
Do you take the lid off?
Point it away.
do
I'm
from
asking
I-
him questions
Do
first
I
before he
do I
proceeds with
do
it.
I hear anything inside?
He just gives it the shake.
Well,
nope.
we both know how magic works. If you-
As soon as that opens, something's gonna come out.
yeah, I mean, if you
Point
want to
it
prepare
away.
now as a group, if something
Get
bad comes out.
your Akrumatrons ready, guys. Ready? And
Wait,
Krios.
Wait, just a
Yeah.
second. Let me look something up real quick.
How do I get another knife on the other end?
No. No,
How
we're
do
not
I make a
doing that.
poorly designed knife?
I've
Yes.
got
How
to
far
just
away
made,
is Creo skin?
DM. That's I don't know.
You're all in the same cleft rock formation,
Okay,
shoulder to shoulder, ass to
Okay.
ass. Okay.
got it.
So I look at the boys. Open it.
Yeah.
I mean, what does the urn have any depictions on it? Or is it
Unremarkable.
unremarkable. Yeah, I got a mage armor, and then yeah, if you want to go for it.
Krios will open it.
Not like at us, right?
In
Well, there's only one direction that I can be pointing towards, right?
Away from us.
Away from us, obviously.
You open the jar, and there's a resounding cork-like popping sound. We already made the sound, but I'm gonna just reiterate it because that was just you making the sound, and I just want to make sure that you know.
I had the
Happens in
soundboard
game
queued
as well.
up. You know,
Henry
really.
is the soundboard.
Cymbal crash sound. Go. He opens the jar, and popping out from it is a very short little gremlin-looking motherfucker. The guy is only about like a meter tall, and he is incredibly lanky, and is dressed in very odd clothes for this region. It does not match the regional purple and golds, and if anything, it kind of looks like that of a,
Leprechaun?
yes. Yes,
Oh,
very,
no.
very much so.
Patagoldie!
We found a pot of gold.
How's it going?
He pivots on his heel in a very joyous manner, almost like a jester. His shoes are pointy and have this little curly bit on one end. His pants are very short and come up to his thighs. They're shorts. He's wearing a very, very nice t-shirt On it has a series of pictures that resemble that of flowers, and some of them, to you who are well in the know of plant life, clovers. Some of them have more than 3 leaves.
To be sure. To be sure.
The individual in mind is incredibly, almost bouncy in nature, hopping up and down on one foot before transitioning to the other one, almost like he's doing a jig. His dark ginger hair is extremely bright in contrast to a majority of his other attire, and
It's a literal leprechaun.
it's literally a leprechaun, yes.
Do the accent.
Top of
Yeah.
the morning to you, lassie.
A, racist. B, you should not be the one doing
It's
that.
the campaign.
Just
It's the campaign. How do you know it's racist?
There are no Irish people in this
There's
world.
no
What are you talking
Irish.
about?
Yeah, they don't have any Scottish or Irish
or
people
nothing,
or
as
what
they-
the
as
fuck
they
ever.
say that.
All right.
In any case, where the fuck is my...
Who's that YouTuber, Jacksepticeye? Yeah, that. Go play some clips from him.
I can't...
Is it a good omen to find a leprechaun or a bad omen?
Well, we're
can't-
about
We'll
to
find out.
Find
Yeah.
out.
I think it's a bad omen if you break him into a million pieces.
Well, let's just keep him in all his pieces.
Or if it's a genie, Krios has 3 wishes now.
He has to
I
blink.
can't find the good filter for it,
Ability to
and
blink.
I'm not
Cool
gonna
hat.
troll through these to see which one is right, but...
Go on, do the voice. I know you want to do the voice, Adam.
He's a leprechaun. He's literally a leprechaun.
He springs around and faces the rest of you, but turns his attention to whomever is
Your
holding the
potato
jar.
face.
Top of the morning to you, laddie. My name is Seamus. You now have access to 2 wishes. Congratulations.
He says it like that?
Yes.
Well,
Cannot wish for more wishes. Please and thank you.
do you like reading this off the script, do we say?
He is reading off of his palm. It seems as if he has writing on his palm.
Well,
Krios.
Krios did open it. So.
Krios looks kind of confused, looks at me and looks at him and like waves at him and yeah, he can't speak, so he's just like confused as fuck. He has 3 wishes. He doesn't understand the concept of wishes, so he's like looking to me. He's like, "What the fuck does that mean?" And
Oh, you haven't got a mouth through him yet, so you can
Can he speak?
redeem his wishes.
I look at the small man. No, unfortunately, he can't speak, my friend.
Well,
He's,
fuck me then, lad.
He's
Well, give me the goddamn jar.
I wish Krios could speak.
and
Yeah.
Krios doesn't give him the jar. But I can speak for him if you'd like.
Nope. No way.
Can he wish to speak?
He's got to speak it.
If you can't speak, you gotta speak it.
Oh, okay. I turn around and start walking away. And
Any
cast
form of
energy.
any form of communication. Anything. He starts
From
like
here.
doing like hand signs at Krios.
I turn around and I cast Thaumaturgy on Krios' face.
What, farting noise?
I wish I could speak.
Can you do that with thaumaturgy? I thought it was just noises.
I
Like, not
think
necessarily
it's
Oh,
Use
it's demon.
minor illusion.
actually
I have minor illusion, but I'm not gonna cast that. I could. I don't want to trick a fucking leprechaun.
so
Oh no, it's not with. Yeah.
technically there is one way that he can communicate, if you don't mind.
Interpretive dance.
And I take out a stone, his thoughts can come through me.
The instantaneous sound thing doesn't seem to be anything
Not with thaumaturgy. No.
thaumaturgy, yeah. The your voice thing, that's not his voice because it's the caster is someone else.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm trying to help him out.
Help a cat out.
Well, if he can speak, he can at least get one wish then.
The figure who came out of the jar looks at the rest of you. What are you gawking at?
We're gawking at you.
Well, your friend here's the one who opened the jar, so... If you
Are
can't
you in-
talk, then...
Are you in trouble? The bird said you needed help.
No, that's just a way to get people to come over. That being said, I'm contractually obligated.
Hmm.
And now you can't speak, so... I'm gonna be stuck out here.
I mean,
Is
do
it,
you
is
want us to
it,
bring
is
the
it
jar
based on
with
who's
us?
holding the jar? Like,
Yes.
Or who?
It's very finicky. Very finicky.
I mean, can you just when I hold my hands out, could you just give it to me?
He popped the lid.
you traveling companion
Can he write it down?
I mean,
forever.
listen, we
Is
have.
he able to, yeah, is he able to write? Or does he have to speak? What's the specifics on this?
He's gotta tell me. Something.
Tell you something?
I mean, he could. Hold on. What are the specifications that what he could do?
If you were an actual cat, you could do the
You ever
cartoon
play
bit.
charades?
You could look at the
Shit.
cartoon.
You ever played charades?
You could do the cartoon bit where he looks at the bird and like licks his lips and like.
I want to eat that fucking bird. That's not real. It's a.
Languages understands languages that you
Understands.
speak. No.
Can't commune them though. Shit.
Nope. Well, listen, he's. I'm building him a mouth. If you give me a couple of months.
The creature narrows his eyes at you. Months. As in, like, more than weeks. Less than years.
I could less than years.
Um,
Maybe less than months, but more than weeks.
I mean, can you give him the ability to speak, and then he could just say what his one or his second wish
you
is,
check
and
my
then we're done?
spells.
My magic only works for the person talking.
Okay, I lean into Lazo. Can you do the thing like where we make him talk, like you can make animals
Do you
talk?
have the ability to read a creature's thoughts, Seamus?
No.
Oh, okay.
Only magic turns on when the caster of the wish holding the jar.
I mean, do we have a wish
Otherwise-
for him? Like, what would he want?
He would definitely want
The ability to talk.
the ability to talk.
Okay,
Definitely.
I'll
That's
go
great in
over
theory,
and-
folks. Great
I
in
will
theory.
go over and pick up the jar. Okay, I have the urn in my hands now. And I wish for Krios to have the ability to speak common tongue.
Are you folks stupid?
Yes.
He
Are
just
you
said
folks daft in the head?
that.
Is the
he ju-
heat stroke getting to yous?
I don't know what
The
you mean.
one who popped the lid.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, well, you're gonna be with us
Can
for a while.
you?
Then.
I turn to Callus. Can you like? I know you guys have your thing. Can you like communicate?
Can
to
you
him?
can
Does
you
he
give
want
can you
something?
give Krios me in 1 second? Me and Krios walk away and walk away.
Put the
And
jar
so
down. You're gonna break it. Numbnuts.
we as we walk away, I stealthily DM take out 2 gems.
Well, you
from-
said stealthily, so you have to roll for that. Frodo.
Yes, I will. Just
Sleight
wanna
of
let you-
hand.
So what's life like out in the desert in a jar?
I done feel it. It's temperature climate installed inside the jar.
Oh,
How
that's
are you
kinda cool.
here?
I'm here because one finished their wishes, and the jar gets moved somewhere else. Anywhere in the world.
Well, I mean, but when we finish up whatever they're doing, and they have their 2 wishes, do you want us to bring you to like a?
Oh, no,
next
that's not
town
gonna be in
or-
your hands. As soon as he
Oh.
finishes his second thing, it's kaputs.
Oh,
He snaps his fingers, like that.
gotcha.
What
I don't
happens
know
if
where
we-
I go. The only thing I get to do is my bucko over there, little Petey. I get to look through his eyes and talk to him.
Ah, wait. I want to do something. If that's true, can you do me a favor?
Yeah, sure, why not? Want me to shine your shoes?
No,
I'm getting a fucking Brooklyn accent over
Yeah,
here.
no, he's good. Fucking.
What happens if we can't?
I take out a Samir buck, and I write on the back, Dauntless was here, and then I hand it to him. Can you just, wherever you go, just like throw that to the wind?
Eh? Why?
You never
Long
know when it comes
story.
back to you.
What do you mean, throw it to the wind?
Mm-hmm.
I can
Like,
only come out when someone's making wishes, otherwise I'm shunted back into the jar.
Oh, that's fine. You literally, literally throw it to the wind.
Like right now.
Well, no, not right now. Wherever you teleport to.
This is paper.
Yeah.
Paper rips, it gets wet.
And if that happens, it happens.
You're a strange one. Fine.
I could cast tongues on the cat.
You're gonna tongue the cat, Dan.
Don't say
Cast!
don't
Tongue
say
that
that.
pussy.
How does that?
Oh my
I said it.
What is going on?
Yep, wrapped it up. It was like,
I go.
what happens
go-
to you if our friend can't speak?
I gotta go over to
Communicate.
the private conversation that's probably going on while they're distracting the leprechaun.
Well, I get to sit
I-
with my thumb up my ass until the guy finishes his fucking wishes. So
I'm gonna-
guess what? I'm gonna be gawking at you until that thing who can't talk pipes up and tells me what the fuck he wants.
Go over to Callus.
that's fair enough.
Cast tongues on the cat.
Before you cast that, you see.
I say to you, not doing it.
Oh, you're not doing it? Okay.
I just want to say to you, like, I can do that if you like.
You see me have my hands on Krios, like as you walk over. It's like, what were you gonna do?
I could do cast tongues on it, so you can speak.
I don't know if that would work actually, because he's not considered a creature; he's considered a construct.
Mm-hmm.
That's a differentiation, my friend.
Worth a try.
Worth a try, though, if you want to give it a go. Give it a go.
Okay. Sure, I'll cast that on it.
Excuse me.
Roll my D100. I'll get higher now.
Louis.
Ooh, 50. Fuck. Okay.
You
Right.
just explode or something.
No, that's good. Just good.
Are you? How many magic items are you at?
I've updated my thing in our league chat. I'm on 6 of 3.
Six or like
6 of
So-
3. Yeah.
So 30 and below is your 30% chance of.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I cast that. I mean, yeah, Henry's probably right, but it's worth a shot. Does he?
It is worth a shot.
Any creature that knows at least one language and can hear the target understands what it says, and it gets an ability to understand any spoken language it hears. Does that do anything for Krios, or not?
Does he have the functionality to even speak?
No, that's the thing. He
Oh,
doesn't.
so
No,
then-
he doesn't. He doesn't have a voice box or anything.
So, yeah, he doesn't have any capabilities of
Dang.
speech.
No.
He
The
doesn't
voice
have
box
the-
is
Metal
it's
cat head?
a
Or is it an
voice
actual cat's
box.
head?
Yeah, it's an actual just cat's head
An
that
actual
doesn't
cat's head, right?
move, that doesn't blink. All it does, it legitimately looks like a statue. There's nothing else that it doesn't move its face.
So it does. So is it not a real cat's head?
It has lips. It has a
Yeah, if you open
mouth,
its mouth,
technically.
Okay, if that's the case.
If you open its mouth, all you see inside is gears, though.
Oh, it's
And
not an actual. I thought you said it was an actual cat's head. So if it's not, it's a robot cat head.
yeah, it's a robot.
Okay,
No,
it's
no,
kind of
it's
soul
no.
cat
Do you know
robot.
how fucking grotesque that is? And if it's a
That's what I thought it was.
no,
It's really tiny cat.
bro,
head
come
on
head,
on,
like-
no.
Um,
No, it's a robot. What? It's fucking made out of steel. But as you do that and it doesn't work, I look at you and I say, anyway, I needed another pair of hands. Stay behind me, okay? And DM, I have a thing that lets my first level for a first level artificer, you get to enhance what is this? It's called magical tinkering. I can imbue magic in it and say a message within the stone for 6 seconds, a 6-second message that can be heard. So I'm going to, as Laszlo is covering me, I'm going to, in one hand, say, I wish Krios could talk common. And as I stick that in under his like armor plate, right? I look at you, Laszlo, and I say, "What's the other wish?" What do we? Do we need
I
money?
wish Dauntless knows Draconic.
No, that's too simple.
That's
We
very,
have
very useful. It cuts it.
He's learning it now. Give it some time, and he'll learn it. What don't we have that we could use? Mind you, this is probably not going to work because I just distorted my voice, and that's all it is. And as soon as Creel hits his shoulder, it's going to sound it. But yeah,
How far away are you from the group?
we went pretty far, like 200, 150 feet.
Jeez, that's quite far.
So is the bird yours? Did you just enchant the bird?
Or is the bird attached to the jar?
Oh, that's a good point.
The bird is an extension of myself.
Oh,
It's
so
not
like
really a familiar. It's basically just my projected consciousness into a bird form. I saw this one on one of my trips and I thought, hey, that looks pretty good. A little bit of Brooklyn in there again.
Come on, Bill Burr's fucking doubling as a thing. I mean,
Irish people
I say
pass through Ellis Island, and they're right there.
Ellis Island.
It all checks.
Home tour.
So is this like a curse or an assignment, or do you choose to do
I
the
mean,
whole?
it's my work, but for the most part, it kind of feels like a curse at this point, especially when you get hiccups like this. Normally I'm in and out, like 5 minutes, not even.
So, but like, there's no one in charge of you, right? You're kind of just doing this.
I mean,
There's no god or higher power that kind of dictates how you function.
no, I got people that I report to.
Oh, okay. So you don't make the rules.
I wish I did.
Okay, so you can't like bend the rules a little bit to,
My hands are tied.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm just gonna go full Brooklyn on this guy.
With a
I
Brooklyn
can't.
lamp
I
as well,
can't.
like-
Just do it, bro. Just do it. Come on. Listen.
Famous race pizza. Eh?
I look at Laszlo and I say, "Listen, we could always use money.
What's like a normal amount
could
of money that's carryable?
Let's if we're going balls deep, let's go balls deep. Let's say a bag of holding that contains a wealth of a small nation that is not connected to any higher being that would be coming looking for it."
Varys, by the way, this guy is basically screaming to you all sorts of Fey bullshit.
Mm-hmm. So do I know for a fact that have I ever encountered a leprechaun before? Is my question. Then.
Not personally, but it's just one thing that you would have been like, alright, things to keep out, an eye out for, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's very Fey, do you share that with us?
Not yet.
I'm gonna say.
But by like, as in Fey bullshit, you mean this is like a Fey trick? This is like, we're not getting any.
What's it called? You've been told to explicitly not deal with these guys because what's it called? Monkey's paw.
Monkey's paw. Okay. Let me go check on the gang because
And
Krios.
there is a in terms of like, there's leprechaun. It's essentially just like a Fey that decided I'm gonna look vaguely humanoid, but still be kind of like whimsical and small. And he does report to an archfey.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Not as that's going on, and
I'm gonna head over to the group because I want to see.
As you got.
I want to help you. I'm gonna send you on your way. So we're gonna see if we can get these wishes out. I head over
as
to
you're just walking
Kalos.
over, and he said that before you get over, because it's 150, 200 feet. I would just like wave away the money thing,
No. Okay.
We got enough issues as it is.
Okay. All right. So
Adding
not
money
that.
to the pot is probably
How
going to
about
be bad.
knowledge?
Something simple that helps your cat, because you pulled it. What would he, what would you think would be beneficial? That's gonna free you up, maybe. Oh, God,
So I would be over at you guys by about within 30 seconds. So if you're that far away, because
yeah, just something that's gonna benefit you and it keeps it small. Because the larger things, I know it's a wish, but
I could just ask, and as Varys gets to here, you hear me say, I could just ask for magical materials to make him better.
Yeah, not like an obscene amount, but you got to think there's a physical element to that.
I have heard the voice in Elven. I say, I mean, I've never encountered one of these before, but I'm getting flashbacks to the olden days, the good old days back in the forest. So there's a very good chance this is just face scam.
Okay. If that's the case,
it's a face scam.
Simple,
okay,
right? Keep
so
it extremely simple.
Simple.
Then you don't, the larger you go, the
best case scenario is he will grant the wish, but it'll be like his it'll be like a distorted version of it.
Just maybe very explicit.
Like a fairy.
What specific materials do you need, and how would you like to receive them?
But do you choose the jar, or does the jar?
Damn, what would I know as to be top-notch material in this world? I know I have magical ore, right? Because we were introduced to that because of the Undercity, the Underversity.
The magical plates.
Yeah.
How are we gonna carry that?
I know, yeah. They're very light, but then we'd be.
But would I just if I was to just say magical ore, would that be the same magical ore that we need?
That is
that different?
That is a
That's very vague.
Colloquial
very vague,
term.
right? Yeah, okay.
Don't just be hyper specific.
I gave you a rock, and
yeah.
Yeah, you want ore, and you just patches or what you like.
Is mithril a thing?
Yes.
Okay,
But
so
it is not typically used in magic components. It is actually extremely the opposite of conductive.
Okay.
Insulated.
Okay, so
Productive.
let's give me a magical ore that would go really well with Creels here. 'Cause currently I just have it as a steel
Ebonite.
alloy.
Unobtainium.
You could get ebonite from the Shadowfell if you want.
Oh, ebonite, yeah, that's one. I don't know what the fuck ebonite does. Do I know what ebonite does? Magical in nature.
Before I've said it was a magical lore.
Um.
Hold on, let me just double verify on the specific of that thing before you ask for it.
Maybe you just wish that he can go on his way to his next destination.
You fuck off out of here, buddy.
I wish you were someone else's.
What if I just ask for money? 100,000 gold pieces.
I don't think this is going to be as straightforward as you guys.
I would keep it small and simple, I guess.
20,000.
20,000? That's a lot.
10.
How would you want to receive it? Is it just going to appear here right now?
A $5,000 gold bag of holding.
I'm having flashbacks to last campaign where there was just lots of money, somehow dumped into the middle of the building.
Shut the fuck up.
I would just keep it simple.
All right, I wouldn't
go big. I would go.
I'm going to ask for a telescope that always a compass that points to your desired location.
Gee, I wonder where you got that from.
What the fuck?
How about that? That's Pirates of the Caribbean.
I don't know.
It's the compass.
Bring it up. Gotta bring it 360. Gotta bring it up.
And I say into the magical rock in a distorted voice. I wish I had a compass that would point to what I wanted or who wanted. No, how does that work, guys? How would I word that? A compass that would point to
the direction I want to go.
Your friends are conspiring over there for quite a long time.
And
I shrug at him. I don't know.
I say, I wish for a compass.
Say, if you try to kill me, I'm essentially immortal until I cast these wishes. So
I'm a bad.
Good fucking luck.
We're not gonna kill you.
Okay. I'll throw a tussle. I'll throw hands.
Need a phrase again. Okay?
No, I can imagine.
How would I phrase it?
I wish for a compass that points in the direction of a desired location I wish to travel to.
I say that, yeah, and I place that little gem somewhere where Krios can hit it, and I take the other gem that I say and I rephrase that one because that one was really phrased really long.
You literally said, I wish Korea. You said in the
Yeah.
third person.
I wish.
Krios
Nope.
gains the
I wish
ability to
Kalos
speak in
had the
common.
knowledge to make a voice box for me. And I tuck that under his somewhere so he can tap it. The two of those, and we go back. And I look to the guy and I say, "All right, listen. He doesn't communicate, but when he does, it's in short bursts. And I worked on him so he's able to communicate. Okay, but it's kind of wonky."
Go ahead and make a deception check.
Got it.
And I'm going to roll on this guy's insight.
I'm gonna add a +5 to this. Oh, fucking good. Okay. It would have been 24, but it's a 23.
The individual leprechaun-looking guy kind of begins to rub his chin and begins to tap on his heel with one foot. It does not make that noise.
Alexa,
wish complete.
Okay.
All right. What does he want?
he taps his right shoulder, and message 1 comes out. I wish for Kalos to have the information to create a voice box for me.
Who the fuck is Kalos?
Hi.
Wow. You wished for him to give you something, huh?
Well, no, it's for him. He can only talk in that manner for very small moments, and it's very loud. And so, me making him a voice box, he'd be able to actually talk all the time, unhindered.
You understand what I'm saying?
He does.
Is that what you want, fella?
Nods his head.
He looks back and forth between you. He's got this very, like, suspicious look on his upper lip is, like, curled back so you can see the
Average
upper row of
Irish
teeth.
Brooklyner. I don't trust it.
Alright, fella. Let's see, how you like this one? He goes over, and he, goes over to Kalos, and he kind of looks at you. This is what your friend's asking for. He apparates a large wooden club in one hand, a shillelagh, if you will. And he's gonna clobber you in the side of the head with it.
As he takes out the shillelagh, I go on one knee so he can get a better angle.
Just get ready for the band-aids.
Alright, that's gonna be with magical shillelagh on top of that, it's +6, so it's 20. Oh, it's, yeah, 21. 15 plus 6.
Actually, oh fuck, no, yeah, you're good. Yeah, you hit.
You hear a ringing sound in your head, and you do take some bludgeoning damage. It's gonna be a total of 6 points of bludgeoning. Magical. Although you don't have any non-magical resistant things, so it doesn't matter. You hear your head ringing for a moment, and in that brief moment, you can basically have a Jimmy Neutron brain blast of a series of blueprints rushing through your head.
Is he just having a seizure on the ground?
No, he doesn't like this fucking
Neutron brain blast. He's saying it. It's
well, his
brain
eyes
blast.
close for a moment. He furrows
Got a
his
blast.
brows. Your head instinctively begins to pang in a slight, like, migraine in your frontal cortex.
The social part.
And you begin to understand how it is you could, in theory, jumble together a sort of rudimentary voice box for your Krios. Now, there are a couple of stipulations to this, considering he doesn't know language, he just understands it. Those are not necessarily the same things. So, with the current apparatus right now, you could make him speak, but he'd just be going... There'd be no associated language.
Yeah.
He could make noise. His mouth wouldn't move. It would just be like ventriloquism. And for the most part, it's imagining trying to talk to a cat. Because he's a cat. So, unless you teach him an associated language, he's just gonna make incoherent gibbering noises.
Okay.
He might even meow.
I like start fucking rubbing my side of my temple. It's like, did you? Ah. Okay.
Yes, I did need to.
All right. I mean,
The harder the better.
God, fucking damn it.
Oh, by the way, you're probably gonna forget your last name.
Okay, that's great. Wait, when?
He begins holding his fingers up. 5, 4, now. You forgot
But I was just
how to spell your last name. Not the entire thing. You still know what it sounds like, you just don't know how to spell it anymore.
But okay. So I still know my last name though. I still know I'm Carlos Zarvas.
Yes,
Or-
but
okay.
with all those
But I just don't-
yeah, you just like you put accents on the wrong place. There's fucking like the wrong characters and everything.
yeah,
Is that supposed to be a hard C?
Got it. Okay. Oh, God.
Alright,
Is he still on the ground, or
I didn't
No.
give him that hard, Bucko.
I get up. I'm good.
Bucko.
I'm
You got
fine.
called Bucko. Fuck.
Uh,
Buckoed.
Alright, 2. Come on.
Give it up for Wish
I gotta go.
2.
I gotta go.
Where you going?
So do we.
Rushing
So
And then he does the other one. Wish to. I wish for a compass that shows a desired location by its wielder.
Interesting. The leprechaun-looking individual goes over to his urn, and to whomever is holding it, he yoinks it out of your hand.
Give me that shit.
And he begins rummaging around in it. You can hear clanking sounds that are almost like cartoonishly loud. Something that sounds like a frying pan hitting another frying pan, the screech of an owl somewhere in the background, some rooster cawing, and eventually he fishes out an object. It looks like a wooden puzzle box, but he begins to rearrange its components, and he like gives it like a little punch with his hand until eventually it collapses into itself and just makes a form of pile of wood. And he eventually kind of compresses it in his hand like he would with Play-Doh, and eventually it comes out with something that resembles a square frame compass in a rounded housing. There are no north, east, south, and west on it. It merely just has a compass arrow. And he begins to like look it over in his hands, and like he picks his nose and flicks it away. Yeah, that'll do. He shoves it into Krios's palms. Alright, have fun.
And he does the little head nod, and he's trying to convey thank you.
And if anyone asks where you got that from, shut up. Got it?
Here's gives him thumbs up.
I can't speak, so...
And your friend here who can't seem to talk, if
yeah.
Yeah.
yet, but does this guy even know? How aware is this guy? He starts waving his hand in front of like Krios's face.
He he does a motion of trying to do rock paper scissors with him.
Well, all right. Well,
He wants to play with.
If he knew what his birthday was, now he doesn't. All right. Well, I'm out of here. You guys can fuck off and do whatever the hell you's doing. I'm going back in the jar.
Take care then.
We knew what his birthday was.
Hmm.
Now
Okay.
he doesn't.
So DM,
What do
does
you
that
mean by
mean that I just don't know when the day of his invention was?
Whatever would be closest approximation, I guess.
He's
Alright,
always
well,
been here.
no, well, I invented him, but I just don't remember when.
The jar, almost as like this guy's getting vacuumed into it, his form turns into that of like a wisp and gets sucked into the jar, at which point the bird takes the lid and kind of tries to bring it over to the to cap it off, and then the suction of the jar continues and brings both the bird and the jar into it, and then suddenly like a snap in the air and the jar is completely gone.
I don't know about you guys, but if anyone asks about that compass, I have no problem telling them that a leprechaun gave it to us.
I
Oh
wanna
man,
keep
I
our
actually
word.
wouldn't-
Keep our
wouldn't
word
want
on that.
to.
Don't go fucking twisting things
oh,
more than we need
and-
to. I don't want to
and-
fucking wrong a do leprechaun as well as.
Can I look at the box?
No, as we're having that conversation, Krios just opens it. What his desired location is, I have no idea, so I have no idea where it's pointing to. It's probably pointing north. Wherever Dominus is, pointing that way, probably.
What does Krios want?
I don't know.
What does Henry think he wants?
Krios probably wants to improve. He definitely wants a new body, like an upgraded
of that one.
an upgraded finished. He wants to be the masterpiece that I know I can make him.
So in that case, whenever Krios uses the compass, it might just point at you because you're the one who does all that stuff.
Yeah, you're the.
I
Unless you
guess
find
so.
like a better inventor than you're toast. Like.
Yeah, unless that, yeah, DM, whatever you
The
use
compass
that.
spins and doesn't stop.
Okay.
At least we can use that to possibly. Oh no, it's all covered in sand. Oh no.
Find
Just
that
be-
place. I mean,
yeah.
do you guys want to give it a try?
I don't want to touch that thing.
Because truthfully, I don't want to go back to that pyramid, so I don't know if the magic of the compass.
Here, hand it
I
to
don't-
me. I'll see
yeah.
what it does.
I don't. Krios actually takes it away from me, just like, and I say, "You're the princess. Something happens to you, we're fucked. So how about I play with it?"
Well, I was just gonna hold it and see if it points in a direction.
No, that's
What,
why.
Do you know where you want
Do you
to
know
go?
where you would want?
Probably back on continent. I don't think anything that happened on this continent has been particularly fun so far.
Listen, I just
How about-
don't.
You know,
I just don't.
wishes from a leprechaun. I don't think
Yeah.
Looking at Varys' skepticism as he came over to us earlier, I don't really trust whatever that's
let's
done. So
let me
I don't
open
wanna-
it. See if it points to a desired location or something, or if it's just bullshit.
just keep it simple. Like, I
Alright.
want the location of where our second wagon is. We know where that is. It's about that way.
Oh,
If it goes to it.
Krios hands me over the box, and I think of I want to go to the third wagon actually. Second. Does anything?
As soon as you get it away from Krios, it stops spinning until eventually it trades hands completely. Once you hold it, eventually it points north.
It goes south.
Neither go south. Well,
Okay, well, if
Let's
I go
get back to that
south,
wagon, though.
Yeah, let's go
We
to
don't
the
let's
wagon.
start walking. Yeah.
Yeah.
You two hold that thing. I don't know. Maybe we'll test it as we go. We got a long time, but that's a peculiar sort. But pocket that for now,
Kalos will pocket that, not put it in his bag of holding, but put it in like a separate bag,
He learns.
leather bag.
You know, that must
Uh,
suck. You just got like you're in your own headspace and like you can't make friends. 'Cause you
Oh,
just
by
don't
the
know
way,
personally.
that whole voice box thing for Krios will never work, like
Oh.
ever. And I give you guys the explanation why, and Adam's interpretation of what he would sound like.
I mean, if he could talk, he could talk.
Can't teach him?
Unfortunately, he can't learn stuff, particularly if I don't know them. Therefore, if I know them, he should theoretically know how to do it himself, and I know how to understand common and all the words and everything forming it. So theoretically, he should be able to just do it. But with the whole shillelagh to the face, it just revealed that it just wouldn't work.
Well, all right. What about this? From what you described and from what I can understand,
Maybe I'd be able to, if push comes to shove and you need to go into a metal body, right, princess? Theoretically, you could have a voice box now. You could speak.
Well, what I was gonna say is, in his case, why don't you just make like a one-way thing? Like you talk and it would come out of him, but like the voice box would give him his own unique voice. Because you can tell what he feels, and then if you could project your voice out of him, but altered, then effectively he would have a voice box. It would work. It's just it needs you as a pass between.
Let me listen. I just got fucking shillelagh'd in the face.
Fucking head.
let me take a day or two and let me communicate with the gods.
Do you want me to like?
Let me communicate with some sort of higher being and find out if I can.
Well, it's been
I mean,
30 minutes. I'm heading north. I'm going back to the.
Yeah,
they
the wagon
waited
leave
30
without
minutes.
us.
Yeah, we should. We
Go,
should
go.
go back.
Walk
Let's
and
go
talk.
back.
Like
Walk
brain
and talk.
trauma is no joke there.
Do you want to give me a one looks over real quick? No. I can't spell my name right now though. No, it has like an.
You got okay. So you decided to tell me.
Krios is how you say
It has
it.
like a. It has that letter that Z.
D.
Or
I don't
B?
think you forget what
Carlos
letters
B,
are. I think you just forget what.
No, you can with brain trauma. Hold on, sit
Yeah,
down.
there's a lot
That's
about
not what
brain
Adam
trauma.
said,
Sit down now. Give me.
I
Wait,
put
30.
like hands on your shoulders, to try and like push you down into a sitting thing, so I could check out your head.
Like it's Zarvas, right? But
Yep, I'm poking.
But does the thingy go on the U or does it go underneath the O? Does it go under the E?
I start examining his head box.
There's a shillelagh wound.
Get in the head.
You don't need to be a doctor. to know
I'm
that.
not doctor.
You don't have a
Fuck that.
doctor, yeah.
I'm fucking hit in the fucking
Well,
head.
You got bonked in the head.
Is there anything that would be like, oh, he's especially brain damaged?
He's an
You
idiot.
want to cut his head open?
No.
That would be his first thought.
I look at you, no head cutting, okay? No, whatever
Well, like,
superficial.
You can diagnose a concussion without like start carving people up. I'm just saying.
Okay, well you saw him get bludgeoned with a fucking shillelagh, so...
Yeah, but
Listen.
getting hit in the head doesn't. I'm trying
Just
to-
don't let me go to sleep. And I look at the guys that are doing astrology, not astrology classes.
Is that what you want to call it when you're in your tent together making noises?
Did you guys want an astrology tools for yourselves? Did you guys want to not? I don't know if you guys need any tools or anything, but I can make astrology tools for you guys if you guys want. Mind you guys would have it's one pair and you guys would have to share it, but
Sure.
Put a pin in that.
something.
Well, not right now, but like definitely.
Yeah.
we've got-
No, not right now. Yeah,
Yeah,
it takes
sometimes,
me a
yeah,
little bit
cool.
to make them, but whenever you guys want them, just let me
Maybe.
know. I'll make them for you.
Yeah. I mean, my medical exam. He's speaking.
I got hit in the face. Just
he
don't
knows you're
let me
hitting the head.
sleep.
Don't let him sleep.
Was it in
Why
the
is it-
face or like the side of the head?
It was the temple. I would
Oh.
imagine it would be the temple, DM, right?
Yes.
He's like
'Cause
glowed
I was
down.
thinking it was like
It's
the
just,
softer part of the skull, the side here. That's
temple?
actually really no, because the temple is
Temple's in
actually
your head.
like no, it's like
Temple's-
really
that's
strong.
your forehead.
So, yeah,
But no,
If you get hit in the
it's-
side there, that's fucking. You can die.
yeah. That's why I was like,
Yeah.
you got hit in the side of the fucking head. That's
Fucking
like,
blew my eyeball out.
Yeah, but I had a brain blast, and whoa.
well, again,
The-
temple is better.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's brain
and-
blast. It's another word for saying internal brain hemorrhaging, yeah.
the clock goes. Bloop. All right, let's go back. It's been 30 minutes.
Let me get some
Hastily
water, I'll be right
return
back.
to the caravan and just let them know it was a false alarm. That bird bruised. Just a bird.
A bit of weird looks come across the caravaneers when you just tell them it was just a bird and you were away for like an hour. So the perfume man comes over and be like, "So what was that about? Just a bird, you say? You followed a bird for an hour.
got
And,
to
Not
a
long?
got to a place where there was a jug on the ground, like a jar.
Jug.
And then
Filled
the
with what?
bird flew ashes. We didn't mess with it, as is
I think the
tradition to not.
bird belonged to someone, and it wanted to help, but their master may have been already dead. So
What a weird looking bird.
Mm.
Out in these parts.
Quite beautiful though.
Now let's get
Quite
back on the
elegant.
road.
Sorry for the abrupt pause as well.
It was a
Thank
bit
you
odd
for-
to get off the road for a bird, but you've already paid half of it, and it was only an hour or so. No skin
Alright.
off my nose.
And I sort of say, look back to the other crew members. Sorry for the wait. Thank you all. I hop back in. with
One of them was like reclining in the sand. He like laid out a towel and was just like,
No.
Yeah,
He just put the towel down.
all right.
back in.
So, the next thing that happens is you guys settle down for the evening. That's the 5th day. Side effects may include every time you go to sleep, Mr. got hit in the head with a shillelagh. You get advertisements.
Oh my god, what the fuck does that mean?
Do I get another day of learning?
What does that mean?
You get
Tune in next time.
advertisements for what is essentially leprechaun wishing services. And it is essentially like one of those episodes of Rick and Morty where they just ad lib everything.
We got doors.
No, yeah.
Fake doors.
We got
We got wishes.
We got
Is it
wishes.
just
We
had
got
one,
wishes here. Just find the beautiful bird. We got
Every time Callie
wishes.
sleeps, he gets.
Wait, is this every night? Please don't tell me it's every night.
It's every night.
Oh god, fuck. Now, is it like
Does he-
abrupt
does
that I
he know
can't
that though
sleep?
yet?
What happened?
Is it? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm assuming that I'm going through it now. No, I want to. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're pretty good at blocking brain messages by now.
Maybe not
And,
leprechauns.
You're not aware of how Krios sleeps, but he's also getting them too.
Oh,
Is
Krios
it like
doesn't.
the eternal business card that has been imprinted in his fucking head?
Yep.
That's what it is.
That's hilarious.
Is
am
he
I
able
able
to
to-
sleep? Like,
Was I
You
able
can
to
sleep
get
just
to-
fine if everything's
his
fine.
dreams are just
Yeah,
they're
if,
always-
You can still have normal dreams too. It's just that there's gonna be a guy in the background.
He's an additional character.
He's in your dreams all
He's
the
an
time.
extra character.
I'm
if you're-
dreaming about getting laid with my ex-girlfriend. It's like,
So
oh, wishes here. Just
wake
get
up
your
the next
wishes.
he's just in
And
the
it's a
corner. He's in the
leprechaun.
corner, like
I have a problem
With
with
a
erectile
billboard.
dysfunction. One of your
Fuck
wishes
it
can give you
away.
your virility back. And his Brooklyn accent.
Every time Callie sleeps, he gets leprechaun ads.
You guys don't know that.
No, I'm writing that for my notes.
Although,
You can- you can have some fun with that.
although the next morning though, I do let you guys know. It's like, I got a weird.
It's not the top of the morning for me. He says.
Whenever the top of the morning it is, I'll let you guys know what
It
happens.
ain't fucking ain't today. Oh man. Okay, so that was the 15th to 16th. Fucking, we've gone 40 hours. We've travelled 40 hours.
So,
Fuck yeah.
I rolled for days 6 and 7, and so that's the first week down. All of them were above 25, so they were freebies. So those of you who are keeping track of that, that was day 6 and 7.
7 days of learning.
And
Hold on. Whoa. So 15th we did. 16th, nothing happened. 17th, nothing happened.
So,
15.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 is where I'm going to mark this. We left off on the 17th, and we're on the technically 17th going into the 18th, because that was the 17th travel is done. So, into the 18th. And, or say, start of the 18th. We're going to go ahead and stop there for now. You guys are going to be doing something else with your life because I have been looking at this fucking quiz thing. I forgot that I didn't log out yet.
So we're on the 18th day now, right?
You answered A on every question and then spent 6 hours doing nothing.
What
Well,
does
yeah.
that say about you?
Well, there's no timer on this thing, so I don't think that it would record how long it takes.
That's
It
good.
definitely took more than the allotted estimated hour for this test because Anyway,
We prodded in Faye, we prodded at Yanmin, and we didn't die. We're good.
Guys,
You just
we're
you just
doing
fucking-
things.
At least you didn't
see?
get like Yanmin dreams because you
Oh
poked the
my
fucking
god.
the invocation. thing.
Guys, and now we have a thing that we can point to where we want to go. Look at that. It just might not. It just might bite us in the ass.
I'm not using that thing.
Today was a very lighthearted session.
You got fisheye lens on your thing, Andrew?
I don't know. This was the cheapest.
Yeah, you were
webcam
like
I
the
could
side there, and it
find.
like distorted your face. But